Now, I request to call all the dignitaries on the dais, on the stage. The chief guest, Honorable Member of Parliament of Agra, Professor Dr. S.P. Singh Baghel sir, President of IA Conference and the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Bhim Rao Ambedkar University, Agra, Honorable Professor Dr. Ashok Mittal sir, the President of IA, Professor Ghanshyam N. Singh sir, Professor P.K. Agrawal, the Vice Chancellor of IA, the Secretary IA, Professor Dinesh Kumarji, Professor K.N. Bhatt sir, the Managing Editor IA, Professor Brijesh Rawatji, Local Organizing Secretary. We are going to start our event with the blessing of Goddess Saraswati. For that, I request all the dignitaries for the lamp lighting, and I request Dr. Mamta Singh and Dr. Kavita Gar to assist the girl. I request Dr. Ashutosh Diveji for Saraswati Mantra. I think he's not there. So I'll start. Jaya Saraswati Devi Namo Varede Jaya Vighna Vinashini Bahubale De Jaya I'm also requesting Dr. Pandit Dev Ashish Ganguly ji from Lalit Kala Sansthan Agra for Saraswati Vandana.
माँ वीणा वादिनी के श्री चरणों में भक्तिमय पुष्पांजलि स्वर के रूप में एक वंदन। जय जय देव चराचर ये नारजित पुस्तक हस्ते भगवती भारती देवी नमोस्तुते वरदेवी वरदे 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 माँ वरदे प्रिय स्वतंत्र रव अमृत मंत्र रव प्रिय स्वतंत्र रव अमृत मंत्र नव भारत में कर दे माँ वर दे बीना वादिनी वर दे माँ वर दे Pama gama gare ni re ga ga ga. Pama gama gare ni re ma ma ma. Ma da ni re sa ni da pa ma da pa ma gare sa. Ni re da ma pa ni re da ma pa ni re da ma pa. काट अंध्र उर के बंधन स्तर काट अंध्र उर के बंधन स्तर महाजननी जो तिरमय निरिझर आय काट अंध्र उर के बंधन स्तर महाजननी जो तिरमय निरिझर कलुष भेद तम हर प्रकाश भर पम गम गर निरसा कलुष भेद तम हर प्रकाश भर जगमग जग कर दे माँ वर देवीना वादिनी वर दे माँ वर दे वरदे माँ वरदे वरदे माँ वरदे
Thank you very much. Phrase speaks the language of heart to show our love, gratitude to our guest. I now invite Professor Dr. Ashok Mitra sir, the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Bhim Rao Ambedkar University, Agra, and the patron of Indian Economic Association to honor our chief guest, Honorable of Parliament Dr. S.P. Singh Baghel sir. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting the honor from Indian Economic Association. We are very happy to have you here. I request all the guests, please clap. Now, I request Professor Ghanshyam and Singh sir, the President of Annual Conference of IA, to present the honor to the Vice Chancellor of Bhim Rao Ambedkar University, Agra, none other, Professor Dr. Ashok Mitra sir. I think don't stop the clapping. This is the time when we are honoring. Now I request I request Professor Gyan Shyam and Singh sir to honor the Vice Chancellor of Bhim Rao Ambedkar University, Dr. Professor Ashok Mittal sir. It is the regard. No, 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 you can change. Yes, this is the right time when two extreme faculties are honoring each other. Unmemorable moment. Now I request Professor P.K. Agrawal sir to honor Professor Dinesh Agrawal, Dinesh Kumar sir, the Secretary of IA. आप सर का करिए. Professor Dinesh sir is honoring Professor P.K. Agrawal ji, the Vice President of Indian Economic Association. It is a very pride moment to us that all the extreme, precious personalities are together in one desk. Now I request Professor Agrawal sir to honor the Secretary of IA, Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir. Please don't stop the clapping. They deserve our love. And we can show our love by clapping. The hard-working personality of IA. So every week, Professor Dinesh is organizing conferences online mode, and today also I think more than 100 delegates are there, and those who can see us. Now I request Dr. Mamta Singh ji to honor Professor K.N. Bhatt sir, the managing editor IA. Professor K.N. Bhatt, ladies and gentlemen. Now I request Dr. Manoj Rathore Sarji to come and honor the local organizing secretary, Professor Brijendra Rawat ji. Dr. Manoj Rathore sir, please come on stage and honor Professor Brijendra Rawat sir. Without local organizing secretary, no event can be successful. So we thank you, sir, that you are organizing a wonderful event for us. Now it's time for a special honor. I request Professor Ghanshyam Singh sir to facilitate, to honor, to Ved Tripathi sir, the former organizing secretary IEA. I request Tripathi sir to come on stage. We want to honor you, sir. I understand that offline mode is going to be very, you know, lazy, but I really request you all to please clap when somebody is here and we are honoring someone, so it's our responsibility to show respect. Professor Ghanshyam and Singh ji honoring Ved Tripathi sir. Now I request Professor Dinesh Kumar sir to honor Professor V.K. Sarwat sir, the local organizing secretary. I request Professor V.K. Saraswat to please come on stage. Professor V.K. Saraswat, the ladies and gentlemen, the local organizing secretary. He's managing all the things which we people are able to see. Now I request Dr. Manoj Rathore sir, the convener of event, please come on stage. And I request Professor Dinesh Kumar sir to honor Dr. Manoj Rathore sir. I think two hardworking personalities are there together. Is I request all the guests to please honor Manoj Rathore sir, also the convener of the event. Now I request the convener of IEA, Manoj Rathore sir, to facilitate some EC members of IEA, and I request all the dignitaries please have a seat. First, I call the advisor of IEA, NNP Verma sir, to come on stage, and I request Manoj sir to honor him with badge. I request Vinod Srivastava sir. I request Rathod sir to facilitate Vinod Srivastava sir. I request Manoj sir to facilitate Indu Vashne ma'am, the treasurer of IA, the great and hardworking personality with us, the Matra Shakti in with us. I want please give a huge round of applause. CB Singh sir, we also want to honor you sir, and I request Manoj sir and the team to facilitate him. Dr. Angre sir, I think you already got the badge. He facilitated by Manoj sir. Dr. Dushyant Kumar, the hardworking personality of our IA, who is always dedicated to everyone. I request Manoj sir to facilitate Dr. Dushyant with the badge. Dr. Ritu Tiwari, Dr. Ritu Tiwari ma'am, Mamta Singh ma'am, I request Indu ma'am to facilitate Mamta di with the badge. All the necessary arrangement done by Dr. Mamta di only. Now, I request Mamta ma'am to facilitate Dolly Singh. Dr. Dolly Singh is also there. I want that she should be facilitated by Dr. Mamta Singh. Now, all EC members are physically presented here. So I welcome on the behalf of Indian Economic Association, your work, your dedication is always with us and we respect you. Now, I would like to invite the President of Indian Economic Association, Professor Gyan Shyam and Singh sir, for welcome address. Please, sir.
Like this now. Thank you very much. In fact, I get great pleasure and a privilege to welcome the persons sitting on the dais and also in the podium. Let me address by name Baghel Sahab, who is a very popular leader of this place. Otherwise also, he is a spokesman of various issues, and that too in a very brilliant manner. It is also my privilege, I feel it my privilege to welcome the Vice Chancellor of this university, the oldest university to me, so far I know, and a great, at that time, it was the very big university covering big geographical area of northern India. Then it is also a pleasure, my pleasure, to welcome my Vice President, Dr. Agrawal, Professor Agrawal, then my secretary, Professor Dinesh Kumar, and the editor of the journal. Is it okay? Oh, the picture. Is it okay? Anyway, new technology has given lot of problem and so many good things also, that you can reach one side of the world from one corner to the other corner of the world. But the difficulty is this, that we are yet to get ourselves used to or very friendly of this technology, as a result of which many a time we feel lot of difficulties in doing what the job assigned to us. Anyway, let me pick up the point where I left it, that is to welcome my friends over here. Then I was addressing the persons like Professor Bhatt, who is a managing editor of our journal. And we have got, tell you frankly, that we have been long association with this organization, more than 5 decades, association. I find that this time a young team of scholars, teachers from various parts of India, they have associated, not only associated in academic way, thereby contributing the papers and all that, but in fact they are physically also, they feel emotionally also they are attached to that. In that sense, I would like to name few. Vinod Srivastava, he is also a secretary, very dynamic secretary of UP Uttarakhand Economic Association. Rana, Dinesh ji, and all that. Oh, CV Singh and his wife also, I must say. And Ritu Tiwari, for the first time I'm seeing here. Anyway, she's also very much, I welcome all. In fact, I wish to. Neil Mani, who has got a very long association with me. I have seen him growing from a research scholar to coming up to the vice chancellor also. And all the time I've loved him like anything. I still love you, and I will be loving you all the time. My friend Tripathi, once upon a time, he played a very good, very constructive role in building this association and making it a very effective one. However, between a few gaps, he didn't take so much interest, maybe because of his own compulsions. But I'm very happy that he is not only participating, but he is taking he's a strength of pillar. But before coming to that, I say all of the persons I wish to address name each one by name, but in fact, time is a constant. As a result of which, I'm not mentioning the name, but each one should feel that I'm addressing to them, and I welcome all. This is just a welcome address, so I won't go the details. But one thing I must tell you, that Indian Economic Association, in its present, at this present stage, it has grown very high. Very high. I take one example. I give the one example that many of our friends are associated with very many national or international associations, professional association. This is one professional association which is making virtual as also physical conference. People were asking me as to how people will be able to conduct it. I say our mentor, or what we call the main organizer of the patron of the association, is so effective, and his team also here, that here and that has also made it. They are so effective that they can manage it in a similar way. And I find that everybody, we are maintaining the parameters of the pandemic situation. Pandemic coronavirus situation has given a new dimension of the problem. Dimension is that we can't have much more physical presence or physical interaction. In spite of that, we have come here maintaining all the parameters prescribed by the government. And I understand our chief guest, Dr. Baghel, honorable member of the parliament, he can understand that in all the difficult situation, his professional bodies like Economic Association doing commendable work to enrich the economy, to give most of the input for the development of the country in economy. Because all the time you find in social media, our friends all over the country, they are contributing a lot. Whenever some good things come up, and I think the important, very popular Prime Minister Modi has got much more feedback from our academic level than from any other part. We are critical of him. We criticize more, some of the problem which are, but he correct. The one thing is very important, and I think I appreciate it very much, that he gets himself corrected. And this is the greatest beauty of democracy. Dissent is good, but dissent doesn't go to the extent, then you destroy the system. But here in the government, we listen the dissent. And Baghel Saab, you can understand how sensitive your government is, our government is, and they understand the problem, they understand it deeply and react as to what people think, and they act by that. As, for example, very compassionate appeal of the present leadership for the farmers' agitation, all that. I don't want to give any controversial statement, but I can see as an economist, as a member of Economic Society Professional Association, we can understand what is good and what is bad. And it is our duty first and foremost to say good a good, bad a bad. It is not bad to say bad. If you think something not thank you very much. Really, I told you earlier that we are not friendly to this. As a result of which, most of the webinars that are being organized by various university, I used to avoid it because I'm not used to, I'm not friendly. Even if I'm used to, I'm not friendly to it. Anyway, I, I welcome all the participants, be he a student, be he a scholar, be he a teacher, and I'm happy that they have come from all parts of the country almost, and they are very receptive to the problem, and they are understanding that. We must thank our team of Economic Association, the young team, Dushyant, Rana, and all that, and under the dynamic leadership of Dinesh, that they are doing very good, commendable work. And we all should appreciate it and say it that, well, as I say, the government proposal, yes, is yes. So say, we will say whether this economic association is doing good or not. I think overwhelming support will be of yes, and you all endorse it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Singh sir, just we want to say something for you. Sir, when boss is there and he said, do it, but you are a leader. You said, do it, I'm with you. So this is your quality. As a leader, you are dealing with us in a very fabulous way. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Secretary, Indian Economic Association, Professor Dr. Dinesh sir, to come and welcome guests of honor who are there with us online.
Hello. Hello. Honorable Chief Guest in this 103rd Annual Conference of Indian Economic Association, माननीय बघेल साहब, सांसद आगरा, माननीय कुलपति डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर विश्वविद्यालय आगरा, patron of association and vice chancellor of this university, माननीय अध्यक्ष इंडियन इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन प्रोफेसर घनश्याम एन सिंह सर, माननीय वाइस प्रेसिडेंट of this association, Professor Pramod Kumar Agrawal ji, Professor K.N. Bhatt, Honorable Managing Editor of the Journal of Indian Economic Association, the Organizing Secretary, Professor Brijesh Rawatji, another Organizing Secretary, Professor V.K. Shastri Saab, the convener of the event, Dr. Manoj Rathorji, and all the members of Executive Committee, all the members of Advisory Board. I just wish to submit that around 150 participants are looking at us online, along with other participants who are working or seeing us on YouTube channel. I just wish that our honorable guest of honor of this session, Honorable Professor Kamlesh Mishra ji, the Vice Chancellor of Rishihood University, Sonipat. We welcome you, sir. We welcome you in online mode. We welcome Professor R.P. Singh, another guest of honor, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Swami Keshwanand Rajasthan Agricultural University, Bikaner. Our another guest of honor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, who is available online, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. The Indian Economic Association extends its heartiest welcome to these guests of honor and the special address to be given by Professor Kamlesh Mishra ji. Okay. I just wish to extend my heartiest welcome to our former president, Professor P.K. Chaube sir, who is online. I think he joined this event around 10:50. He is available with us. We are feeling your blessings, sir. I extend my welcome to Dr. Anil Kumar, State Project of Administrator, SPIU, Uttar Pradesh, Professor A.D.N. Bajpayee, Honorable former Vice Chancellor of HP University Shimla, Professor Prahlad Kumar ji, who is available online to bless us from Allahabad, Professor S.R. Keshwa, who is available online from Karnataka, Bangalore University, Professor M.M. Goyal from Kurukshetra University, Haryana, Professor Lakhvinder Singh from Punjabi University, Patiala, Professor Jagdish Narayan from Allahabad, Shri P.K. Nath Saab from Odisha. They all are with us. We are really blessed, sir. I would like to name the EC members of the association, Dr. Manjul Singh. Before going to Manjul Singh, I would like to name Professor K.N. Pandya from Gujarat, Professor S.T. Bagalkoti from Karnataka, Professor Vinod Srivastava from Uttar Pradesh. They all are the invited members. Dr. Manjul Singh from Delhi, Dr. Dolly Singh from West Bengal, Dr. Mamta Singh from Kerala, Dr. K.N. Srivastava from Chhattisgarh, Dr. Ritu Tiwari from Maharashtra, Dr. Vaishali Acharya from Gujarat, Dr. Preeti Singh from Uttarakhand, Professor Samta Jain from Madhya Pradesh, Professor Girish Mohan Dubey from Madhya Pradesh, Professor Niranjan Roy from Assam, Professor C.B. Singh from Uttar Pradesh, Professor V.S. Adigal, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, Professor Manish Chaube from Sikkim, Professor Mithilesh Sinha from Nagaland, Professor Supan Sharma from Jammu and Kashmir, Dr. Dushyant Kumar from Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Dhiresh Kulshrestha from Gujarat, Dr. Surjit Singh from Uttar Pradesh, from Uttarakhand, Dr. Manoj Kumar Singh from Odisha, Dr. Deepak Popat Sable from Karnataka, Dr. Deepak Shelar from Maharashtra, Dr. Angrej Singh Rana from Haryana, Dr. Anil Thakur from Jharkhand, Dr. Manohar Manoj from Bihar, Dr. Pradeep Kumar from Himachal Pradesh, Dr. Nitin Arora from Chandigarh, Dr. Sahab Singh from Tamil Nadu, Professor Shankar Sahai from Bihar, Dr. Mohit Saxena from UP, Dr. R.K. Uppal from Punjab, Shri Himanshu, Neeraj Himanshu from Bihar, Shri S. Mauthesh from Tamil Nadu. We welcome you in online mode as well as offline mode. I wish a great, heartiest welcome to all the members of advisory body as well as EC membership, member models. I wish to extend my heartiest welcome to our Chief Program Coordinator, Professor A.K. Thomas. He is our key guide, as well as there are a number of persons who are listening us and looking at us in online mode. We, the Indian Economic Association, extend its heartiest welcome to all of you, all the Indian Economic Association, including me. I extend my heartiest welcome to Madam Dr. Indu Vashne ji, Honorable Treasurer of the association. Basically, the association is a word which has to be filled and filled. We are feeling associated. We extend our heartiest welcome to each of us, member of IEA as well as non-member of IEA. Thank you very much. You all are here. Thanks a lot. Now I request Monica ji to continue further.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, books are very important part of our life because it develops our thoughts and give us endless knowledge. IEA members always has been regularly contributing academically. Now, this is the right time to recognize them and their work should be reached to the society. For this, today we are going to inaugurate our book release of from Dr. Mamta Singh ji, the head of the department, INPG College Meerut. The book name is Shodh Evam Shikshan Gandhiwadi Drishtikon. The second book is Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Evam Yuva Shakti Ek Vishleshan. Again from Dr. Mamta Singh, head of the department, INPG College Meerut. Many congratulations to both the leading lady and hard-working personality of Indian Economic Association. Writing a book is very difficult and time-taken process. And these two ladies are there with two books. These two ladies are really appreciable. Ladies and gentlemen, As we all know that today is the 103rd birthday of our precious association. Many of us to know more about IA. So now presenting IA, just have a look. Okay, one book is remaining, no? Okay. The second book, शोध एवं शिक्षण गांधीवादी दृष्टिकोण. Again, many congratulations to you. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to request our operator G to play clip so that everybody can understand what our IA is. Thank you very much. Today is a proud privilege for all of us that we have Dr. S.P. Singh Baghel, sir, Honorable Member of Parliament, Agra, as a chief guest. Dr. Satyapal Singh Baghel was born at Etawah district, Uttar Pradesh in 1960. His father was Ram Bharose Singh and his mother was Ram Shri Devi. He has Bachelor of Law degree and Masters in Science and Doctorate degree. He attended Maharaja Tyaji Raj University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, and the Meerut University in Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. In 2014, he was elected as a Raj Sabha, and on 2019, he became MP of Lok Sabha from Agra. His political journey is very impressive, and he is a wonderful human being. Sir, may I request you for address the gathering?
103 साल पुरानी इंडियन इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन द्वारा आयोजित आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए अर्थव्यवस्था का पुनर्अवलोकन और आर्थिक वृद्धि में तकनीकी की भूमिका, इस विषय पर आयोजित इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में पधारे हिंदुस्तान के पुराने प्राचीनतम विश्वविद्यालय डॉक्टर B.R. अम्बेडकर विश्वविद्यालय के बहुत ही शिष्टाचार के प्रतिमूर्ति और विनम्रता के उदाहरण प्रोफेसर अशोक मित्तल जी, इंडियन इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर घनश्याम सिंह जी, उपाध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर प्रमोद अग्रवाल जी, सचिव प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार जी, प्रोफेसर के.एन. भट्ट जी, प्रोफेसर सारस्वत जी, इसके संयोजक श्री मनोज राठौर साहब, आदरणीय कुलपति महोदय और इकोनॉमिक्स के तमाम आचार्य प्राचार्य, छात्र छात्राएं, शिक्षक शिक्षिकाएं और अदर्स स्कॉलर्स, और प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार जी ने पूरे देश के जिन वेबिनार से जुड़े हुए लोगों के नाम लिए हैं, वो सभी, मैं आगरा के MP होने के नाते ब्रज और मुगलिया की साझा संस्कृति के शहर आगरा में, दीन इलाही और सुलह कुल के शहर आगरा में, गंगा जमुनी के तहजीब के शहर आगरा में, गालिब और मीर की धरती आगरा में, प्रसिद्ध इतिहासकार आशीर्वाद लिया श्रीवास्तव और ईश्वरी प्रसाद की धरती आगरा में, बच्चों के गांधी श्री माहेश्वरी जी के शहर आगरा में आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं और अभिनंदन करता हूं। 103 साल पुरानी है, तो मैंने थोड़ा सा अंदाज लगाया कि ये 1917 में गठन हुआ होगा। जब 17 में गठन हुआ होगा तो दुनिया प्रथम विश्व युद्ध से जूझ रहा था, क्योंकि वो विश्व युद्ध 1914 से 1918 के बीच में हुआ था, जिसमें युद्ध की विभीषिकाएं से विश्व गुजर रहा था। हिंदुस्तान में इंडियन इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन का गठन इस उद्देश्य से हो रहा था कि प्रथम विश्व युद्ध के बाद जो आर्थिक स्थिति पूरी दुनिया की टूटेगी, चाहे वो मित्र राष्ट्र हो चाहे ध्रुवीय राष्ट्र हो, तो जरूर कुछ ना कुछ आर्थिक स्थिति को सुदृढ़ करने के लिए विचार होंगे। मेरा ये बड़ा कमजोर विषय है, व्यवहारिक रूप से भी और सैद्धांतिक रूप से भी। मैं कुछ लिखा हुआ लाया था, लेकिन वो नहीं पढ़ना चाह रहा हूँ। लेकिन विषय इतना महत्वपूर्ण है कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए अर्थव्यवस्था का पुनरावलोकन,
एवं आर्थिक वृद्धि में तकनीकी की भूमिका। ये एक दिन की इस संगोष्ठी में जो विद्वान आप अर्थशास्त्री लोग हैं, स्कॉलर्स हैं, वो जो एक मंथन करेंगे, उससे निश्चित तौर से कुछ ऐसा अमृत निकलेगा जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी आत्मनिर्भर भारत, सशक्त भारत, समृद्ध भारत की परिकल्पना कर रहे हैं और उसको धरती पर उतारने का प्रयास भी कर रहे हैं। आज की इस संगोष्ठी से जो अमृत निकलेगा वो देश के काम आएगा और आता भी रहा है। मेरी निश्चित है कि भावनाओं से सड़क नहीं बनती है, भावनाओं से कॉलेज नहीं खुलते हैं। भावनाएं होती हैं लेकिन उसके लिए सीमेंट, लोहा और इसकी पत्थर की जरूरत पड़ती है, उसके लिए पैसे की जरूरत पड़ती है। तो पैसा कैसे आए, देश आर्थिक रूप से कैसे समृद्ध हो, हम राजनीतिज्ञों को जब पीछे से आप जैसे विद्वान अर्थशास्त्री ही अपनी राय देते हैं। मैं इस अवसर पर कहना चाहूँगा कि वैश्वीकरण, उदारीकरण और निजीकरण की जो अवधारणा हुई है, उससे वसुधैव कुटुंबक की जो भारत की अवधारणा थी, वो आर्थिक क्षेत्र में वो चरितार्थ हुई है। मनमोहन सिंह जी का 1991 से 96 के बीच किए गए कार्य को भी हमें प्रशंसा करनी ही होगी। ऐसा हमें बुनियाद मिला है आज मोदी जी आत्मनिर्भर भारत और है भी कि परम स्वतंत्र ना सर पे कोई, उससे ज्यादा स्वतंत्र कोई नहीं होता, इसके सर पे कोई ना हो। ऐसी हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था हो जिसमें हम आत्मनिर्भर हों, उससे अच्छी अर्थव्यवस्था कोई नहीं हो सकती है। जहाँ तक तकनीकी का सवाल है कि अर्थव्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ करने में तकनीकी की क्या भूमिका होनी चाहिए, मैं अर्थशास्त्र का विद्यार्थी नहीं हूँ, लेकिन एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूँगा कि अपने अनुभव ये देखे हैं कि तकनीकी से ही देश यहाँ तक आया है। सुई ना बनाने वाला देश आज अपने जहाज बना रहा है, मिसाइल्स बना रहा है। और ऐसा करके हम, मेरी केवल एक सोच है कि जो हमारा विश्व गुरु वाला भारत था, हम अगर अपने पुराने ही भारत पर लौट आए, पुरानी ही तकनीकी पर लौट आए जो हमसे चुरा ली गई है और जिससे लोग विकसित राष्ट्र हो गए हैं, तो भी एक आत्मनिर्भर भारत हो जाएगा। उदाहरण के तौर से बचपन में मैं देखा करता था कि एक लकड़ी के एक हल से, जो केवल एक कूण जोता करता था, उससे खेती होती थी। तब एग्रीकल्चर ज्यादा था और हल एक फारा कहलाता था, केवल मेरे हाथ के बराबर ऐसे। फिर हमारे देखते देखते लोहे का तिफारा आया जो 3 ऐसे फाड़ता था। उसके बाद हैरो आया। इस तकनीकी से क्या किसान ने फसल ज्यादा नहीं अपनाई है। फिर मैं देखता था कि दाएं चला करती थी और बैलों के खुरों से दाएं होती थी और जुलाई के महीने तक हम क्रशिंग नहीं कर पाते थे। फिर 2 बैलों की एक मशीन आई, उसने क्रांति लाई, और लेकिन जैसे ही थ्रेसर आया तो इस तकनीकी से हम ज्यादा खेती करने लगे और कम समय में करने लगे। उसके बाद आज कंबाइन आई है तो आप देख ही रहे हैं कि कितना किसान को फायदा हुआ है। इसी प्रकार से मेरे अपने गन्नों के खेतों में जो है कोल्हू चला करता था और 5-5 महीने में हम रस नहीं पेर पाते थे, तो उसकी जगह फिर एक्सप्लेरर आया और बाद में आप देख रहे हैं कि मेरठ से जो लोग आए हैं उनके यहाँ तो कई मशीनें हैं, चीनी मिलें हैं। तो तकनीकी से ही हम लोग यहाँ तक आए हैं। जो गेहूं हम खाया करते थे उसे बोया करते थे, पूसा के लोगों ने तकनीकी का इस्तेमाल किया तो अच्छा बीज हमें मिला, अच्छी खाद हमें मिली। मैं इस अवसर पे यही कहना चाहूँगा कि तकनीकी के रूप में हम दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा विकसित थे। 1917 में जब यहाँ इंडियन इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन बन रही होगी तो गोरों का भी हाथ रहा होगा, क्योंकि देश आज़ाद नहीं हुआ था, वो लोग भी इसमें शामिल रहे होंगे। लेकिन वो ये भूल गए होंगे कि हम तकनीकी के रूप में और शिक्षा के रूप में और अर्थशास्त्र के रूप में, खास तौर से जब यहाँ इंडियन इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन का गठन हो रहा था, तो वर्षों 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 पूर्व विष्णुगुप्त, चाणक्य जी, कौटिल्य का लिखा हुआ अर्थशास्त्र आज भी कई बार पढ़ने पे मुझे समझ में नहीं आता है और दुनिया के लिए वो अर्थशास्त्र की एक मार्गदर्शक पुस्तिका है। तो जिस साल संयोग है कि बख्तियार खिलजी नालंदा विश्वविद्यालय को जला रहा था, तो 1917 में जब ये बन रही थी और अंग्रेज लोग भी इसमें शामिल रहे होंगे, उनके पुरखे जिस साल नालंदा जल रहा था उस साल फावड़ा लेके ऑक्सफोर्ड की नींव खोद रहे थे। तो इतने तकनीकी के मामले में या अर्थशास्त्र के मामले में या दर्शन शास्त्र के मामले में या भौतिक शास्त्र के मामले में या रसायन शास्त्र के मामले में या नक्षत्र विज्ञान के मामले में हम यूरोप से बहुत आगे थे। हमारे एचआरडी मिनिस्टर ने अभी एक साल पहले सदन को सूचित करते हुए हर्ष व्यक्त किया कि हमारा एक विश्वविद्यालय या कोई एक आईआईटी दुनिया के 43वें नंबर पे आ गया है। सारे सदन ने ताली बजाई। मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा कि नालंदा और तक्षशिला वाला विश्वविद्यालय वाला देश 43वें या 46वें नंबर आने पर हम मेज थपथपा रहे हैं। खैर, इस दौरान वो है ना कि तू इधर उधर मुझे मौसमों मुझे पतझड़ों की कहानियां सुना सुना के ना उदास कर, नए मौसमों का पता बता, जो गुजर गया सो गुजर गया। लेकिन अब निश्चित तौर से देश के विकास में आप जैसे अर्थशास्त्रियों की जो रिसर्च है, जो सोच है, जो सलाह है, मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा कोई दिन नहीं होता होगा जिस दिन भारत के हर विभाग के कैबिनेट मंत्री किसी न किसी अर्थशास्त्री से अपने विभाग में कैसे ठीक हो, कैसे हमारा बढ़े, कैसे जमीन पर उतारा जाए, ये सलाह जरूर लेते हैं। हालांकि बहुत कम लोगों के नाम फ्रंट में आते हैं, लेकिन कई योजनाएं हम पॉलिटिशियंस ने देश के अर्थशास्त्रियों के वर्षों के शोध के बाद जो उनका निष्कर्ष निकला था उसको अपनी बना करके हम लोगों ने अपने विभाग को चमकाने का काम किया है। उसके पीछे आप लोगों का बड़ा योगदान हुआ करता था। तकनीकी के रूप में हम इतने समृद्ध थे। हम तकनीकी की बात कर रहे हैं कि राइट ब्रदर्स जब जहाज बना रहा था 1900 कुछ में, तो यहाँ पुष्पक बन चुका था। और पुष्पक बनाने में भारद्वाज ऋषि जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान था, जो प्रयागराज पर ही जिनका आश्रम है। जिस साल मार्कोनी वायरलेस बना रहे होंगे और दुनिया को कह रहे होंगे हमने बहुत बड़ी चीज बना दी, वो ये भूल गए थे कि इसी बटेश्वर से मथुरा जाते हुए कंस जब अपनी बहन को ले जा रहे थे तो इसी आगरा के आसपास कहीं आकाशवाणी हुई थी कि तुम जिसको लेके जा रहे हो उसका बेटा ही तुम्हारे वध का कारण बनेगा। तो ये क्या एफएम नहीं था? ये आकाशवाणी नहीं थी? क्या ये वायरलेस नहीं था? क्या ऐसा कोई उदाहरण यूरोप दे सकता है या अमेरिका कोई ऐसा उदाहरण दे सकता है कि 5000 साल पहले द्वापर में उनके पास आकाशवाणी या एफएम या वायरलेस था? इसी प्रकार से जब गोरे लोगों ने बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट बनाई, तो हम बहुत पहले, जो प्रहलाद की बुआ थी, नहीं कर्ण थे, वो बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट उनके पास हुआ करती थी। उसको कानन कुंडल कवच आप कुछ भी कहें, लेकिन वो अभेद्य थी। अभेद्य का मतलब बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट कर्ण के पास थी, जो बाद में यूरोप ने बनाया है। इसी प्रकार से हम फायर ब्रिगेड वालों को फायर प्रूफ जैकेट दे रहे हैं, और इंग्लैंड अमेरिका 20-30 साल पहले दे चुके थे, लेकिन प्रहलाद की बुआ के पास ये थी और वो इसी को होलिका इसी को पहन के बैठ गई थी। बाई द वे हवा आ गई और वो बच्चे पर बुलेट फायर प्रूफ जैकेट चली गई और होलिका जल गई। अग्निबाण हमारे आज के मिसाइल हुआ करते थे। और सर्जरी का एक बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल है, क्योंकि जो गणेश जी हैं ये गुलशन नंदा, प्रेम वाजपेयी या रानू के उपन्यास के पात्र नहीं है। ये हमारे प्रथम पूज्य भगवान हैं, ये थे। ऐसी कोई कहानी नहीं लिखी गई है। तो सर्जरी का बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल है। आज यूरोप या अमेरिका के लोग लंग ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं या किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट करते हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ तो सीधे सीधे हाथी का सर ट्रांसप्लांट हुआ है और वो सफल हुआ है, वो सर्जरी सफल हुई है। तो तकनीकी के रूप से हम इतने एडवांस हैं। ये विज्ञान की दृष्टि की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अर्थशास्त्र में भी तकनीकी का बड़ा उपयोग है। आज स्टार्टअप इंडिया है, मेक इन इंडिया है, या प्रधानमंत्री का जो स्किल डिपार्टमेंट जो उन्होंने खोला है, इंडिया है, ये इसी प्रकार से अर्थव्यवस्था में तकनीकी के प्रयोग करने से और अर्थव्यवस्था को हम सुदृढ़ करने का काम करेंगे। ये मेरा विषय नहीं है, इसलिए मुझे इस पर ज़्यादा बात नहीं करनी चाहिए। एक गांव देहात के छोटे मोटे अनुभव हैं, वो मैंने आपसे शेयर करने के कोशिश की है। लेकिन अर्थशास्त्रियों के योगदान को देश भुला नहीं सकता। मुझे खुशी है कि कौटिल्य के वंश के जो उत्तराधिकारी हैं, वो भी अपने पूर्वजों की परंपरा को निभाने का काम कर रहे हैं। और अर्थशास्त्र का राजनीति से बहुत गहरा संबंध है। अर्थ के बिना राजनीति नहीं चल सकती है। ये बात सही है, और राजनीति के बिना फिर भी अर्थ चल सकता है, लेकिन अर्थ के बिना राजनीति कभी नहीं चल सकती है। तो देश के विकास में, और ये जो आपने एक छोटी सी डॉक्यूमेंट्री दिखाई, तो उसमें आपने अपने उन तमाम इंडियन इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन से जुड़े हुए, मुझे दिनेश जी बता रहे थे, अग्रवाल साहब बता रहे थे कि इनमें एक प्रोफेसर साहब ऐसे थे कि इतने सहज सरल थे कि कई बार नंगे पांव ही जी ब्रह्मानंदा जी आ जाते थे। तो ऐसी गौरवशाली एक परंपरा आपकी है, और इतने मूर्धन्य अर्थशास्त्रियों से जुड़ी हुई ये एसोसिएशन है। मुझे आशा ही नहीं वरन पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आज की इस संगोष्ठी से जो चीज़ें निकल करके आएंगी, वो मोदी के मेक इन इंडिया को, स्टार्टअप इंडिया को, स्किल इंडिया को और आत्मनिर्भर भारत को बनाने में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका आप निभाते आ रहे हैं और निभाएंगे। मैं आप सबका पुनः, और ख़ास तौर से अपने वाइस चांसलर साहब का, कि वो जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि वो उसमें अवसर ढूंढ लेते हैं, तो आपने विश्वविद्यालय में अघोषित लोग छुट्टी मान लिया करते थे कि कोरोना चल रहा है, कोविड-19 चल रहा है, तो फ्री की तनख्वाहें आपने नहीं लेने दी है। 40-50 वेबिनार आपने करते रहे हैं, और इसको भी अवसर आपने, आपत्ति को भी अवसर बना दिया है, और 40-50 वेबिनार यहाँ पर हुई हैं। विनम्रता विनम्रता की आप प्रतिमूर्ति हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि आपके विश्वविद्यालय के, मुझे इस बात का कोई गर्व कभी भी नहीं होता है कि मैं 4 बार लोकसभा में हूँ और 1 बार राज्यसभा में हूँ और 1 बार देश की बड़ी विधानसभा में कैबिनेट मंत्री रहा हूँ। मुझे इस बात का कभी-कभी गर्व तो नहीं, अच्छा अनुभूति होती है कि हिंदुस्तान के पुराने विश्वविद्यालय, आगरा विश्वविद्यालय, आगरा जो अम्बेडकर विश्वविद्यालय है, उसके 1823 में स्थापित आगरा कॉलेज आगरा में मैं एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर हूँ। इस बात पे कॉलर खड़ी कर लेता हूँ कई बार कि मेरा आगरा कॉलेज आगरा से संबंध है, मैं वहाँ पढ़ाता हूँ, और मैंने एक पीजी भी इस विश्वविद्यालय से की है। इस प्रकार से 4 विश्वविद्यालय में पढ़ने का मौका मिला, लेकिन जब वो सब पढ़ाई अधूरी थी जब तक मैं आगरा विश्वविद्यालय आगरा का छात्र नहीं बना, क्योंकि ये एक ड्रीम हुआ करता था लोगों का। 3 राज्यों में स्थापित इस विश्वविद्यालय में, 3 राज्यों में स्थापित ये विश्वविद्यालय, इसी विश्वविद्यालय से जो मेरठ के लोग आए हैं वो यहीं से बना है मेरठ विश्वविद्यालय। जो बरेली से आए होंगे, बरेली विश्वविद्यालय इसी विश्वविद्यालय से बना है। जो कानपुर से लोग आएंगे, कानपुर विश्वविद्यालय यहीं से बना है। जो ग्वालियर या अन्य राज्यों से आए होंगे, जीवाजी विश्वविद्यालय और कई प्राइवेट विश्वविद्यालय जो खुल गए हैं, सबकी जो मूल रूप से ये आगरा विश्वविद्यालय आगरा ही था। इसके पहले आगरा कॉलेज कैलकाटा यूनिवर्सिटी से एफिलिएटेड था, बाद में हमारा ये विश्वविद्यालय बना है। और इसी विश्वविद्यालय से अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी हमारे, और 2 प्रधानमंत्री चौधरी चरण सिंह जी इसी विश्वविद्यालय से पढ़े हैं, और राष्ट्रपति जी भी, वर्तमान राष्ट्रपति जी भी इसी विश्वविद्यालय के छात्र हैं। और सेंट जॉन से हमारे पूर्व राष्ट्रपति आदरणीय शर्मा जी, वो भी सेंट जॉन से पढ़े थे। तो इस विश्वविद्यालय का एक गौरवशाली इतिहास है, और इसी विश्वविद्यालय में इस प्रकार की वेबिनार, संगोष्ठियां, कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही हैं, तो हम अपनी गौरवशाली परंपरा को बनाए रखे हैं। मैं पुनः आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ और अभिनंदन करता हूँ। और पिछले 26 साल पहले मैंने एक नियम बनाया था कि यदि मैं एमपी बनूंगा तो इतवार को लोकसभा नहीं चलेगी, राज्यसभा में जाऊंगा तो इतवार को नहीं चलेगी, विधानसभा में जाऊंगा तो इतवार को नहीं चलती है, कैबिनेट मंत्री बनूंगा, ये सब हो गया तो कैबिनेट नहीं होती। इसलिए इतवार को जनता से जरूर 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 मिलना चाहिए। ये हमारे मैं बॉस ही कह सकता हूँ। मैं चूंकि एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर हूँ, इसलिए कुलपति जी मेरे बॉस हैं, बॉस इज ऑलवेज राइट। तो उनके इस आदेश पर मैं पहली बार 25-26 साल में अपने घर पे आई हुई जनता को छोड़ते हुए और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में शामिल हुआ हूँ। लेकिन मेरी बड़ी इच्छा थी कि आज मैं अपना सामान्य ज्ञान अर्थशास्त्र के मामले में जो बड़ा कमजोर है, थोड़ा सा सुन करके ठीक करता। लेकिन मुझे कई मैसेज आ रहे हैं और सीधे सीधे फोन आ रहे हैं कि घर पे हमारे सेमिनार में बैठे हुए से कई गुना संख्या इस समय पार्क में बैठी हुई है। मुझे जाना ही होगा, क्योंकि आज कोई बहाना होता नहीं है कि पार्लियामेंट चल रही है या और कुछ हो रही है। मैं माफी के साथ कि जब असली विषय शुरू होगा, जब आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने में अर्थव्यवस्था में तकनीकी के क्या योगदान होगा, इस पर जब विचार हो रहे होंगे, तब मैं सुन नहीं पाऊंगा। तो मैं जो पुस्तक दोनों का आज यहाँ पर हुआ है, उनके लेखक लेखिकाओं को मैं बधाई देना चाहूँगा, और जिन लोगों का सम्मान किया गया है उनको भी बधाई देना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि ये पगड़ी कोई कपड़े की पगड़ी या कीमत नहीं है, ये बहुत बड़ा मान सम्मान है। ये मान सम्मान जब पूरा देश देखता है तो सीसीटीवी कवरेज हो जाती है। तो आपके कंधों पर और भी ज़्यादा अब भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना और तकनीकी की सहायता से अर्थव्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ करने की जिम्मेदारी अब और भी ज़्यादा आ गई है, क्योंकि आगरा ने आपको सरताज और ये पगड़ी पहनाई है। मुझे याद है कि इस छोटे से इनाम का या सम्मान का बड़ा महत्व होता है। 9 साल की उम्र में अंताक्षरी प्रतियोगिता में जिले में ब्लॉक तहसील होते हुए जब जिले में मैं जीता था, तो इनाम के तौर पर रेक्सोना साबुन की सबसे छोटी वाली टिक्की मिली थी। यकीन मानिए उस टिक्की की खुशबू से मैं आज तक महर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि उसने 9 साल की उम्र से 9 साल की उम्र में स्टेज का फोबिया, माइक का फोबिया और मंच का फोबिया दूर कर दिया था। इसलिए चाहे लाल किले से भाषण दिया हो या बेगम हजरत पार्क से या कोठी मीना बाजार से, पैर नहीं कँपाते, और आज नहीं कँपा रहे हैं तो कभी नहीं कँपाएंगे, क्योंकि आज मैं देश के प्रमुख अर्थशास्त्रियों के बीच में एक तंग अर्थ के मामले में दिमाग रखने वाला और आर्थिक रूप से भी विपन्न हूँ, और अर्थ के मामले में मानसिक रूप से भी विपन्न हूँ। तब भी मेरे पैर इसलिए नहीं कँपा रहे हैं कि वो साबुन की रेक्सोना साबुन की छोटी सी टिक्की ने ये मनोबल बढ़ा दिया था। तो आप लोगों को सम्मानित किया गया और हमारा गौरव है, हमारा अपना, कि मुझे इतने अच्छे अर्थशास्त्रियों के बीच में आज बैठने का मौका मिला, जिस विषय से डर के मारे मैंने एमए इकोनॉमिक्स नहीं की थी। बहुत 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 धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। आपको सुन रही थी तो समझ नहीं आ रहा था कि मैं लास्ट में क्या बोलूं, लेकिन कुछ लाइनें हैं जो शायद आपके व्यक्तित्व को निखार कर सामने ला सके। एक घटना है, एक पेड़ में आग लग रही है, तो पेड़ कह रहा है कि आग लगी इस वृक्ष में, जलते इसके पात, तुम क्यों जलते पक्षियों जब पंख तुम्हारे पास। तो आवाज क्या आती है, पक्षी क्या बोलते हैं कि फल खाए इस वृक्ष के, बीज लथेड़े पा, यही कर्तव्य है अपना कि जले इसी के साथ। तो आप धरती से जुड़े हुए इंसान हैं, हम आपको बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं देते हैं और बहुत सारा ये एक प्रार्थना करेंगे आप हमेशा खुश रहे और जहां पे भी रहे तरक्की करते रहे। To make this moment memorable, I request Dr. Ashok Mittal sir, the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University and the President of IA Conference, to present the memento as a token of love to our Chief Guest, Dr. S.P. Singh Baghel sir. Please, clapping is important. So this is the memory, and to give the thanks and to show the respect, it's from our entire association. I request all the dignitaries to please clap to show the love and thanks to our chief guest. Thank you very much, sir. Friends, the world of education is changing tremendously. Owing to modern requirements are much needed changes. Conventional methods of education needs to be changed to adapt the current condition that are very different. Online mode becomes the powerful method in academics. Today, we have Professor Kamlesh Mishra, sir, for a special address. Professor Kamlesh Mishra is a PhD in economics from Northern University, Boston, USA. He did his advanced training in finance management and from Harvard Institute for International Development, Harvard University. Professor Kamlesh Mishra currently holds the position of Vice Chancellor of Rishihood University, Sonipat. He was the founding Vice Chancellor of Oro University, Surat, also the Vice Chancellor of Ansar University, Gurgaon. I request you, sir, for a special address. Professor Kamlesh Mishra, sir. I request technical person to help so that we can listen our guest.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
yeah, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and
Okay.
voice is very clear.
Thank you so much. And let me first congratulate the organizers for this 103rd Indian Economic Association conference that is happening. And my special thanks to Professor Dinesh and Professor Bhatt, who actually got in touch with me and asked me to be part of this event today. Thank you so much for having me. I think what I'm going to talk about is what's happening today and where we as a nation are heading towards. I think as economists, we have a very big responsibility on us to now steer the nation in the right direction. We have tested so many models of development, and we have seen the results of those development models that we have used. In 1991, when we decided to move away from a socialistic pattern of society towards a more free market type of a system, it was a compulsion that we had to go through. It has taken us so many years to even begin to realize the benefits of a free market system for economic development. Now, I'm not here to say that the free market doesn't have its own disadvantages. But what I feel is that what reforms are required, the first most important thing that is required is the change in the mindset of the people. Reforms to me are not a process of doing things differently. They are a process of transforming the thinking of the people and the mindset of the population. Unless we are able to change the mindset of the people, reforms don't become successful. Also, we need to understand that whenever there is a structural shift that takes place, the way that it's happening in India, structural shift requires new kind of institutions that govern the new economy. We are at this time in the process of setting up those institutions that will govern free markets. I think it's important for us to understand that a lot of things that we were getting in this country, we are getting for free. And whenever you give the population something for free and then all of a sudden ask them to pay for it, it's going to be a problem. And we are facing those problems slowly. However, for the last 6, 7 years, the kind of changes that are taking place are taking us in the right direction. They are taking us to an area that will help us grow. And I know that in these kind of difficult situations, a lot of people will ask questions that why do we need a bullet train when there are so many people hungry? Why do we need to have such a huge space program when people don't have jobs in other areas? There are always going to be questions that are going to be asked. I only feel that it's important for us to understand that we need to go with everything together. Development cannot be in single direction. It is important for us as a nation to be able to take care of those people who cannot take care of themselves. That's an objective that we should pursue as a society, because no matter how developed we are going to be, there will be some groups of people who would not be able to take care of themselves. And it is our responsibility as a nation, as a government, to take care of those people. But at the same time, we should not say that bullet trains are not required. I think they are required. We have to move in both the directions. And that's the kind of model that is necessary for us. A while back, I said that India is going through a structural shift. And a lot of people tell me, that there is no difference between what used to happen before and what happens now. I don't believe that. I think today, the digitization and the use of technology is taking the country in a new direction. I'm happy that at least we have a leader that we can trust. Because my belief has always been, if your leader at the top is honest and is dedicated to the cause of building the nation, then there is going to be hope if people at the lower levels are still corrupt. But if our leader is someone who does not inspire confidence, then we don't have any hope left. So I feel that as a country, we are moving in the right direction. We all need to begin to think, how much can we contribute to this development process? How much can we contribute? And we all have to contribute in our own ways, in our own areas, by creating centers of excellence. And hopefully, over a period of time, these centers of excellence get connected and we have a beautiful new system that exists. Economic development, the way that has happened in India, has been a disaster for us as a nation. We have not been able to move out of the cycle of poverty. I think right now is the time for us to move towards a development plan where over the next 20, 25 years, if we work hard in the right direction, I think we would be a nation that can be very proud. I also believe that this is one shift that is happening. If we miss the train this time, the next 100 years are gone for India. This is going to be a century for India, and we cannot afford to miss it this time. We missed the Industrial Revolution. We missed the IT revolution. But this is one revolution that we should not miss at any cost. We have the right kind of leadership. Yes, we have our problems. I'm not saying that India is going to be without problems. A country which is so large will continue to have problems. But we need to find better ways of dealing with those problems, right? Unfortunately, we don't have a political opposition which is good enough for this government. It's good to have a great opposition. It's good to have an opposition that is very country-centric. Unfortunately, we are not. And that's going to be one of the major challenges. Let's look at the crisis today of the farmers. Why is it that this crisis is only among the Punjab farmers? The reforms that are being brought about in agriculture will change how agriculture is done. Please try and understand that today in the United States, only 1% of the population is dependent on agriculture. It's a highly mechanized system, right? And they are able to feed such a large population and still be able to export more than what is required. We still have 60-65% of the population that is directly dependent on agriculture. Let's not keep the farmers dependent on agriculture itself. Industrialization is a requirement for development. Let's not go back to the primitive ages. Unless we are able to consolidate farmland, unless we are able to create larger size of farmlands, we will not be able to become commercial cultivation happening on that. That's going to be a big problem. So I feel that the current laws economically make a lot of sense. We want to bring competition, and the competition has to come everywhere. Now, a lot of people say that these farm laws, because they will bring competition, it's going to be a loss. Think of those days when you could buy only Ambassador cars. Think of those days that you could buy only Alvin refrigerators. Think of those days where competition never existed. And think of what has happened today. Please try and understand that competition is always good for the consumer. And we need to promote competition in every sphere. But when we begin to make such a shift, we also have to understand that those people who have benefited from the old system are not going to like it. But we still need to stand firm in our resolve. Let's work together to create a nation which is going to be completely different. A nation where young people can get jobs, where reservation is not required. Why do we have so much of reservation today in this country? Because people don't have jobs. If enough jobs are created, reservation is not required. So let's work towards a system which will create more jobs for young people. That can happen only when competition is there and business is promoted. Our dependence on agriculture has to reduce, not in terms of output, but in terms of the number of people who are dependent on it. I hope the Indian Economic Association will work towards promoting the idea of competition and free markets. And I hope that we will be able to make a difference in contributing towards policy making in the government. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your suggestions and your encouragement word is are with us, and definitely we are going to adapt that in the future policy. Now it's the time for inaugural address. We have Professor K.J. Joseph, sir, for inaugural address. Professor K.J. Joseph is Director, Gulati Institute of Finance and Taxation, JIFT, Tiruvananthapuram, is the founder, edition chief is Innovation and Development, published by Tower and Finance London, President of Globus and President Kerala Economic Association. Sir, I request you for inaugural address.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Hello, am I audible?
Sir, you are audible.
Esteemed Professor Ashok Mittal, Vice Chancellor of Bhimrao Ambedkar University and President of this function. Honorable Member of Parliament from Agra, Dr. S.P. Baghel. Professor Ghanshyam Singh, President, Indian Economic Association. Professor Kamlesh Mishra, Vice Chancellor, Rishikesh University, Sonipet. Professor R.P. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Swami Keshavananda Rajasthan Agriculture University, Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, Professor Dinesh Singh, who took all the troubles, I understand, the Secretary of IEA, other dignitaries on the dais, and those who have logged in, plenary speakers, office bearers of this great association, local organizing committee members, members of Indian Economic Association, teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be with you today to inaugurate the 103rd annual conference of Indian Economic Association, which has a very great history. And I'm extremely happy that the organizers have conceived this function in a hybrid manner, despite we are living in a highly trying times. And this is the best manner in which we are harnessing the new information communication technology to address and get over the problems posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. I must also congratulate the organizers for the theme for the discussion. I think reviving the economy towards self-reliance, self-reliant India since 1991 and to the future. And you could not have selected a topic more appropriate than this one. Friends, I know that we are very late. I have actually prepared a PowerPoint for something like 35 minutes. I know that this is not the time to test your patience. I'm actually in a trouble in terms of how do I present my ideas. I will try to be brief to the extent possible. As my idea of this presentation is to proceed in this following manner, to provide a brief journey of our self-reliant socialistic pattern of society, as earlier speaker already said, to globalization and the current phase, the future phase, which is articulated in terms of Atmanirbhar Bharat. There I thought I will take a quick deviation to, next I take quick deviation to locate or situate India's performance in the context of Asian performance. Then we shall articulate Atmanirbhar Bharat in the context of a COVIDized economy. Then we articulate an innovation system to achieve our mission, our vision through an innovation system, what is called the an innovation system for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And finally, to kind of highlight a few takeaways, or rather some questions to which we should be articulating. I know that for any student of economics, I need not to labor hard in terms of putting the 4 different phases, I would say 3 different phases, and the 4th phase which we are entering in. As you are all aware, when many of the developing countries got their political independence after the Second World War, the idea of import substitution, the idea of predominant role of the state, the idea of public sector domination that mostly articulated drawing from the insight of Frederick List, an economist of Germany, who in 1941 bothered about how to transform an underdeveloped economy to a developed country. At that time, Germany was a less developed country and UK was a developed country. The question that bothered him was how to facilitate the catch-up of a less developed country. And the idea of import substitution, the idea of protection, in fact, when goes back to the Frederick List, and it is said that you cannot, in fact, the ideas of Adam Smith of free market will not help an economy to achieve catch up of the type that Frederick List envisaged. And in India too, we have something like 30 years of import substitution, and the hallmark was self-reliance. And I'm sure, I know that much has been accomplished during that period. I would like to quote in the sphere of, for example, building an innovation system. I would say Surendra Patel says that there is no parallel even in many of the other developed countries, this system of scientific infrastructure that we have built up. A country which was begging for food grains became self-reliant in food by 1971, almost with the production of almost 114 million metric tons of food. And many other areas we achieved much, but at the same time, as my earlier speaker said, we had very limited choice. Somebody wanted to buy a car, could buy only Ambassador. Somebody wanted to get a telephone, had to wait for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, so on and so forth. And the overall growth that we have achieved was what is called often, put it as Hindu rite of Raj Krishna said. And there came in the 1980s the second phase of Indian liberalization, which Professor Subramanian would argue it as, that Danny Roderick and Subramanian would articulate as internal liberalization or pro-business, wherein we have been able to achieve a remarkable increase in our growth rate, and much has been accomplished. And in China also opened up, China also kind of went in for the internal liberalization in 1978. But in India, we moved to globalization phase with a greater role for the market in 1991 and the third phase. And today when we talk about in the eve of Atmanirbhar, I'm sure we have accomplished a lot. The rate of growth of the economy, in fact, picked up much higher, increased. But if you look at very closely, we can see that the recorded rate of growth of GDP under globalization was not significantly higher than what is called what we achieved during 1980s. And at the same time, we have seen that while we have been able to reduce inequality to a greater extent during the earlier periods of control, inequality has exceeded unimaginable limits. As Thomas Piketty would argue, the share of the 50% of the population in the gross GDP has declined steadily, and it was almost unmatched with many other countries, and keeping apart the countries like South Africa or Brazil. So in this context, I must say, I think how we have been able to kind of perform, I think it might be ideal to kind of talk, to put India in a comparative perspective in Asian context. You know that writing Asian drama by Gunnar Middle, in 1968, that you must be aware that he's lived in India, his wife herself was in India, and looking at the institutional architecture which was available at that time for Asia, he argued that Asia doesn't have a great future. But what we saw after that was a remarkable Asia, or a dramatic Asia, and today we think that there is a general consensus that the next century is going to be Asia century. As a result, I mean, going by any indicators, it could be proved the share of Asia in the global GDP, as is evident from this The stable almost doubled from 18% in 1970 to almost more than 36% of today. And again, this Asia's, when we look at Asia's performance, it has been accompanied by remarkable structural transformation. You will find that the kind of the engine of Asian growth was in fact, it was industry. India also, when we were trying trying to develop India's economy, we were also aiming at industry. And if you look at Asia, you'll find that the share of the red line here, the share of industrial sector has been showing a remarkable increase the share of global GDP. And you will find that with respect to manufacturing from 1970 to 2015, the region expanded its share in global manufacturing value from 1.6% to 25.3%, almost quarter of the GDP. My dear friends, at this time, I must draw your attention back to the situation as early as in 1710. I mean, at the time of the death of Aurangzeb, the share of India accounted for almost quarter of manufacturing GDP in the world. And, over time, we have our share has steadily declined. And today, Asia accounted for almost 25%. We are getting back. Now, the point is that who made the Asian miracle? If you look at South Asia, you will share the share of South Asia and has almost remained stagnant. And in fact, much of it was contributed by East Asia and Southeast Asia, and within Southeast Asia, and it is mostly China. In fact, what we are going to have today is not an Asia century, and we are going to have a China century, to put it precisely. You look at the performance of manufacturing or industry, services, and GDP. The China's growth rate has been in 3 to 4 decades, it was recording a 2-digit growth rates. And when you are coming to India, in fact, though we take a lot of pride in our achievements, in fact, our growth rate was no way comparable to that of China. Even when we compare with some of the other countries, like some of the least developed countries like Laos or Vietnam or Bangladesh or Cambodia, our performance, in fact, was on par with those countries. So what I'm trying to say that when we are talking about India, when you are talking about a dramatic performance of Asia, we were not able to keep on par with our neighboring countries. And it is in this context that we have to think about more precisely what happened in India. As you are aware, we aimed at manufacturing. The share of manufacturing in India's GDP was just 9% in 1951, and by 1980, we were able to raise it to almost 15%. And during the period of globalization, and what actually happened was that we were not able to even move an inch forward. Though we aimed at achieving 100 million employment from the manufacturing sector, and we wanted to raise manufacturing sector share to something like 25%, even today, share of India's manufacturing is hovering around 15 to 16%. And this is something which, and while we aimed at manufacturing, the service sector, which is today accounting for almost what is called 60% of the GDP, they account for total employment of only 33%. What is more importantly, agriculture sector, which accounts for something like 18% of the GDP, employs as much as 50% of the population. So you have a situation wherein one sector like services, which accounts for, has a very high productivity, and we have got agriculture, very low productivity. And this is the primary ingredient of increasing inequalities being generated. The way in which we have been able to bring about the nature of transformation was one that has been breeding inequality. Even within manufacturing, which accounts for almost 13% of the employment in the organized manufacturing I'm referring to, the share of wages in value added almost half, from little over 22% in the early years of 1980 to something like 10% today. And profit, of course, has increased. What I'm trying to say that we have been having a what is called a growth structural and transformation, which has been aggravating inequality. And this is what is evident from here in the next graph, which is shown, taken from Piketty. So what is more important today, my dear friends, what we need to say is that the world that we are living in is not, when we got independence, it was the general economic, the advice by the economists was one that if you either industrialize or perish. And at that time, industrialization was seen as, in fact, an escalator for developing countries to achieve catch-up. But what we see is that with globalization, in fact, industry is no more. Industry is no more a catch-up sector for the developing countries, which are so that earlier that the share of manufacturing in employment. I mean, this is a graph taken from Amirapu and Subramanian, which argues that as we go along, what we said the employment in manufacturing declines at a much lower level of per capita income. So if in case of African countries, they are faced with what is called deindustrialization, even at a per capita income of less than 1,000 rupees. And in case of India, we are actually in the brink of deindustrialization, even without crossing a per capita income of 2,000. So this is a major challenge. So this is a major challenge that we have to really address. And it is in this context that we have to look at what is called the situation got from bad to worse with the outbreak of COVID. As you are aware, COVID has actually, with COVID, that it affects, it adversely affects, it is impact from the demand side or in the supply side, and that adversely affects all sectors of the economy. There is hardly any sector of the economy or sections of society which were not adversely affected. In the Indian scenario, we know that we had major problem or rather failure in handling this kind of a pandemic. And today it has had a significant decline in the tax revenue, and Indian economy has become one of the lowest growing economy in the world. And if you look at this curve, that figures shows that the projection from IMF, the World Economic Outlook, is saying that this year economy is likely to grow at minus 10% growth rate, degrowth of minus 10%. And next year, even if we pick up 8.8%, after 2 years, we will be having a situation of minus 1.5% growth rate as compared to 1919. And this has to be compared with 10% growth in case of China. So what we are trying to say that this is a context wherein we have to think more imaginatively, and what would say that Atmanirbhar Bharat and the vision that is envisaged in Atmanirbhar Bharat, could not have been better, as I said in my opening remarks. Now the question is how to we have a situation wherein at the global level we have a situation of deindustrialization. And then we should not forget the fact that when we are talking about deindustrialization by developing countries, the global share of manufacturing in the world GDP remained almost stagnant at 14 to 16%. This essentially means that the deindustrialization, in essence, means that some countries are not able to take a bigger part of the world, the global cake. That means if you want to survive, if you want to increase your share, you have to be innovative, you have to be competitive. And competition doesn't fall from heaven like manna. And this competition, your competitiveness comes from your innovation capability. And innovation capability is the progeny of the innovation system. And innovation system is a concept which is articulated by Global Network of Economics of Learning, Innovation, and Competition Building System, or Globalix, for which I am currently the president of that. So this concept can be seen at a level of national level. We can see it at a sectoral level. We can see it. I can articulate it at a regional level. In fact, when you talk about innovation, according to our framework, innovation is quintessentially an act of learning. This act of learning can be seen in terms of science, technology, innovation more. A codified knowledge, scientific knowledge, and equally important in addressing the problems of the countries like India is in fact the experience-based learning or the doing, using, and interacting. So what I'm trying to say, the question, but at the same time, if you look at the science technology policy of India, we don't find adequate recognition of the role of DUI mode of learning or experience-based learning. On the other hand, we give so much of importance to STI mode of learning. And even in that STI mode of learning, when you talk about regional system, in fact, in a country like India, the regional systems are more important. And when we are articulating, when you are thinking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is very important to really articulate, how are we facilitating the regional subnational governments to develop the interactive space, to develop the innovation system, and how facilitating is the fiscal federal context in the country. In a country, with the GST, that while the state governments have sacrificed almost 56% of their tax revenue, the central government has had to sacrifice only 28%. On the other hand, when you talk about the tax, when you are talking about the total expenditure, the states, when the COVID comes, it is the state. It is the people who fight COVID. It's not the central government. So what I'm trying to say that is we need to have a much more of a decentralized and giving more importance to kind of, when you talk about, this is something which one has to elaborate further. Now, let me come to the learning aspect. I mean, though we aimed at what is called the STI mode of learning, if you look at the total R&D expenditure in the country towards building science base, we are talking about a shining India, but the share of R&D in the country is actually not even 1%. Though we aimed at 2% in mid-90s, even today it is not even, it's only 1.7%, while China has got 2.1%, over 2.1%. In fact, the number of patents registered by the whole India is not even less than one company, Huawei, in China. So, in fact, if we take what is needed for India is actually articulating a learning system, an innovation system for Atmanirbhar, and it can have a science-based learning. It should have a working on two-leg strategy of experience-based learning. Each one of them could be articulated in terms of intra-firm interaction, inter-country interaction, intra-country interaction, and I mean, I don't have the time to elaborate on this. So what we need is that we have to think in terms of a learning economy at the national level and at the regional level and at the sub-regional level. And Atmanirbhar should not be in India's Atmanirbhar. You cannot think of India's Atmanirbhar without sub-national entities. In fact, each individual achieving his Atmanirbhar, no India's Atmanirbhar. So what I'm trying to say that this is time to think in terms of how we really articulated enough and if about Atmanirbhar. When you're talking about here in this context, I have no other way but to cannot leave agriculture is the core. I mean, 50% of the workforce over there. In fact, there is the need for thorough paradigm shift in understanding the agricultural innovation system in the country. Today, the conventional system of National Agricultural Research System to National Agricultural Knowledge and Innovation System, and then we have the next evolutionary process of agricultural innovation system. And today, in fact, what is needed is that out of the 540 million farms in the world, almost 90% are small farmers. And these are the small farmers. In Indian agriculture is again, it's a small farmer scenario. There, it has been shown that they are not the blind adopters of the knowledge which is shed out from the system. They have their own learning. And do we have a system of harnessing that? So do we have a system of innovation for the farmers and to innovation with the farmers, and by respecting and appreciating innovation by the farmers? So what I'm trying to say is that when you talk about the knowledge system, when you're talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, there is the need for a total transformation in the industry, in agriculture, in our education system, in the learning system. This is what is very important. So my dear friends, I've taken much more time than only 23 minutes. In the last one minute, I would like to sum up. I would like to say that, in fact, the idea of Atmanirbhar, when we talk about, instead of the self-reliance of a static sense, this is a self-reliance of dynamic sense. You open up to the world. When you are talking about, this is the most appropriate vision in the current challenge. Atmanirbhar is, in its proper sense, should be able to address the limits of self-reliance, and it should also address the downsides of globalization. We should not be allowing the inequality to go beyond all the limits, and it should be laying the foundation of a new India. Now, there are a number of questions that needs to be articulated to achieve this new vision. First of all, under Atmanirbhar, how do we articulating a globalization at our pace and at our terms? Instead of allowing the multinational companies to buy up your companies and getting into and secondly, will it enable? The core question is: are we able to integrate with the world market with integrity? This is the country with this is a country with the great history. This is a country with largest number of population. I mean, second largest in the country. And are we able to integrate with integrity? Will it lead to building a vibrant learning, innovation, and competence building system at the, as I said, national, sectoral, and regional level? And this means a lot. Will it help building a system of innovation that harness and respect the capabilities of small farmers? Will the subnational entities, I mean state governments and the other subnational governments, will be provided with a framework condition wherein their fiscal autonomy is assured? My dear friends, today if a private corporate sector wants to borrow money from abroad, no question is asked if you want to borrow up to 500 million. But on the other hand, if a state government entity, if they want to go and borrow millions, umpteen restrictions, we should be able to harness the global market for addressing our own ends, our aspirations of our people. This is what I mean by globalizing at our terms and at our pace and integrating with integrity. My dear friends, there are as economists, as highly paid economists, I must say that we, the university college teachers, we are paid much by the poor society than they can afford to pay. And it is our time to reflect. There are a number of questions and there are a number of answers. I mean, the answers are limited. I'm sure this association's meeting will help coming up with at least some answers to these questions. With these words, I would like to inaugurate this conference. Thank you once again for inviting me for this, and I wish you all the best and my warm greetings from Kerala to cold Agra, and my warm season greetings and a wonderful new year to all the friends assembled over here online and offline. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Definitely, we are going to adapt the things which you have suggested us. Now, I request Dr. Indu Vashne, ma'am, to come on stage. She is the treasurer of Indian Economic Associations. Dr. Indu Vashne, ma'am, please come on stage. I request Dr. Mamta Singh ji to honor the treasurer of Indian Economic Association, Dr. Indu Vashne ji. Without you, ma'am, the family of IA will not complete. You are the symbol of Nari Shakti in our organization. Now, start time for presidential address. Today, we have the man of golden heart and a very hard-working personality. As president of annual conference of IA, the patron of Indian Economic Association, and the vice chancellor of Dr. Bhim Rao Ambedkar University, Agra. Yes, he is Honorable Dr. Ashok Mitra, sir. Sir, please come for presidential address.
Hello, am I audible? Professor Ghanshyam Singh ji, the President of Indian Economic Association. the Vice President, Professor Pramod Kumar Agrawal, Secretary, Professor Dinesh Kumar, Treasurer, Dr. Indu Vashne, the two organizing secretaries, Professor Birjesh Rawat and Professor V.K. Saraswat, the chief managing editor of the Journal of Indian Economics Association, Professor K.M. Bhatt, and the convener of this conference, Dr. Manoj Rathore, all my fellow teachers present here, research scholars, students, delegate from outside Agra. Very good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure indeed for me as the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Bhim Rao Ambedkar University to host the 103rd annual conference of the very prestigious association that is Indian Economic Association. As you all are saying, this is 103rd annual conference. So you can just think of the golden history which the economists of this country had. And I'm really very grateful to the office bearers of the Indian Economic Association that they have selected our university to organize this conference here at Agra. The theme of the conference are very interesting. The first theme is reviewing the Indian economy towards self-reliant India. The second one is role of technology, innovation, startups for economic growth in India. As Professor Joseph, in his inaugural address, has given or enlightened us the journey of the Indian economy and in a broader perspective of Asia from 1980 till date. During last 40 decades, we have seen lot of up and downs. There is a shift in the sectoral importance in our economy. He has very rightly mentioned that the manufacturing sector is not contributing that much which used to contribute earlier. Now the service sector have taken up its place. But another major down we have seen, which is unimaginable for few months back, that is the present pandemic crisis. Perhaps no one of us could even imagine that we will be facing this particular pandemic and lot of not only economic, social crisis in our, not only in our economy, but globally also. Again, the course of the growth of the economy is going to be affected, and we have to develop various other theories and methods to revive the economy. As the first theme is reviewing the Indian economy, it is perhaps the organizers must have thought of the COVID situation. Because of this situation, how we have to revive our economy again. Because till date, there is no vaccine. I feel God is very liberal for our Indians. The rate of casualties is perhaps the least in India as compared to many European countries. And we have started almost all our economic activities very soon. But as I said, we have to change the growth theories. And therefore, when we were discussing about the theme of the conference, I discussed with Professor Saraswat that it is the time when we should make technology as one of the supporting instrument for Indian economic growth. No doubt, long back, Schumpeter has given a theory of innovation. And that is now very much applicable in the present context. When we talk of the startup, when we talk of Skill India, do you think we can skill the people without having some knowledge of the current technology? Can we have any venture under the banner of a startup without having minimum threshold level of understanding of the new technology? We have all seen that during this period, particularly we all are teachers, that we have to switch on another mode of teaching, and that is online teaching. Many of us before that were not knowing or not very comfortable in this mode of teaching. But now gradually we have started online teaching, and not only the online teaching, but the today's annual conference is also online, sir. So therefore, we have to think how the present technology or existing technology can be utilized for a startup, for making people more skilled, and to revive the economy. I'm sure the deliberations in the 3 days annual conference will take care of these issues, and we will come out with good suggestions. And I will advise the organizers to forward those suggestions of the eminent scholars and the economists to the policy maker. They may get benefit of these deliberations which will take place here during 3 days. I won't take much time because Dr. Professor Dinesh has already informed me that many people are online for the next panel discussion session. But once again, as a patron of this university, I am very thankful to the organizers and the office bearers of this conference for giving us this opportunity. And I look forward to organize many other conferences, not only of economics, but various fields of studies which we are having in our campus. With these words, I thank you once again. And to outside delegates, if they find any discomfort in their stay or any other adjournment, please excuse me for those shortcomings. Once again, thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to request the President of Indian Economic Association, Professor Dr. Ghanshyam Singh, sir, for presidential address. Sir, please.
Kindly take care of that. Yes, sir, I will. Because earlier, Induji has helped me to address it properly. I think. Thankfully, she is here. Okay. Is it enough? Audible? Oh, thank you. Professor Ashok Mittal, the patron of this conference, PK, कब तक आप करते रहिएगा हमको बतला दीजिए see, this technology has made us uncomfortable many a time. So embarrassing sometimes that you can't present what you want to present. Anyway, you have to bear with me. Whatever bad in me, that is me. What is good, that is yours. P.K. Agrawal, Vice President of the Indian Economic Association, K.N. Bhatt, Managing Editor of the conference, Dinesh Kumar, very hard-working Secretary of the association, a very talented, good team of our friends, Angrej Rana, Dushyant Kumar, and other persons who for far away places also helping a good deal. C.V. Singh from Jhansi, Dushyant is available there, and the Indu Vashne is a heart and soul of our association. Unfortunately, last time, when in my previous address, I couldn't refer her, so I apologize her. Very many apology for you and for Manoj Rathore Singh Rathore, who is doing all the time. I find he is in fact for this conference 24/7. All the time he is doing a lot. My friend Ved Tripathi, whom I can't forget him because he has been a friend for a long time, and he has also helped the association in a various way. Ajay Kumar Tovar, the chief program coordinator, he is not here, but then his presence is always felt by all of us because he is all the time he's busy in telling us or guiding us and all that. Neil Mani, whom I say and earlier also I say, he's our very strong pillar, and still from there itself he is helping so much. Nothing to say about Vinod Srivastava, he has taken the responsibility of UP, Uttarakhand Economic Association also, and I am sure he will reach it at its very high. Well, this 103rd Economic Association being organized is here at Agra by this university is a second association, a conference which they are holding. And I'm very happy to say that I am associated with it. In the first conference also, I was very active, though decades back, and I attended. Though at that time, our acquaintances with the university was not so much. Normally, a president has to address academic issue as his confidential presidential address. And in that context, I'd say that we know that we are constant of time. We are moving far behind the time. So I won't like to give a address that I have prepared to address you or made up my mind to say you, but I simply say why, where, and which subject I want to address. Normally, we used to academic address the subject which is very close to your heart. And somehow or other, environmental economics is very close to my heart, not as a student, but as a researcher. Because I remember decades back, in the 80s, Kamraj University, Madurai, with the help of the Bangkok-based financial organization, bank, rather, where Manmohan Singh was the chairman, he assigned Kamraj University to conduct a research, a refresher course, and train the person in environmental economics. Some or other, I was a young teacher, but I was associated and was given responsibility to make the what we call academic output of that. And thereafter, our book, that is an edited book, that is the first book in the subject, and which was Mittal publication. Mittal has published it, and thereafter it became a part of the academic world. See, environmental economics was not a separate discipline as such. It was earlier a part of various disciplines, engineering, economics, sociology, and all that. But during the course of time, people felt that environment is as much important as the survival of man. That's why I have chosen the topic environmental degradation. Is it an issue of global concern? I will give a write-up which our editor will publish it, the whole book, and thereafter you might have observed that Hindu every year till 90s, early 20, they were bringing out one what called environmental survey of environment, and that 10 to 12 issues they have given me us assignment to complete in a thematic way. We tried to do it, and lot of work has been done, but thereafter my publication, our publication, and Hindu couldn't coincide with the terms of agreement. So still that is there, and I wish that our association will publish it in a forum that I undertake to give all that Hindu has given us commitment. Rather, we have given a commitment to get all that in a thematic way. Apart from that, what we call nowadays, we find that environment has become very important issue, and because of that only, we say that we find that the environment should be taken care of, and that is the reason that we have chosen the topic. Apart from that, we find now that what is that? Why share? Why degradation? How degradation has placed there's so much importance, and why, after all, we are going to address the issue that is environmental degradation. You see, whole world is engaged to see, and many other things that have come up, evil things that have abrupt in the society, that is all because of the environmental effects. degradation and all that. So that is an issue which we should take, and we should, in that case, there are three things which we should have to consider. First is that how degradation has. I'm not going to address all the issues. I simply pinpoint at what are the issues that are to be taken care of, that should be addressed by the academics. And academics has a great role to play to convey it as so that we may address it. Younger scholars are here, should take more responsibility as to how the degradation environmental has taken place, how it has been cared by the tribal people. Might have heard a question like Chipko Andolan. In 70s, that Garhwal region women, they were so alert that they wanted to, they say that whenever the deforestation were taking place, they embraced the tree, and therefore that movement has become the Chipko, and Bahuguna became the champion of that. He brought it to the UNA chapter also. And thereafter, Apko in Maharashtra, in Karnataka, Chipko is a translation of Apko. So Apko, they have to did it, and they pursued it to a conclusion rate. So second thing that I wanted to address, and I have addressed my paper, is that how our Indian tribal people were more conscious to conserve the environment, and they did a lot for that. And third is that how it became a global issue. I you know that America is given a trick sometime. Real president, he withdrew it from what we call the agenda that has been taken place. So how it has assumed a global importance, how far it is being addressed, these are the issues that has to be taken care of. So I will tell you other things, but these are the issues that has been taken care of in this address, and that will take on. And through this, I would like to make an appeal to you all of you. So spread the message that how Indian Economic Association in its present days of pandemic COVID-19 doing a lot, physical as well as what we call webinar, seminar, and conferences. So this will give a good message, and I will be also writing in social media. You also do it so that people should know that here is a professional body which is doing a lot of commendable work, and which is good for the society. Even in the adverse situation, our association is doing very commendable work. That's why it is 103rd conference is as successful as it should have been in a normal situation. Well, I told you that I'm not going to take much of your time on this issue. I simply congratulate you, thank you, and request you to kindly give the message all over the nation that here is the association which is really active, and their strong team is doing very commendable work to enrich the association and to make an example of professional association. This is one professional association which in this critical moment also, they are doing the physical as well as the webinar and conferences and all that. This is all my request to you, and this is all which I wanted to share. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you for taking time to listen me so patiently. In this dry situation, you took time to listen us. Thank you very much. Man, now your help. Now you come.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presidential address. Now I again request Ghanshyam sir, the President of Indian Economic Association, as well as Secretary Dr. Professor Dinesh Kumar sir, to present shawl as a memory of this inaugural session and as a vote of thanks. I request all the dignitaries to accept this small shawl from our side as a token of love. Professor Ashok Mittal, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's a memorable movement for us when all the dignitaries are sharing shawl with themselves. Now I would like Saraswat ji, the organizing secretary, local organizing secretary of IA, Agra University. Dr. Manoj Rathod, the convener of Indian Economic Association Conference of 112. VC sir is going to be honoring him. It's a proud moment. Now I request the Secretary of Indian Economic Association, hardworking personality, very down to earth, Professor Dr. Dinesh Kumar sir, for vote of thank. Sir, please, Dinesh sir, for vote of thanks.
Thank you, Madam Dr. Monica Mehta ji. As we are already running short of time, I, in the capacity of Secretary of Indian Economic Association, extend heartiest thanks to all the functionaries of this university, no doubt. On the top, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ashok Mittal ji, the patron of Indian Economic Association. Basically, I think during these circumstances, how difficult it is to take a decision that the association conference of like Indian Economic Association can be organized in physical mode along with online mode. It was really a tough decision, and the association is heartily obliged and extend its heartiest thanks for Professor Ashok Mittal ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Agra. In his deliberation as presidential address, Professor Mittal has submitted and thanks association. That association has provided opportunity to this university. But what the truth is, we all know very well. We are really obliged, really thankful, and the association, along with all its advisors, all its executive committee members, extend its heartiest thanks to this university and all the experts, including inaugural address speaker, Professor K.G. Joseph from Trivandrum, Professor Kamlesh Mishra from Gurgaon, Professor R.P. Singh from Bikaner, Professor Gurmeet Singh from Pondicherry. You all know that some of them were online available. I extend my heartiest thanks and request all of you for the lunch. Along with I will be there, and 3-4 persons will be available here so that I can continue the plenary discussion with the help of Professor Ved Tripathi ji, Professor Anurag Paliwal Saab, Madam Dr. Anju Jain, and my friend Dr. Angel Singh Rana. We all 4-5 will be available here, and rest of are invited for lunch. One information I have to convey. We all know that lunch is available for offline only, and no facility for lunch is available for online participants. But in evening, we are having the refreshment of cultural entertainment at 7 p.m. It will be organizing by this university. I think it will be a duration of 1 hour, 7 to 8. You all are requested to attend that program also, with the same offline as well as online mode. Now we are moving to the plenary discussion session within 3-4 minutes only. Thanks to all. Just wait.
As you all know that the inaugural session is going to be finished. To start our function, we have worshipped Mata Saraswati. Now it's the time for a national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग बिंद हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai. Jai. Thank you very much. And I, Dr. Monica Mehrotra, thank you all. And thanks that they have given me opportunity, IE has given me opportunity to become a part of this event. Thank you all.
Sir, please. Thanks to all. I'm just starting the plenary session. We are having. Sir, please.
मैं यहाँ माइक लगवा रहा हूँ हाँ अभी करा रहा हूँ 2 मिनट में 2 मिनट का
मैंने वो देना प्रोग्राम को बैठा के प्रोग्राम नहीं नहीं वो सिंगल पे लेता है चल जाएगा चल त्रिपाठी के साथ हो रहा है त्रिपाठी के साथ शुरू हो रहा है Ved Tripathi ji, Professor Ved Tripathi ji, you are requested to please join us on the dais. I request Professor Anurag Paliwal Sahab to please come on the dais. Madam Dr. Anju Jain,
वो कंडक्ट कराएंगे उन
please
लोगों
come on the
को।
dais. I request Dr. Angrej Singh Rana to please come on the dais.
अंग्रेज
I
वहाँ
request
के
the
आगरा के लोगों
technicians,
को डायस पर बुला के और वो ऑनलाइन वाला
Professor Adrian Bartley.
बाकी लोग खाना खाने जाएंगे। ये 3-4 लोग इसमें वाजपेयी जी बैठे हुए हैं।
सही हो जाएगा ये अरे वो लेकर जल्दी जाना मैं जल्दी
Thank you.
Sir, there is a technical problem of echo. So please be there for within a 2-3 minutes. We are going to solve this problem. Bajpayee sir, just wait for 2 minutes. We are going to start because some echo problem is here in offline mode, but online we are going to like change the things. हेलो ये सर ये ऑन नहीं है इसको हेलो the person who wants to go for lunch, they can move for lunch. My voice, I'm audible. Vajpayee sir, I'm
Yes,
audible.
yes. You are audible. Am I audible?
Raise your hand if I'm audible to you.
Yes, you are. You are. Whether I am audible to you,
ऑनलाइन वालों को जब तक नहीं आई तो
Monica?
उसे साथ नहीं रखोगे
इसको डाल के
हाँ इसको तो लगाना ही पड़ेगा
Are you hearing me?
ये भी साथ रखना
माइक्रोफोन चेंज
अभी मैं लगवा दूंगा परमानेंट
Hello, I'm audible sir now.
Yes, you are.
Vajpayee sir, please you say something.
Yes, yes. Am I audible to you, Monica?
But he's not audible, na? We are not able to listen him.
You please unmute myself from that
Say something,
side.
sir. No, he's not audible.
Just wait, sir. Just wait, sir.
आ रही है?
Sir, are you available? Please say something.
Me?
Yes, sir. Okay, you are audible. You are audible.
I am there.
Hello. Thank you, Professor Adrian Bartley Sahab. Professor Adrian Bartley former vice chancellors of different universities, including Riva University, Jabalpur, HP University, Shimla, and the senior most economic thinker in the present fraternity of the subject of social sciences. We are honored. Indian Economic Association is really honored. Professor Adrian Bajpai Saab, you are available here as the chairperson of this plenary session. In this session, Professor K.N. Bhatt, the managing editor of Indian Economic Association, will be performing as co-chairperson along with Professor Bhatt, Professor Paliwal, Professor Ved Tripathi ji, Professor Anju Jain, Dr. Angrej Singh Rana. Actually, these are the physical panel. And online chairperson is Professor Adrian Bajpai ji. We are having Professor Lakwinder Singh ji from Punjabi University, Patiala, Professor Clement D'Souza from Joseph College, Bangalore, Professor S.R. Keshwa from Bangalore University, Bangalore, along with Sri Prashant Singh, former International Economic Advisor for FDI investment for East African countries, Gurgama. Now, I would like to request the Honorable Chairperson of this plenary session, because you are having the sufficient information, that is theme-wise information. It is over to Professor Adrian Bajpai, sir. It is your session. You have to make it as per your convenient. Offline, we are available to help each and everything for you. And you have to allot the time to each and every panelist. It is over to Professor Adrian Bajpai, sir. We welcome you in this plenary session as the chairperson of the session. Thank you, sir. You please start your session as per your convenient.
Thank you, Professor Dinesh Kumar, for having confided in me to chair the first plenary session of this 103rd Annual Conference of Indian Economic Association, of which we are all emotionally attached. Indian Economic Association is just a synonym for ADN Vajpayee. Whether I am physically present or not, whether I am able to meet the persons physically, but I am there itself. I am thankful to Professor Ashok Mittal for having organized this 103rd Conference of Indian Economic Association. I was listening some shots of SP Baghel, who was the chief guest of this inaugural session, who is speaking all, sensual things. Only how to practice our ancient wisdom thought is an important task, and that's the most difficult one. Mr. President of Indian Economic Association, Mr. Ghanshyam Singh, Ashok Mittal, naturally the Vice Chancellor of this university, Mr. Pramod Kumar, Vice President, Dr. Dushyant Kumar ji, Dr. Angrej Singh ji Rana, many Executive Council members, Professor K.N. Bhatt, the editor of Indian Economic Journal, and physically who were sharing this days. You see, SP Baghel was mentioning that Agra is known for so many things, so many things. And to me, Agra means Professor Ved Tripathi. He is on the days. Anurag Paliwal ji is also there. Angrej Singh Rana, you see, I respect him a lot because he incessantly persuaded me to join this conference, no matter, you see, online itself. I'm very happy that Professor Kian Bhatt and Ved Tripathi are co-chairing this session. So my life will be very convenient. I am saying Professor P.K. Chaubeji also, my all respects to you, sir. I have learned a lot of economics from you and many other members. You see, I don't know why this Rajendra P. Mamgain didn't join because he was also on the panel. Anyhow.
Sir, just to tell you, there is a problem, health problem with Professor Mamgin.
Okay, no issue, no issue.
Yes, my
all good wishes for his early recovery. May God bless him with good health so that he can join us on some other occasion. I welcome Professor Clement D'Souza, introduced from St. Joseph College, Bangalore. He'll be speaking on paradigm shift in economic thinking towards technology. On the same theme, we'll be listening from Professor Prashant Singh Ji, who has been the International Economic Advisor for Foreign Direct Investment for East African countries. So I welcome you also, Professor Singh, will be speaking on this paradigm shift in economic thinking towards technology. And my old friend, you see, Lakhvinder Singh, whom we have been meeting, you see, physically also on way to Shimla. Many times I dropped this here at Patiala. The entire Patiala Economics Department is my department. I own Patiala, Patiala owns me as well. I'm very happy to see you, Lakhvinder. And he'll be speaking on sectoral transformation in agriculture, manufacturing and services sector. It's very wide, I think, whole economy you are going to see take up. And then we are having Professor Keshava, who is from Bangalore University. He'll be speaking on national education policy and its correlation with globalization and Indian economy. So we are having three panelists, or rather, four panelists with us. Two themes will be covered by two panelists, and two different themes are being covered by two different panelists. So if my friends Professor Ved Tripathi and Anurag Paliwal permit me, so we can allot some time. I think some time discipline is required because the schedule, as per schedule, we are left with only, I think, 15 minutes. 2:30 was the time to finish entire program. So at least 2 hours time is given to us as per the schedule, not as per the time as such. So how can we divide 4 divided by 120 hours? Let there be 15 to 20 minutes for each panel. Then some time for co-chairs also. They will consume some time. And sometime if there are certain questions and technical person can also help me in getting some easy question either on the chat box or by raising their hands to different panels. That would be much better. We all know that India is transforming. And a lot of transformation is taking place. And early morning, Mr. Bagil was also mentioning reforms means transformation. But transformation, for good or bad, that food-sightedness is also required. If we are transforming for the bad, it will be a doomsday as such. Structural changes are required, but there should not be a structural deficit or structural damage by way of any policy. That too is required. The interpersonal relationship between different economic agents must be strengthened. That's another thing we'll have to think about. I think some of the panelists must take about the problem of macro aggregates also, because Mamgain is not here. He was going to deal with the macro aggregates of our Indian economy. So any of you, whether Prashant Singh Ji or Keshava or anybody, you can deal with some macro aggregates. because that gives us some idea towards to see which direction Indian economy is moving. So, with this very brief introduction, I once again welcome all my C panelists, including Professor D'Souza, Professor Prashant Singh ji, Professor Lakhwinder Singh ji, Professor Keshava, and I'll be inviting them in this order only. So, may I request Professor Clement D'Souza, if you just come out with your ideas on paradigm shift in economic thinking towards technology. You see, you must have heard that in morning, Mr. Baghel also talked about technology, how the ancient technology is being transformed to the modern one. But the basic difference, modern technology is labor substituting. We require technology, but technology should be used by man. If technology is replacing man, then what for is it technology we are having? So, Professor Keshava, you are most welcome. Please address us on this topic of paradigm shift in economic thinking. And afterwards, I'll request Prashant Singh ji to be ready for his delivery. So, Clement D'Souza, are you hearing me? I'm not seeing you on virtual mode. Are you here?
So would you call
Clement D'Souza?
Professor S. R. first? Would you call Professor S. R. Keshava first?
Yeah, Clement is already there, sir.
He's there, so let him come.
Clement is there.
He's there.
I'm sorry,
Is
sir.
there?
No, Clement is there. Okay, you can
Yeah,
start.
Clement is there. Yeah, Clement is there.
Yes, I think I'm seeing you, Clement. Welcome, Professor. Welcome, Professor.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. You're most welcome.
Okay. Can I share the screen if possible? Okay. Otherwise, I'll talk directly.
If my technical personnel
No problems. I'll talk directly. No problem.
Technical persons permit.
Okay, sir. I'll talk directly. No problems.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to one and all present. Respected organizers, chairperson of this plenary session, Professor Bajpai, my esteemed co-panelists, and my participants across online platform. As the topic suggests, I am presenting a systematic review of paradigm shift in economic thinking towards technology, but with focus on banking and financial sector. Because that part was missing in the title, therefore I'm stressing on my area will be focusing on banking as well as financial sector. Well, a bit of preface to begin with. With reference to title, let me quote Anderson, who said, "Every failed idea from the dot-com bubble would work now." This year called Standing on the Shoulders of Giants, symbolizing how current digitally powered society rests upon top giant enabling players that have a tremendous capacity to define the possible. The questions arise in our mind: how will a globalized, digitally powered economy deal with such an exponential growing risk factors? How are we going to rebuild a system that is more tolerant of trade, wars, pandemics, climate catastrophes, and humanitarian crisis? The immediate answer is, if our economic thinking gets to act, it will be the impact of policies designed to generate a paradigm shift. Give me an introduction to, there is an adage which says challenges should be accepted as opportunities. Well, the banking sector today is a witness to it. The banking system, nearly half century after it was nationalized, is on the cusp of new paradigm aided by recent policy measures to reduce vulnerabilities and improve its financial health. Winds of change are sweeping through landscape of banking and financial services in the country. The use of technological solutions by banking sector has been a paradigm shift and has beyond doubt shown an edge over in any scale of templates of measurement, and it has welcomed the banking into the digital age. Reforms introduced in the financial sector, which is inclusive of banking sector in 90s and later in 2010 onwards, have created an ambience to make life better. Over the last couple of decades, technology has assumed the vital role of not only facilitator, but also a competitive advantage for the banks. In 1984, the chairman of Microsoft, Bill Gates, once he said in one of his meetings, banking is necessary, but banks are not. But if you go by the experience now, there is slightly change from whatever he has said. As my talk will focus on transition seen from micro to macro thresholds, which is to make understanding of process of paradigm shift in policy, practice, away from neoclassical paradigm, the dominant framework that economists used for analyzing how an economy works. Furthering for whatever I've said just now, with the explanation of the concept of technology and banking paradigm, with reference to the more than one paradigm shift occurring in the 20th century and beginning of this century. I assess the degree to which economic and political conditions offer an opportunity for new paradigm shift away from neoliberalism. The demands of the times look for a new strategy reform in banking and financial sector. The introduction of numerous measures which formed a part of banking sector had an impact upon the ways banks discharge their functions. Adoption of technology has given the banks revenue enhancement and cost effectiveness objective harnessed very easily by the banks. Banking industry has amalgamated and diversified in an increasingly deregulated environment. They have been rapidly innovating their own value-added products. Compliance to the new discerning norms required that banks manage their liabilities and assets in a way different from practiced earlier. Dwelling on a bit of evolution, application of technology in banking sector, opening up of the Indian economy in 1991 almost correlated with the worldwide internet revolution doubly impacted the Indian private and public banks. The main focus will be the Government of India enacted Information Technology Act in 2000, which is popularly known as IT Act of 2000, with effect from 17th October 2000. And this particular act enabled the RBI to have what I call a group focused on three major areas of banking: technology and securities issues, legal issues, regulatory and supervisory issues. The increased competition arising out of WTO, entry and introduction of new banks, along with them high level of automation, has made the banking sector to be more mature. The changing characteristic of rural India will also increase the demand for banking services. Traditional belief that Indian rural economy is an agriculture driven is gradually changing. In the last decade, there has been a marked shift in the composition of India's rural economy. According to the estimates, Indian rural economy had a share of 49% in the net domestic product, much higher than the share of agriculture sector. After Indian IT services companies started booming, it was just a matter of time before Indian banks clutched to the technology. This prepared the way for business process automation in banking with increased customer service, reduced manpower cost, and profitability. Apart from normal banking, Indian banks started selling the third-party products, such as mutual funds, and increase in their client as well as. The Reserve Bank of India, not to be left behind, engaged itself in the on its part with a metamorphic journey by issuing regulations, recommendations on banking and mechanization of and computerization of banks. Considerable progress have been made considerable the existing payment system and upgrading the technology with the view to establish an efficient, integrated, secure system functioning in the real-time environment. Continuing the advances in the technology rise middle class income levels, increase in the demand for consumer-oriented financial market soon launched the Indian banking sector as a customer-centric, technology-driven financial supermarket catering to the need of requirements of its clients. There has been and there will be also a different type of banking sector in terms of structure, business model. It is not only because of internal changes, but also mainly because of the periphery of banking sector has changed due to competition from fintech companies and also from the technology companies. The presence of fintech companies has made the boundaries diluted of the banking sector. But also the contribution to ease doing transition and credit assessment is noteworthy. The Indian financial sector has matured since the financial reforms were initiated. What we see today is a reasonably sophisticated and robust system of delivering a diverse range of financial services. Former Governor of RBI, Jalan, Professor Jalan or Dr. Jalan said in the inaugural address of the Banking Economists Conference, there's a greater awareness now of the need to prepare banking system for a technical and capital requirement of emerging prudential regime and greater focus on core strength of the niche strategies. The policy innovation seen through the Narasimhan Committee, both 1 and 2, the Rangarajan Committee recommendations. So for the banking applications of internet means innovation, delivering quality services to the customers. Apart from this, the RBI and as many as 36 banks in India have been members of the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Network, SWFIT, wherein technology has been used as an enable service for the betterment of the society. The PricewaterhouseCoopers report or the Wills report prove that application of technology thus has become a new norm itself, while banks have positioned themselves as socially relevant institutions. The CANI standards are being imposed on banks to bring them on par with international best standard. Thus, while banks have greater autonomy to take credit decisions, capital adequacy norms. Let me conclude here. The parallel between present banking condition and those of the last decade of 20th century, when major paradigm shift occurred, are shrinking. History does not repeat itself, as Mark Twain supposedly said, but it often rhymes. There is a certainly guarantee that we see a paradigm shift in banking sector and its policy coming years due to competitiveness and banking being the lifeblood of any economic activity. The contours of banking in coming decades will move into directions. First, to be giving services, and second, to reach and span with all increase in force. Finally, let me conclude here. The bad news is that uncertainty is becoming the new normal. For those who would welcome the change, present moment offers opportunity and challenge. As I'm happy to share all my thoughts in the brief time period allotted. I thank the organizers who have given me an opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic paradigm shift in economic thinking towards technology with special reference to banking. Special thanks to Dinesh and Professor Keshav and the Chairperson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Clement, especially for squeezing your ideas and befitting to the time frame. That's wonderful. And if Indian economy also takes that as a particular time frame to grow,
I have to condense
that
it,
would
sir.
be wonderful. Thank you, Professor Clement.
Thank you,
And
sir.
you are kind enough to narrate the history of banking sector reforms also. But nowadays we are going for some squeezing of banks, limiting banks assets on the American lines. People say that only 5 banks will be there. And in public sector, being banks are also being either merged or being sold by these private sector banks, like the IDBI has become part of LIC. And now LIC totally in totality is being purchased by Reliance. Can you just give one minute reaction to this particular changes which we are witnessing in an economy, whether it is good or bad?
Without taking any sides, sir, let me tell you the history if you go by the old history of the banking, there were very few banks, and these banks were concentrating in the urban areas. And after they were nationalized, they had been branch out in the rural areas in order to cater the potential rural areas. Now it turns towards the amalgamation has been done mainly towards the idea of having the business made and then transferred to the rural areas. Maybe to a larger extent, it may be good. We will have to wait and see how the time turns about.
Thank you to be so diplomatic, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Yes.
So without wasting any time, I would request Professor Prashant Singh. It is our first introduction with each other now virtually. We would like to meet you so many times more also. Please go ahead with your ideas and just enrich us with your ideas. Professor Prashant Singh. Technical, please unmute Prashant. Yes, please. No, again, you have been muted. Technical persons, please unmute Prashant Singh ji. Yes, now, please.
Professor Vajpayee ji, honorable members of the panel, and members of the audience and members of the Indian Economic Association. It's an honor to be here today on the 103rd anniversary of this very distinguished organization. And I would like to thank you for giving me an opportunity over here. I must confess upfront, my background is not economics. I have come in from the technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation route. And over the last 10 years, I've been actually looking at entrepreneurship and some of the ways it's kind of hitting regulatory and economic model capacities. And that's how. And that's the approach from where I've come in over here. I have a small PowerPoint presentation because they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. So if the host can allow me to share my screen, it will help me in terms of communicating some of the concepts as we kind of go in more careful, more directly with the audience. I will request if the
technical persons, if you can just help permit Prashantji to share his screens.
So while we wait for the permission to come, I would like to emphasize the fact that when we look at the competitiveness of a region or a state or a country, it is actually dependent on 3 essential parameters: the macroeconomic factors, the microeconomic factors which pertain to the industry and firm level, and Also to the endowments that are there with the state. And the endowments are of many types. The endowments are of the people, of the institutions, of the governance and the regulatory systems. It is also the endowments that are present in terms of the
busy.
natural resources that are available. So having the endowments is a very, very important part of the process of being competitive for an industry. The second thing that is there is that there are physical constraints for growth. I think the world is also realizing that there are physical growth constraints, which are limitations of the physical capacity. And therefore, we will need different models going forward. And very recently, a few months ago, the World Economic Forum said that this is a rare window of opportunity for a reset to happen. At the same time, there is also a change in the global economic order. The percentage of global GDP contribution coming in from the G20 countries is progressively coming down. The rise of Asia is imminent, and China has already played a pivotal role in recent times. For good or for bad, that history and time will tell, but they have been doing it from their perspective in terms of what makes sense to them. It is time for us also to look at our own frameworks and our own way ahead to create our economic paradigms based on some of the endowments that I mentioned. I will actually request if I can, if I'm unable to present my screen, it will help, get some of these points across, because some of the visuals will support what I'm saying, if I can get it.
Any of the organizer or is he technical persons?
There is a green button called share screen. You can click on that and say share, for everyone, and I can then immediately share on this. I'll continue on, sir, with your permission in the meantime. So when we look at the physical capacities, already the Earth has overshot its resources by a factor of 1.7, and this is kind of creating its own geopolitical pulse. And technology is being touted as the panacea for being able to kind of get into a more sustainable future. And I have come in from the information technology field, and we have been particularly, projected as the champions. But there are certain, I think, realities that we must factor into our long-term planning as we go. For example, Professor Clement D'Souza mentioned the role of technology in banking just before. And as we kind of go in, this is certainly, banking is more universal. Banking has, the use of technology has been able to distribute the banking functionality across time, location, and across various customer segments. So that's one. The second part of it is that the trackability, traceability, authentication factors make it very easy to kind of build new solutions, and much more data rich and evidence-based transactions can be actually built in. However, the flip side is that as we start looking at, say, the world of cryptocurrency and its impact in terms of carbon footprints, or in terms of the energy footprint that it has. The fact is that by the year 2019 itself, the energy consumed just to support the Bitcoin infrastructure exceeded the total energy that was generated by an advanced country like Switzerland by a factor of 5%. So these are going to be very high energy and carbon intensive footprints that are actually going to take place. And definitely the technology world is looking at new alternatives based on a less energy intensive model, and the alternative crypto models are coming up. But also, it's not just this, but the entire digital world has also started consuming a greater amount of energy. For example, last year, the total energy consumed by the information technology sector exceeded what the entire planet was consuming in 1985. So from that perspective, as we start going in for greater digitization, we also have to take care and factor in a greater amount of energy consumption. And some of the impacts on 5G and the Internet of Things is going to create a greater energy and networking impact than ever before. So that's going to be one of the factors that is there. Now, what's happening is that as the overshoot factor is kind of coming in, a lot of economists have been actually looking at saying that what is the alternative developmental model? And this is particularly one of the areas that, although coming in from the modern technology, I see that some of the most ancient endowments that we have in Bharat are of extreme value, and they have often been neglected. And I think it is time for us to kind of look at some of those knowledge endowments and see how we can potentially build upon that base to kind of create new frameworks as we kind of grow. And it is time for India to also not just look at integrating with the global economy, but moreover, it must be more confident and it must articulate its own endowments in terms of its knowledge traditions and the embodied value of knowledge to utilize resources and capacities which can bring in a newer meaning into the global economic model. And for the purpose of this presentation, I've used the term Artha because Artha is very much a part of the economic paradigm that we have historically used, and it fits into creating and providing solutions to many of the complex problems which will come in, and it would create potentially a very big bedrock platform for supporting a regenerative economy which is more kinder and compassionate on the resources of the world, and which provides possibly a more inclusive and an egalitarian approach to development going forward. And as we kind of embark on the mission of Atmanirbharta, I think the first thing that really comes in is to build up a degree of Atma Vishwash on the core knowledge assets and legacies that we have, and still not be stuck into the past, but to use and leverage that and make it contextual to our present day problems. And I think that is a challenge that we need to kind of bring into the academic community as well as the policy making community, and finally into the industry across. I've had the when I was the founding member of Microsoft in India about 2.5 decades ago, I had the privilege of looking at some of the introduction of new technologies into the financial services and the e-governance side. And what I realized is that in all of these, the initial phase of adoption of technology is typically done with the older paradigms in mind. And it takes a little time for the governance and business and the social systems to natively use the technology as it is meant to be used. And that adoption curve, learning curve, typically is, not, it's at the time of introduction, everybody is very optimistic. And as the rollouts kind of get delayed, But I think over my last 30, 35 years of experience, I've seen that 10 years is the ideal window for these changes to take place. And in the other part, given the extreme non-linear nature of innovation and adoption, every forecaster has consistently has consistently overrated their impact in 2 years, and they have consistently underrated their impact in a 10-year span because of the large S-curve nature of the nature of innovation. So what we have to look at is that what are the innovation and areas that we really need to kind of look at. So the first part that we have to actually look at is that our legacy systems provide many solutions in terms of long-term, large inertia, long cycle systems. So just for example, the focus on, let us say, in a lot of our traditional knowledge architecture, talking of the Panch Mahabhutas, which is basically Akash, Vayu, Jal, Agni, Prithvi. These are all essentially, from an economic perspective, they are basically very large, long cycle systems, and they are subject to forces from the, if we borrow a concept from the physics world, they are subject to forces of entropy. And entropy from the physics perspective means the total number of possible states that could be existent. So what we are doing is that we are gradually increasing a greater amount of entropy into a lot of these large inertia, long cycle systems, and that is itself creating a pushback. And the current pandemic is in many ways a pushback from that system. So to learn to work with the large inertia, long cycle systems must be systematically incorporated into our academia. It is an honest and an earnest request that on this platform that I propose, sir, with your permission, that I think the Indian academic and the economic community is uniquely poised to kind of look at. And we must pair this study with the involvement and incorporation of people well versed in the traditional sciences. And I think this would result in the creation of new knowledge and new disciplines for us and for the global well-being. The other part that I would like to talk about is that as we're kind of going in, information technology is not the only area where we're going to have transitions. The transition and growth is going to be there on well-being, and the well-being for the planet comes in from well-being of the soil, of the agriculture, of the water resources, of the food supply chains, and we are in the midst of a very big reform process to unlock that value, and we should not let that opportunity go by. And the other thing that we need to really do over here is that we need to integrate this with public policy for health, specifically from a wellness perspective, because we have been remarkably I would say we have been remarkably unmindful, or even we've discounted to a large degree some of our legacy knowledge perspectives in fields of Ayurveda. And I think the impact of that in terms of healthy soil, healthy agriculture, very good livestock, which generates a lot of high quality jobs, and immediately has a very big regenerative economic potential. And this must be tied up with good management and technology practices. I think we should not just go in for a green revolution in agriculture, but we should actually go in for a knowledge revolution and convert some of these things into a mechanism to create a big impact. The other thing that we do through this transition over here is that the ratio of income in India from agriculture, rather farming, to manufacturing to services is a 1:3:4 ratio in terms of per capita GDP. So as we move people from farming into agri-knowledge-based enterprises into wellness, we are moving them into a tripling/quadrupling of income and providing in revenue and livelihood streams which are beyond the land, and we kind of break through across. And the opportunity for us is really for Bharat to become a bigger owner of the stack of wellness, of agriculture, agri-tech, and that creates a lot of new jobs coming in. Finally, we are looking at energy, and I mentioned how new technology is becoming extremely energy intensive, and the world will have to go in for new technology. So what this means is that the world will have to go in for larger usage of energy and a greater degree of electrification. To do that, we need to generate energy which is much more carbon neutral. And that calls in for a look at the other big Mahadhatu of the Indian knowledge framework, which is looking at Prithvi and the critical minerals that are powering. In the
Oh, you have muted. You have muted. You are mute, Prashant. You have been muted, or you have muted yourself. Technical, please, you see, unmute Prashant Singh ji. Oh, it's very sad, you see that.
Yes.
Yes, now.
Yes.
And Prashant, you are running short of time also.
Yes, I'm about to wrap up. So just I mean, for example,
Again muted. Oh, what's happening, gentlemen? Be cautious, no? Yes, Prashant.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you, sir. The Ministry of Ayush, for example, has forecast Ayurveda to be a $10 billion industry by the year 2024. However, when we critically look at the growth and hyper growth of the internet in the last 27 years, the internet was a smaller industry 27 years ago than Ayurveda was at that time. But the way they have organized and looked at governing and regulating their own industry serves as a very good benchmark and bellwether to how we grow our traditional knowledge-based systems. And for example, I published a paper along with three other co-authors from the Ayurveda industry. And we've actually sent it out to the Honorable PMO's office in May of this year. And we've actually established that through the right kind of models, Ayurveda could potentially be a $1 trillion cumulative revenue in the next 10 years if we take the right steps in terms of governing and design. Similarly, we look at the critical minerals that I was mentioning, and we should look at, because critical minerals, the entire area has been strategically, exploited by China, but it doesn't mean that critical opportunities do not exist. Just about a week ago, I had the honor to make a representation to the Honorable Union Minister of Mines to apprise him of certain interventions which could help put us into a region of participating in creating our markets, at the same time participating in the value creation that our markets can create over here. So for this also, we need to be able to take a much more holistic look at our economic development plans. And finally, a lot of this will call for a lot of patient capital to be invested. and which means that we need to be able to look at our regulatory and our fiscal regimes to be able to accommodate the and make it very easy to get long-term patient capital to come in to help manage this transition. The Price Waterhouse Global 50 report says that India will be the second largest economy by 2050. And I have a slightly contrarian view that if we make some of these interventions based on our knowledge assets and we are able to articulate our economic development models more effectively and resource them in the right way, we could potentially be the largest economy by 2050. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and an honor. Namaste.
Thank you, Prashant, for having narrated very good, well thought, quite rich, you see, history of our traditional knowledge and how can that be utilized in present, you see, economic development. I think we require, you see, scientists and social scientists like you only. You rightly say that the IT sector is consuming 5 times more than the energy it should have consumed. And it's a 3G, 4G, PG, 5G are going to have, you see, altogether different ecological, you see, impacts, and how to minimize them by, you see, changing our own traditional knowledge system based technology. $5 trillion economy target our Prime Minister has already decided to have. But if $1 trillion economy you are having from Ayurveda only, nothing is like that. Nothing that it will help all of Panchabhutas, which are Panchatan Matras, Panchagunas, Pancharasas, everything. Those will be remain intact, as well as well-being of a common person will also be there. It will have growth, social justice, as sustainability. People are talking about sustainable development goals with this modern technology means which is not possible. Sustainability is only and only possible by the means which we have, as you mentioned. We are really grateful to you, Prashant, for having found time for this Indian Economic Association. We'll have many more opportunities also to interact with you to get more knowledge from you. So, switching over to Lakhvinder, please, Lakhvinder, come forward and just share your views on this structural changes in Indian economy, primary, secondary, and tertiary, and whether it is good or bad, merely statistical, more than statistical transformation. You should tell something philosophy behind transformation also. Yes, Lakhvinder.
Thank you very much, Professor Idian Vajpayee, for in a very introductory initial remarks. You have remembered very well the Punjabi University Patiala and Patiala School of Thought. I'm indeed grateful to you for giving me an opportunity to interact with you as well as the other scholars participating in the conference. So now I have been asked by the organizers to speak on India's economic transformation. So when we are looking towards the economic transformation, I would like to take you to the historical root of what the grand economic theories which are developed by the great thinkers have been talking about. And they have been, predicting that society has been in an evolutionary process, and that has continued to be transformed from a very traditional to the modern economy, where you'll find that the Karl Marx has described the systemic approach that we have been moving from one system to another system and finally reaching from a traditional to a communist society. However, Rasto has, contrary to the Communist Manifesto, he has argued that it's a non-Communist manifesto, talked about that how capitalist economy actually changes the stages from a very traditional to a modern society. So therefore, you'll find that these two grand economic theories talked about that society never remain, the economy never remain stagnant. It has to move in a transformational manner, and it is moving from the one traditional one to the modernized kind of economy. So, however, you'll find that when we look in terms of these theories, you will find that Karl Marx has talked about that the most important instrument of change in this process remains technology. In the earlier two such two participants, two presenters, they have underlined the importance of technology. And also in the inaugural session, Professor KJ Joseph has argued that technology plays a very important role. However, you'll find that this is also a very important area where one has to look into that how technology remained as a center of economic transformation. However, when we look at the empirical realities in the post-industrial revolution from the middle of the 18th century to present date, you'll find that one of the very important economists, Simon Kuznets, have conducted an inquiry into the 11 economies which are now called developed countries of the world and shown some important lesson out of that towards transformation. But in the early 20th century or the middle of, in the post-Second World War period, we had shifted our attention in economic theory to understand the process of economic transformation in a sectoral perspective, where you'll find that the agriculture sector was expected to give, you know, the transformed to the industrial economy, and you'll find that most of the resources moved from the agriculture sector to the industrial sector of the economy. So in the historical process, as well as in the post-Second World War period, the emphasis was mainly shifted to the kind of sectoral transformation from a traditional sector agriculture to a modern sector industrial economy of the world. However, you'll find that the Fisher-Clark model has talked about that anyhow, even if historically what we have observed, but you will find that the services sector is going to be a very, very important sector of the economy. So this is the transformation from agriculture to industry, industry to the services sector of the economy. So if we look in terms of the East Asian experience, which is a very recent one compared to the developed countries of the world, you will find that this is also a similar kind of structural transformation which has taken place and which is taking place nowadays, especially in China, which gives us some of the idea that no country in the world till date has been able to develop or advanced country, we can call as industrially developed country, which is not having passed through the stages of economic development from a traditional agriculture to modern industrialization and then towards services orientation. The difference between the East Asian transformation and the transformation of the developed countries have been that the East Asian countries have spent a very little time period, 30 to 40 years, 4 decades period of time, through which they have grown from a less developed to a developed country of the world. So now in this process, you will find that the underlying theoretical perspective which has been developed by Justin Lin, he has argued that the East Asian experience is different from the rest of the world. The reason being that it is based on using endowments and competitive advantage, which is the export promotion policy simultaneously. So it is the endogenous factor that played a very important role in the structural transformation of the economy. So now you'll find that as the emphasis within the transformation process and from the grand theories, structural transformation theories, and recent East Asian experience tells us that there is a fundamental factor that allows this transformation to take place. That is epochal innovation described by Simon Kuznets, and various other economists now has been talking about the technologies are fundamental in terms of changing the process of the economy. So what are the fundamental lesson which we can learn quickly from this experience is, number one, that this is not a transformation of economy only. There is a social, cultural, urban, and institutional transformation. That means a complete transformation of the economy from a traditional to a modern in every sense of the term. And therefore, you'll find that larger role played in this transformation has been by the state. Usually you'll find that today also we are moving towards a market orientation, and looking market is the only instrument of transformation. But historical experience tells us, East Asian experience tells us, the fundamental factor of transformation in the economy remained technology as well as state. So therefore, market was used as a subservient to these two agents, where you'll find that this transformation was expected to take place. So therefore, you'll find that when we look from this kind of perspective, you will be able to understand that how economy has been examined by various countries of the world. So now the new theoretical developments, which Joseph in the inaugural session has also talked about, I will not labor on much on this. You'll find that the kind of linear economic system which has been predicted by the grand theories as well as the sectoral theories by Lewis, you'll find that this is the new possibilities started from Frederick List, who has argued that you'll find that market cannot play a very important role, but you'll find that you have to build capabilities, you have to build the innovation system, you have to make a human being as a learning human being, and the interaction you have to ensure, and huge amount of investment and to be done by the state. So therefore, you'll find that when we look at the Indian experience of transformation, there are certain things which are lagging, and we are not able to move towards the kind of direction which we were expected to move. The first thing I would like to talk to you is that our emphasis was that understanding of the India was that we should go for industrialization as an engine of economic transformation. So we chosen an import substitution industrialization, capital goods in the second 5-year plan. But you'll find that we had faced a crisis of balance of payment, devaluation, food import in the mid 60s. So then you'll find that the turning point has happened in the year 1977, when you'll find that we were almost food sufficient, agriculture was transformed, modernized, and you'll find that we were able to secure food security. And then you'll find that we have shifted from the heavy industry to small scale industrialization. And therefore, you'll find that this, again, you'll find that when we liberalize the economy in the 80s, we have again the liberalization process, devaluation, crisis in the balance of payment. And when we move towards, again, you'll find privatization, liberalization, and globalization. So globalization was 1991 period. Till now is a 30 years period, 3 decades has happened. You'll find that still we are looking for industry as an engine of growth, which has not happened. So what we are now looking for is from made in India to make in India, the another kind of transformation which we have been going through, which we usually believe that this is a transformation which we call as that the Atmanirbhar Bharat, from self-reliant to Atmanirbhar Bharat. So the question need to be raised here is, why has India failed to industrialize both in import substitution as well as in liberalization regime? Second question is, why India still needs industrialization? The third is the chronic deficit in balance of payment on account of poverty and catch up, which you'll find that till date, the kind of path of economic development which India has chosen, still you'll find that we are not able to manage on the current account, we remain in deficit. So does alternative path of industrialization still exist in India? So these are the fundamental questions which one has to look into. And if you look at historical development process of the Indian economy, you will find that the industrialization, except for the decade of 1980-90, never remained as an engine of growth. You will find that the services sector has been able to give us a very high rate of growth. And therefore, when you look in terms of the structural change which has happened over a period of time, you'll find that agriculture is now marginalized up to 15%, from 50% to 15%. But still, you'll find that in terms of workforce, the agriculture continue to remain, implying the larger proportion of workforce, nearly 50%. So the more than 60% of the population till today is highly dependent on the agriculture sector of the economy. So now the fundamental factor is that the service industrial sector remain a marginal sector and manufacturing remain fundamentally marginal sector. So if you look in terms of services sector, that is the sector which has been gaining in importance but not able to be a employer in that. So what are the fundamental problems which we have, developed out of this kind of transformation which we have been observing for a long period of time? We have now, you'll find that billionaires has been, generated, and you'll find that on the other side we have the poorest of the poor in the world, which is the largest in terms of numbers. So India's super rich 101 billionaires in the 2017, we have counted, more are adding in terms of number. When we dissect the wealth generated by these billionaires, you'll find that the studies has been pointing out that largely it is the rent-thick sectors of the economy that is the fundamental source of driving their income. So this is also, find that the going to generate a lot of problems in terms of, you will find that retaining poverty, not able to reduce poverty, incapability, and you'll find that today the kind of other issues which are emerging, which are the rural distress. This kind of transformation has given us the inequities and rural distress. So income generation is in the services sector, but workforce is driving their livelihood from the agriculture sector of the economy. So therefore, you'll find that the rural economy is suffering from high degree of indebtedness and suicides in the countryside. So therefore, if you have even a highly agricultural developed state of India, you will be observing a higher level of distress in the economy. So what are the current challenges which the transformation is facing? The fundamental identification which I have made is the value added per worker is lower in industry compared to the services sector in India. Therefore, you will find that the people are investing in the services sector rather than in the industrial sector of the economy. So that does mean that technology, which are the fundamental factor or the engine of growth of the industrial sector, and the rest of the sector are the emerged as fundamental in terms of revolving around the industrial sector. That is not a dynamic industrial sector which we are able to generate till today. So nature and character of technological progress today is a labor displacing. So the earlier opportunity where you'll find that factor endowment use, which you are usually making, which India has a comparative advantage, technologies are labor displacing. So therefore, long cycle dominant technologies which we have used till date, you'll find that they give a minimum level of profit, assured profit, and no uncertainties. Therefore, you'll find that we keep on catching up with the Western world, and we are not able to, move ahead in terms of generating our own kind of technology that are transformative in nature, which are leading the sectors, increasing productivity, and you'll find that the attractive industrial sector can be built. So we have also simultaneously the multinational companies, which after liberalization, a massive inflow of MNCs, which has increased competitiveness with the domestic firms, and domestic firms are merging or maybe closing their businesses. So high cost industrialization, which was the objection in the 1991, still it continues till date. So therefore, you'll find that one has to look into these factors very clearly, that these challenges need to be met if we have to have. Now, what lies in future to conclude with, that one has to learn a lessons from the East Asian experience. The first lesson which we should learn is that there is a possibility of leapfrogging and catching up. You'll find that this is probably possible, but we have to make an investment in our innovation system. You'll find that our innovation system is suffering from a lower level of R&D, although historically in the post-independent period, we have been able to generate a massive scientific infrastructure in the country, but we are not able to harness that. And you'll find that the fundamental problem is that we were not able to generate enough, we are not able to make enough resources as an investment in this particular kind of sector. The second very important lesson which we have to look into from this is the evolution of social capabilities are very important, and it is not that you have to generate capabilities, but you have to use capabilities also. So high degree of unemployment which is existing in the Indian economy is contrary to this, and you'll find that the normal business sector of the economy talks about that. You'll find that the kind of capabilities which you have already have are not good enough for the changing new technologies, emerging new technology which they want to bring in from the Western world, and you'll find that would like to employ. They say these youth who are trained having some capabilities are not employable in that kind of activity. So this is the gap, skill gap, which we need to build, but that requires huge amount of investment, where you'll find we are not doing that. The state and innovative investment experience of advanced countries shows that industrial competitiveness is evolutionary and state-led. So Werner Rutten has examined the Western world experience, East Asian experience, especially Japanese. He has argued that this is a industrial competitiveness is evolutionary and it is a state-led. If this is not done, you will find the industrial sector of the economy is not going to be competitive at all. So for this, what we have to do is we have to make a change in the organizational change, and we have to learn from the industrial experience of Taiwan and allow our farmers, give the farmers a framework where they integrate with the industry, rather than you'll find the industry is eating away, as like the three laws, which recent amendments in the three laws and new laws which has been generated, creating a disadvantage to the producers of primary products. So therefore, what we have to learn is from the East Asian experiences that we have to generate rather the advantages to the primary producers, and organizational change, if is done, you'll find that they will be able to industrialize. They will move from a primary producers to the white good producers, as has been done in the Western countries. However, now you'll find that the reference to technology when we are making, we will find that it is going to be very energy intensive. Now the whole process of transportation is shifting from the kind of oil based to the electricity based, and I think that energy intensity is expected to increase. So therefore you'll find that we have to look in terms of clean energy, green energy, because environmental emissions are already so high that carrying capacity of the earth is very limited. Therefore the future of transformation and industrialization of India requires to take care of this if we have to go for the mission of the economic transformation of the economy. So this is the people-led movement of economic development and transformation is required, not the pure market-led kind of fundamentalist market-led economic transformation of the economy. With these words, I thank you, the chair, as well as the audience, for giving me this opportunity, and you have patiently listened to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakhvinder, for having presented so subtle, so beautifully, and so sophisticated analysis of transformation. You see, connecting yourself with this theoretical background, taking from Marx and Rostov, then Simon Kuznets, coming to the naked realities of economies, we're very, you see, apt when you mention that it is total transformation. It is not only economic, it is social, it is technological, it is all sectors. And how the sectoral distribution of GDP is not taking care of sectoral distribution of labor force, employees also. Something economy, so for a GDP is moving on some other grounds, and the real parameters, say the labor force is the engagement, it's taking some other wrong message. It is not possible until a state intervene effectively in the economic activities. So thank you very much. It was very thoughtful. I think there is a scholars who are listening to the lectures by our panelists. They will select some of the topics for their future researches. So thank you, Lakshminder, because I could have commented on this inequality data also, because I have got how this 1%, 5%, 10% of Indian population is capturing our GDP. We say in 2000, this 10% top population was having only 70%. Now it is 76.3%. And 1% richest population is having 53% of GDP. It is all siphoning towards the richer section of the society. It is increasing inequalities, which is not good for any healthy society, especially India, which claims to be spiritual, one. So thank you, Lakwinder. So last of the panel, and he's a great economist, Sir Keshava from Bangalore University, and he'll be speaking on national education policy. National education policy has been launched very soon, has got approval by our cabinet. Our Honorable Prime Minister also spoke at full length about national education policy. On 7th September, Mr. President of India, Prime Minister, Vice President, all the governors, all the chief ministers, all the vice chancellors join hands to deal with this national education policy. So, prosecution of platform is for you. I don't know about your background. If you are economics, well and good. Take us how this national education policy can take us our economy forward. So, welcome, prosecution.
Thank you, sir. Well, a warm good afternoon, all the academic fraternity of 103 Annual Conference, Indian Economic Association's 103rd Annual Conference. Respected President, my good friend and well-wisher, Professor Dinesh Kumar, and other office bearers, chairperson of this plenary session, Professor co-chairperson Bhatt sir, and all other co-panelists. Indeed, very happy. But today I'll not be speaking on the new education policy because I've spoken enough of that. To track 4, that is on the globalization, FDI, and Indian economy, especially at the COVID times, and what exactly can we expect after the COVID times in terms to globalization, FDI, and unemployment, especially when it concerns to the Indian economy. This is what exactly I have planned to speak today. Yeah, well, esteemed academic gentlemen, today, indeed a very great day, and really felt honored. All of you are aware of this, right? Today we are on the virtual mode. It is because of COVID-19. COVID-19 has impacted almost all the economies. It has impacted almost all the economies, whether it's a developing, and almost all the sector, whether it is in agriculture, industry, or services. It has impacted almost all the economies. But the magnitude definitely differs from economy to economy. And when we are speaking on globalization, FDI, and unemployment, definitely there will be a good number of questions which will definitely be arising here. The first important thing is, how long will it last? What will be its impact on the major macroeconomic indicators of Indian economy? And what is the impact of it on the unemployment, poverty, and other indicators? Will there be a reversal of globalization? Many are speaking of reversal of globalization also. If yes or no, what will be the impact then on the Indian economy? So what happens to FDI then? Will it be contracted? Or it will be increased? And what's the possible way at this particular point of time? These are the issues, right? Because Chairperson has clearly warned us to stick to the time. It is 15:26 now. I will be sticking to 18 minutes strictly as he has given it to me. So, all of us are clearly aware of what exactly has happened after COVID-19. Yes, the whole world, almost all the indicators, like say IMF is saying that the world economy will contract by 4.9%. World Bank is saying the world economy will contract by 5.2%, and Bank of International Settlements is saying it 12% of the GDP may vanish, and the WTO is saying 10% of fall in the global trade may decline to the global GDP by 3%, and as they're expecting that the global trade will fall within 13 to 32%, they're expecting somewhere in between 3.2 to 9.2%. So now, what exactly is its impact on the major macroeconomic indicators on the world as well as on the India? So what exactly is the economic loss? Because Bajpai sir was telling us, what exactly, try to go with the Indian economy's macroeconomic indicators also, what exactly is its impact? IMF has estimated that the final bill of this COVID-19, the final bill in terms of the lost output would be 28 trillion US dollars. It will be 28 trillion US dollars. And, for this particular year, 2020, it may be $5.9 trillion. And, another study is saying an equal amount of $5.9 trillion may be lost due to the deaths resulting from the COVID-19. This is really alarming, and Indian economy is also no exception. Technically, we have already entered the recession. All of us are aware of this because the first quarter of the GDP they contracted by 23.9%, and the second quarter it was 7.5%. And in terms of the loss of livelihood in the economy, my dear friends, all of us are aware of this, how it has hit hard the informal sector. Also aware of this, it constitutes 60% of the global workers or informal workers. 60% of the global workers constitutes informal worker, whereas in India it constitutes from 92%. United States estimates that the world workers lost around 3.5 trillion in wages amid coronavirus. Huge amount of money, 3.5 trillion US dollars is lost because of this COVID-19 by the world workers. And of course, few rich did gain because of this COVID-19, but we as an economist should be concerned about the common man who lost their livelihood. ILO estimates 1.6 billion workers in the informal economy till 2020, December, may lose their livelihoods worldwide. 1.6 billion workers in the informal economy would lose their livelihoods worldwide. And, it just 2 weeks, and in America also just only 2 weeks to reach the unemployment level, what it took in 2008 financial crisis, just 2 weeks America reached that unemployment level. And it was so shocking. In India also, we don't have the official government data for how much of unemployment was there in this country, how much of jobs were lost because of the COVID-19. But anyhow, the CMI data is an indicator which also gives the data month-wise of how much we lost. According to CMI, 121.5 million jobs were lost in April due to COVID-19, and 100.3 million jobs in May, 29.9 million jobs in June, and in July, 11 million people lost their jobs. And the CMI report also comes out with another clear picture that it says even the white-collared salaried jobs were also lost. If you lose these white-collared salaried jobs, it's very difficult to retrieve them. That's also another ugly part of it. And it was 17.7 million salaried jobs were lost in April 2020, and an addition of 0.1 million jobs were lost in May 2020. 3.9 million jobs were gained in June, but 5 million jobs were lost in July. So this has been a continued saga, and CMI data shows that in November 2020, 22.5 million people were inactively unemployed. I mean to say unemployed, who are searching for the jobs but unable to get the jobs. And the world per capita income is also expected to fall by 4.2%, and Indian per capita income is also expected to fall by 4.8%. And the IMF World Economic Outlook report says that 90 million people globally would slip into extreme poverty. This is really alarming and disastrous. IMF's World Economic Outlook is clearly pointing it out, which was released in October 2020. It is clearly stating that 90 million people globally would slip into the extreme poverty, that is surviving on $1.9 per day due to the pandemic. And in India, it accounts for 40 million people would slip into the extreme poverty. And the total poverty size in India would rise to 90 million. That is 44.4% of the poverty of the world will be in India. That is another disastering thing, which which we all of us, all the economists, policy makers should take note of this. Because in India, the number of people living below the poverty line would rise from 80 million to 120 million in 2020. This is what World Economic Outlook report is stating. And food insecurities has already increased, right? Food insecurity is already increased from 2018, 17, 18 data. If you see, food insecurity is already increased as access to food was not fully assured as a result of the decline in the incomes as a loss of livelihood and disruption of the supply chain. In November 2020, the United Nations World Food Programme, it estimated that additional 137 million would face the acute food insecurity by the end of 2020, which is almost 82% increase over the pre-COVID period. So it is impacted all over the world, and when it impacts poor, it is 10 times more than the ordinary person. And in India also, the availability of food grain, it is not that problematic in India because the country has a sufficient buffers of food grains. 67% of the population is getting free and subsidized ration, which has increased to 800 million people. But despite this, the study published in the Journal of the Global Health Sciences on 16/20/20 estimates that malnourished, underweight children in India can increase by 4 million children. I still am unable to understand. We have an ample amount of food grains with us, ample amount of food security with us, but still malnutrition is very high in few states in this country. Still, this is what is alarming. The problem probably what Amartya Sen explains on this is because of the distribution. Maybe distribution, or even then, government data clearly says that they're doing wonderful job in terms of providing the ration to almost all the nook and corner through the fair price shops. But again, why exactly this malnutrition is increasing, and more so, especially at the time of COVID-19, it has alarmingly, it is increasing. That is what this Global Health Science Journal is pointing it out towards the India. And now let us try to see about this. This is the background of the major macroeconomic indicators that prevailed because of the COVID-19. Now let us see about the globalization. When we speak of the globalization, all of us are aware, right? Globalization means integration of, this is what we often speak to our students and say, it's the integration of the individual national economies of the world with one another. How will we see it? Fine, integration is fine. It is basically by the free movement of people, goods, and messages of all kinds, right? This is how exactly we sort it. Of course, communication of all sorts is also globalization, but in true sense, right, in the sense of exchanges, it's a free movement of the people, free movement of the goods, free movement of the messages of all kinds can be termed as a globalization. But globalization has altered the way we live, right? And even the morning speakers were saying earlier we had only few brands of cars. Today we have an ample amount of cars, right? This was the discussion even that happened in 1991 Parliament also, right? When Manmohan Singh ji answered this, why are you opposing it? You will get lots of goodies when we are introducing the LPG, right? Then even P.V. Narasimha Rao even did mention about this, "Ye sahi nahi to isko baap ko dikhao," because you're getting lots of goodies. And of course, we have got the goodies. And undoubtedly, you cannot also come out of the globalization. But here the major issue that is coming loud and large is, it has altered the way we live, we earn our livelihood, we trade, the way in which India trade, the way in which the world trade, the way in which the people travel, all this has changed. But it has also changed, right? It also has changed the effect, the impact of the diseases, which spreads rapidly also. Of course, when you have a positive things, you also have a negative things also, right? Trade and travel has been recognized, and of course, the speedy spread of the diseases also has to be accepted along when you speak of the globalization. The rise of urbanization, the closer integration of the world has facilitated the global interconnectedness. So globalization has emerged as an essential mechanism of disease transmission too. In the lighter vein, many of us, did speak here when we spoke to the common man. He said, visa holders ne humko ration card holders ko ye COVID-19 lekar de diya. So this, we were listening to them. Of course, whether visa holders got it or otherwise is a different issue, but it is now impacting both rich, middle, as well as poor sections of the society. And what exactly is it now? It has, all the countries have gone, right? They've closed the borders, right? By April 15th, right? April 15th, 190 countries went in for the lockdown, either partially or at the national level. Fine. So what exactly is now? Are we taking the U-turn from the globalization? And I strongly feel, the world has moved into such a direction because now things are such, thanks to the American people now, at least, things may change there because they have gone back to the protectionism. The rise of economic nationalism and protectionism also was one feature, right? One feature which was hampering globalization, but now that may also alter, right? That may also alter. When we speak of economic nationalism, that doesn't mean that we are against globalization. But again, when India was about to gain, right? When India was about to gain the benefits of this globalization, then if the world economies tries to close their doors, it is not the fair and free trade. That is what I strongly feel so. And, this has impacted the decline of the investments, trade, movement of people, all this, it has happened. Of course, there is another positive positive time for this also. The cross-border flow of the data and dispersed through the Zoom and the broadband providers of the beneficiaries also did happen. And, of course, governments all over the world, right? Governments all over the world try to boost their own economies. Say Japan gave 21.1% of the GDP as an aid or a package to their country. United States gave 13% of its GDP to the country. Sweden gave 12%. Germany gave 10.7%. France gave 9.3%. Spain gave 7.3%. Italy 5.7%. And of course, the Indian government also gave around 10 plus, because it has been adding. So 10%, 10 plus percentage of the GDP as in stimulus packages to the economy, under which we also have got Atmanirbhar Bharat. And here, basically, the globalization, another part of it, right? The world economy.
May you summarize, Keshav? May you summarize, please?
Yes, sir. Done, sir. Done.
Please.
Okay, fine. So what exactly now, fortunately, Indian, despite all this, the foreign direct investment has increased, right? Foreign direct investment in India has increased in the first and second quarter. And most of it, right? Most of it has come to the service sector and especially to the computer software and hardware. It is higher, right? It is higher than what it was in 2019. So, but only thing is, at the right time, they have introduced the self-reliant or the Atmanirbhar Bharat. But here the most important thing is the savings rate, last year was 30.1%, but the gross fixed capital formation rate was around 28.1%. Probably we have to increase, right? We have to increase the gross fixed capital formation, improve our investment so that we can enjoy the fruits of this Atmanirbhar Bharat. Let it happen, right? Let all of us join hands with the government and see that the Atmanirbhar Bharat happens and India will again come back on the track of the success. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. And I thank each one of us, especially the chairperson, Bajpai sir, and my good friend, Dinesh Kumar, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Keshav. Thank you, Keshav, for having spoken so loudly, so boldly, so specifically about the adverse impacts of globalization. Most of the things are quite known, they are on the public domain, but the way you connected those things with the Indian realities, it's wonderful. And the closing remark that we'll have to see increase our saving rates to be converted into investment as such. And policies doesn't, support to what we are thinking as an economist. Anyhow, things are moving, things should improve, things must improve, and will have to be in a globalized world without any hit. But globalization should reflect in our development also. It is not it should develop the developed countries only. It should develop our own nations also. So I'll reserve all comments for all the speakers, but I'll just thank all my four panelists, and I think everybody will be uh, happy to know that all four lectures were just superb. Clement D'Souza, then Prashant Singh, then Lakhvinder, and ultimately Professor Keshav. I'm really very happy, and I'm thankful to all of you for having prepared your lectures for this panel, and it will set tone for 3 days conference, papers, presenters. They will just take clues from your ideas. As I told earlier that if research scholars are there, they should take the advantage of listening to these lectures and get some researchable topics to go for, doctoral or postdoctoral dissertations or writing research papers. With these words, I close from my side, but I would like to request my co-chair, especially Ved Tripathi and Ken Bhatt, if they can speak for 1 minute each, that will help complete my entire plenary discussion. Professor Ved Tripathi ji, are you there and listening to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ved Tripathi ji हैं? वेद त्रिपाठी जी, केएन भट्ट साहब, सब लोग 1-1 मिनट के लिए जो है वो समाप्त कर दें, अपना आशीर्वाद दे दें सब लोगों को. दैट विल बी बेटर. यस,
वही कर रहा हूँ मैं कुछ एकेडमिक. Professor Bajpai, it's always a delight to listen to you and be in your session.
Thank you.
This IA's effort after its reorganization, and people like you and academicians from all around the country has joined us. We are hoping to progress and achieve academic excellence through our institution of economists from around the country and the world as well.
Yeah.
As managing editor of this body, we would endeavor to come out with the publications out of the papers we have received and the proceedings we will be preparing out of this conference. I'm not going to speak anything on academics now, just these words. With these words, I would like to thank all the panelists and the friends from around the world. Our team I have no words to express to our secretary, Dushyant Kumar Singh, Angrej Singh, our Manoj Rathore, all, Mamta, and the master of ceremony is here, Monica, Kavita. I really express my words of appreciation. I was out of the country for 2 months. These people have worked a lot. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Bhatt. Thank you, Bhatt. Is Ved Tripathi is there, Dinesh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tripathi is just coming. He's just coming.
So Professor Tripathi, just speak for 1 minute, please.
Sure, sir. Sure.
वेद त्रिपाठी जी, मैंने पता क्या कहा, आपने सुना था? त्रिपाठी जी, मैंने ये कहा था, मैंने ये कहा था अपने ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स में, जब मुख्य अतिथि बघेल साहब बोल रहे थे कि आगरा गालिब का है, मीर का है, इनका है, उनका है, तो मैंने कहा मेरे लिए आगरा सिर्फ वेद त्रिपाठी के लिए. With these words, I request you to speak for 1 minute, please.
Okay. I am so thankful to you, Professor Bajpayee, that you have given me an opportunity to speak for a minute. So just to obey you, I will be making comments on panelists one by one. Professor Lakhvinder Singh, who presented his paper on transformation in agriculture and manufacturing sector. His views were very valuable to all of us, particularly what he said regarding the development of infrastructure for the promotion of agricultural sector. Then I can be very thankful to Clement D'Souza, who presented a paper on paradigm shift in economic thinking towards technology. So his thought were very enlightening for all of us, very valuable, and the paradigm shift that he explained was very useful and very interesting. Then Prashant also spoke on FDI investment and presented his very valuable thoughts, particularly in the context of East African countries. So very thankful to Prashant Singh. And lastly, Professor S.R. Kesava, who spoke on new education policy, entirely a new aspect which was not touched upon by other speakers. So
Yeah.
his views were also very interesting and very useful. So I am thankful to the whole of the panel. I am thankful to Vajpayee for your very valuable interventions time to time. And I am also thankful all those who are present on dais and the audience, although only a few are there, but I think that many more are
It's a
present
virtual.
online. Yes,
Virtual,
online they are
online.
present all over the country. So I
Yes.
am thankful to them also. Thank you very much.
Is it Dinesh? May I take 2 minutes more to have interventions by Angre Singh Rana and Anju Jain?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Huh?
Sure, sure. Why not, sir?
Yes. So, Madam Anju Jain, would you please make brief intervention, please? मैं अपने को माफ नहीं कर पाऊंगी तो अपने दोनों मित्रों को नहीं बुलाऊंगा तो
Thank you, sir, for providing me this platform to speak. Thank you so much. And I was very much enlightened. All the audience were very happy to listen. All the 4 papers were presented here. First paper was presented by Mr. D'Souza. It was a very enlightened paper. And Shri Prashant Singh, Professor Keshwa Singh, and Professor Lakhinder Singh ji. All papers were presented very well and we were very enlightened. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anju Jain. Angre Singh ji.
Respected Professor Adrian Vajpayee ji, the great advisor of Indian Economic Association and convener of this panel discussion. I, Dr. Angre Singh, EC member of Indian Economic Association from state of Haryana, and I also respect all senior panelists, Professor Lakhvinder Singh, Professor D'Souza, Professor Keswa, and all of you. Thank you so much to provide us all over pan-India audience, delegates, researchers, and non-academics people also attached with online mode. That is a very burning issue of this panel discussion. Thank you so much, sir. Special thanks to Professor Adrian Vajpayee, sir.
Thank you, Angre Singh ji. So I think it is totally complete. So I once reiterate to see my thankfulness to all the panel. beginning from Mr. D'Souza and to Professor Keshava. Uh, I think you are very kind enough, and Indian
So, Professor
Economic
Paliwal, sir.
Association has got a long
Hello.
traditions. It
Thank
has
you so much,
very
sir.
long tradition. Anybody speaking? Long traditions. We have a very history of economic thinking, and many economic policies have been generated on the platform of the Indian Economic Association. As early morning it was said that Brahmananda, Vakil, Rangarajan, Vimal Jalan, Regd, many topmost economists used to come. I think that legacy would regain its importance and regain its relevance also in policy framing of India. With these words, I close because I think next session is in
Hello.
pipeline.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yes, please. Thank you, Kishwa. Thank you, Clementis. Thank you.
I am fortunate enough.
Thank
Hello. Am I
Yes,
audible to
please.
all of you? I am
Yes.
fortunate enough to have the glimpses of ADN Vajpayee, sir, who is the respective Vice Chancellor and very well known to me indirectly. I convey my adorations, my respect to Honorable ADN Vajpayee, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Ved Tripathi, sir, is on the dais. And I had an opportunity to be the participant of the one of the participants of the panel discussion. And I, on behalf of my own, would like to convey my deepest gratitude to the organizing team, which has organized such a wonderful seminar or conference being conducted by Indian Economic Association. I had an opportunity to hear some of the very esteemed professors of India, in which I would like to memorize Professor Clement D'Souza, who spoke how to generate the economy of India and what paradigm shifts have taken in the economy, how to boost the economy, the incentives to boost the economy in the minutest detail. I am also very thankful to Professor Prashant Singh, who spoke very sincerely and who tried to derive the conclusions out of theories, and he tried to translate theories into practice so that the Indian economy can be boosted up, Indian economy can be generated to a large extent. He also concentrated on the banking sector, and he also spoke on the physical constraints which are leading to disruptions in the banking system. He also gave, solutions, and he also spoke of the IT sector, which is prevalent in the banking system, and the malpractices. He also pointed out the malpractices of the IT system and initiated that the need is required of a strong cyber law in order to eradicate the malpractices. Then I am also very thankful to Professor Lakhvinder Singh, who spoke on a very, burning topic. And he also tried to acclimatize theory and the practical economics of today, day-to-day life. And his topic was grand theories that led to India's economic transformation. Undoubtedly, India is in dire need of economic transformation. We are in the phase of economic transformation, and I am fully confident that these views being provided by Professor Raghvinder Singh ji would be highly beneficial in our motto. And he talked about Karl Marx, he talked about W. Rostow, he talked about Simon Kuznets, and
Kuznets, yeah.
various other philosophers who gave or propounded different theories on economics and society. I am also very thankful to Ved Tripathi sir. I am also very thankful to Anu Jain ma'am and Angrez Singh Rana sir, who have devoted their valuable time and their energy and fully concentrated on the very minutest points which our speakers have talked about. I am also thankful to our August gathering, who have devoted their time, energy, and resources, and still are witnessing the function. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now over to Dinesh.
Thank you, sir. It is a great privilege for the Indian Economic Association that this plenary session was chaired by Professor D.N. Bajpayee and the lectures delivered by Professor Lakhvinder ji, Professor Clement D'Souza, Professor Prashant ji, and Professor S.R. Keshwa. No doubt, there were number of insights, number of valuable inputs which have been transferred from their lecture to the audience through this platform. Basically, this work is being done by Zoom app, but it is also on live on YouTube. We are connected by a number of persons all over India, and your views will really be beneficial, not only for the individuals, but for the society also. So the basic purpose of the association is just to achieve the targeted approach in the interest of the society as well as in the interest of the nation. To that way, this plenary session has set some more motivating target to all of us, and we are highly delighted to work on that. It's an unending task in the leadership of our senior professors like Professor Adrian Bajpayee, and so we are working, we are managing, we are trying our best to achieve the task. No doubt, the lecture delivered by Professor Keshwa, my dear friend, it was really a wonderful lecture. The lecture delivered by Sri Prashantji, it was no doubt having a number of analytical aspects. Professor Clement D'Souza discussed many aspects, but it is to be submitted that during this type of plenary sessions, long discussion is required, but time constraint is there. So the lecture delivered by Professor Lakhvinder Singh is really a remarkable lecture that may be termed in the interest of the current issues related to farmers also. I humbly thanks to Professor Adrian Bajpayee Sahab, Professor Lakhvinder ji.
Thank you, Dinesh.
Thank you, sir. Professor Clement ji, Prashant ji, Professor S.R. Keshwa ji for this online plenary session. And with the commitment, whenever we will be meeting in physical mode, the mementos of all of yours is always yours. It is my commitment that it will be handed over by me itself to you, and that will be recorded also. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dinesh. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a
Thank
lot,
you.
sir.
Namaste.
Thanks a
Namaste.
lot. Thanks to all, sir. Thanks to all, sir.
Namaste.
Yeah,
Namaste.
thanks, sir. Namaste, sir. Just before going for the next session, That is Professor P.R. Brahmananda Memorial Lecture. What I can do, we are having Professor K.N. Bhatt as a co-chair, Professor Ved Tripathi ji, Professor Anju ji, no doubt Professor Paliwal Sahab and Dr. Angrej ji. It is my duty to hand over the mementos to these physical mode resource persons. I request Madam Dr. Monica ji, please come on the dais and honor the and honor the Professor K.N. Bhatt Sahab by presenting him the memento in the capacity of Honorable Co-Chairperson of the session. Now, Professor Ved Tripathi ji is to be felicitated by Monica ji. Mask hata. Thank you, ma'am. Monica ji is requested to please give the memento to Madam Dr. Anju ji. Dr. Monica ji is requested to present the memento to Dr. Professor Paliwal Sahab. Again, I request Madam Monica ji to please hand over the presentation memento to Dr. Angrej Singh Rana Sahab. Thank you, sir. The session closed here. Thanks a lot, sir. We are really thankful, sir. For the next session, I request the technicians to please unmute Professor P.K. Chaube Sahab. Professor P.K. Chaube ji. Professor K.C. Baiju, if he is available. Professor V.S. Adigal, if he is available. No doubt, the speaker of the day, Professor Keshav Das ji. In physical mode, I request Dr. Harveer Singh Chaudhary ji to please come on the dais and increase the glory of the dais. Dr. Rajveer Sahab, please come on the dais. And Dr. Dushyant ji will be chairing the session in offline mode. Professor P.K. Chaube, sir, are you listening me? Professor P.K. Agarwal, sir, you are please requested to join us on the dais. Sir, it is a P.R. Brahmananda Memorial Lecture, and being Vice President of the Association, you are requested to please chair the session. Professor P.K. Chaube, sir, Professor P.K. Chaube, sir, please unmute yourself.
I have unmuted.
Thank you, sir.
Luckily,
Thank you, sir.
now this is showing. Otherwise, it was playing with me, connecting everything. It was getting disconnected.
Okay. Now you are well
Anyway.
audible and you are well connected, sir. So in your association, you are most welcome. Basically,
thank you.
You are not only our former president, but you are more than the president of association. You are the navigator You are the pillar. Basically, what we are doing, we are being motivated, we are being encouraged by your blessings only. We are really thankful. We means our young team, the team of almost same age group, in the leadership of Professor Ghanshyamji, Professor P.K. Agrawal Sahab. We are trying to achieve the set target as not to say, but set by our seniors. Sir, you are most welcome. You are requested to manage the session in offline mode. We are having Professor P.K. Agrawal Sahab, Professor Dushan ji, Professor Havir ji, and Professor Rajbir Chaudhary ji. We are having four people here. And Professor K.C. Baiju Sahab, I'm not sure if he's available online or not. I'm not sure. Professor V.S. Adigal Sahab. Professor Adigal, are you listening me? No problem, sir. We are here with you. Professor P.K. Chaube Sahab. This is the Professor P.R. Brahmananda Memorial Lecture to be delivered by Professor Keshav Das ji. He is from Gujarat Institute of Development Research, Ahmedabad. Now, to start the program, I request you to please chair the session and manage the session as per your convenient. It is over, Professor P.K. Chaube ji.
Thank you. Thank you for kind words also. And it is for I mean, this we are endeavoring to raise the level of research and study in economics. That is the important part. And that is why we are doing all this. So this, I mean, if this motivates our younger scholars, our efforts are successful. I see Professor Keshav Das only on the screen. The other two, whether we have Professor VDS Adigal and Professor KC Baju. If they are there, please show yourself.
Professor Keshav is here.
Keshav Das is here. As I am seeing, he is in my front. I am just looking at him, but I am not seeing the other two. Because it depends when the three are there, then we have to accordingly. How much time do we have?
I think, sir, around 30-minute lecture to be delivered by Professor Keshav Das.
Fine.
Plus 15 minutes, that is around 45 to 50 minutes.
So if I have KC Vaju and VS Adigal join later on, they should be given, you say, 15 minutes time each. And then I will also have some time at the end. But right now I am there are the people who are offline, so they should also be given due time. And nevertheless, important part is that though Professor Mahanand is known for economic policy, for monetary economics, but nevertheless, his wage goods model may fit in some way with MSME. And this topic is Indian MSMEs concern and possibilities. Now this MSME, as a friend should know, that first M, which is micro, is very large, and the last M, the medium, is not all that large. It's very, very small. Whether it is in terms of number or employment. But nevertheless, I mean, this government has recently thought of enlarging this scope. So maybe some of the small becomes micro, some of the medium becomes small, and some of the presently large, they become medium. Nevertheless, I mean, it's good. After all, we are having just 5,000, and if some window of support has to be given to them, has to be afforded to them, so it's not bad idea. I think with time, inflation also says that this revision has to take place. Could there be some way whereby indexation could have taken place? That would not have been an issue. Most of the literature keep on utilizing MSME. and keep on writing challenges. And finally, they end up with the challenges that everything is a challenge. I think, I mean, if there is a patient and one parameter is bad, then you can correct that parameter. If all the parameters are bad, and the way we economists keep on telling that somebody should come for support for BP, somebody for blood pressure, somebody for sleeplessness, somebody for practically everything, then why are we keeping that alive? So anyway, Professor Keshav Das, a great researcher, and he is in a great institute of research, Gujarat Institute of Development Research. I know from the time Professor Praveen Bisaria started it with a slightly different name, isn't it? Now, later on, that name was changed. And I think we have uh, uh, two such good institutes, SPIER, old one, and this later new one. But nevertheless, they are doing good research, and particularly on this area. Besides other areas, this is also one area where they focus in. So I welcome Professor Keshav Das. I think 2 years ago I was in his institute for a very brief while and had some interaction with him. And that was related little bit with MSME, not exactly. Uh, I think it was financial financial not exactly inclusion, but something related with that, and where Sunanda Sen works also came in somewhere. That is what roughly I remember. So welcome, Professor Keshav Das, to this IEA fold. And as Professor Brahmanand Memorial Lecture deliverer, and I know that we all know about Professor Brahmanand, who has been the pillar of this economic association right from mid 60s onward, when this baton was passed on by Professor C.N. Vakil to Professor Ladawala and Brahmanand, and then Brahmanand single-handedly had this responsibility of developing it. I think we are putting it back on the roll, and hopefully our efforts will bear fruits. So over to you, Professor Das. And I think bear with me. I think we should give a couple of minutes to the people who are sitting there in Agra on the dais, because they are managing actually the show physically. So what is their arrangement? Maybe if they have something different, then we shall be getting to know about it. So for a while, let my friends, my collaborator on the dais in Agra have time for 2 minutes, and then Professor Das. Dinesh, those who are on the dais there, or shall we ask Professor Das to go and later on formalities will be conducted? I think Dinesh, you are muted.
Okay, now, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you, sir.
Somebody from Agra?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Professor Pramod Kumar Agrawal,
Agrawal
Honorable
sir,
Vice
Professor
President.
Agrawal.
I
Professor
request
Agrawal.
him. Yes, sir. I request.
Professor Agrawal, I mean, you would like to welcome Professor Das as well, and would like to speak a few words about this memorial.
Good evening, Chobe sir. Good
Very
evening,
good
Professor
evening.
Das. I feel privileged just to welcome Professor Keshav Das ji. I met last time at Punjabi University, Patiala, at my own campus with Lakhvinder Singh Gill. So it is a very happy occasion for all of us, because we are conducting this IEA 103 offline as well as online. partially we are doing both the modes we have using. So I feel privileged to honor, sir. I am not having the time to introduce you. Professor Kesab Daji, the work itself speak that they have a lot of work. I have already listened 2-3 times at my own campus. He is the real person chosen for the lecture for Professor P.R. Brahmanand Memorial Lecture. I personally met so many times uh, Professor P.R. Brahmananda ji. I know his simplicity. I know his contribution. He was really a architect of the Indian Economic Association as well as the pillar of the Indian Economic Association. I think what we are doing today with the blessing of P.R. Brahmananda ji, we are conducting all this. We are heading and we are trying to justify his contribution. But just I too, once again, I welcome Professor Chobe ji, Professor Kesab Das ji, and other dignitaries who have to deliver the lecture. Thank you. Now, over to Professor Kesab Das ji. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Let me first express my grateful thanks to the Indian Economic Association. This is my first ever interface with this august body, and I'm especially humbled by the fact that I'll be delivering a lecture in the name of one of the greatest economists of modern India. I'm humbled also because I have never been a student of Professor Brahmanand. Neither I have ever seen him, but I'm quite aware about his work and his very extraordinary concern, in fact, lasting concern for sort of two specific issues, poverty and unemployment, and the solutions that he was looking forward to was to sort of do it through maybe energizing and making the local dynamic, the energy, the stimulus, the experiences have to be from our own Indian experiences. I think that probably makes him a very, very special economist, and his contribution to the Indian Economic Association, and especially his very, very major or rather remarkable role in managing the Indian Economic Journal, which has been there for last more than 50 years now. And I happen to have my first professional paper published in the Indian Economic Journal. So that's with my, with all my humility, I want to make this presentation. And because of a time constraint, I may have to go a little fast. So I have chosen a topic which is very popular these days. This is the Indian MSMEs or micro, small and medium enterprises, as Professor Chobe sort of rightly described. What I shall do is the screen, if you can, would you please change the screen as I go, or yes, thank you very much. So as all of us must know that the emphasis on the small enterprises, or SSIs as it used to be known as small scale industries earlier, even sometime way back in 1938 when we had the National Planning Committee, there has been, this sector had been sort of recognized as one of the key key drivers of the economy, as it could address a kind of a wide range of skills. It could sort of take people from different regions with different educational levels, different ages, and it was kind of seen as a major source of employment. Actually, that was one of the key roles of this sector. And then there have been also a lot of discussions about whether sort of this sector could contribute to reducing what we may call actually so reducing regional, urban, rural disparities, sort of including whether it would dissuade forced migration from the rural to urban areas. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. And one of these are the official claims. I mean, that's the word I have sort of deliberately used. And though I have taken these figures from the ministry's own websites and their annual reports, but the statistics, the data on the MSMEs are in samples. So to say only this much, because we have the latest the MSME census conducted way back in 2006 and 7, and there have been sort of all kinds of estimates. And anyway, going by the sheer number in terms of the employment it creates, more than 8,000 products have been identified to be produced from this particular sector, and a huge number of people getting employed directly and indirectly. And there have been claims that this contributes in a major way to total exports. I'm not very sure about these percentages, because the data on exports from this sector again are quite problematic. I'll be coming to that very soon now. But then one of the very important points which we must recognize from the existing four MSME censuses are the two small but very, very important facts, that more than 90% of these enterprises, as Professor Chobe in fact very rightly mentioned, so they are all sort of what we call as a micro or what used to be known as the tiny enterprises, and then a very, very large proportion of these MSME sector enterprises belong to what we may call as the informal sector or the unorganized sector. Next, please. So when we are talking about this sector, we just can't miss out on the micro. So that is the sort of a major focus that we are talking about. And also of these enterprises, more than 50% of the units are sort of based in rural areas, and several of them are actually in the small towns. So we are not going to address the crisis or the challenges or the concerns of this sector if you are not targeting the micro units, and if you are not targeting those which are based in the rural areas in terms of its sort of problems in accessing certain kinds of infrastructure, and sort of problems in accessing certain markets, and of course problems in accessing finance. Next, please. I'll go a little fast because of the time constraint. Yeah, and how we have been defining this for a long time till this last July, when we came up with a new definition for the MSME sector. We sort of defined this sector very, very in a problematic manner, when the whole world was defining this sector in terms of employment, turnover, or a kind of a mix of the two. We define this sector in terms of by the historical value of investment in plant and machinery. So which was quite problematic, especially when you had a large number of unorganized enterprises which are not accounted for, and there are sort of enterprises which are sort of located or which are started long time back, and we may not have enough reliable information on the investment value of the plant and machinery. So we had a very, very problematic definition that we had, and also the informality part was hardly taken care of. Next, please. And so this is a kind of a bit of a small history of the changes in definition of this sector. As you can see, there have been major sort of changes all through, and it is only in 2006 when we had the when we introduced what we call the MSMED Act, the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development Act of 2006. So we introduced for the first time what is called the medium enterprises. However, as I did mention, that from July, we have come up with a new definition where both sort of the investment value and turnover both have been taken into account. Employment still doesn't figure as part of the definition. Next, please, sir. And just to give you a sense of the overwhelming presence of the really small units, sort of you have in several states which are shown in red, more than 90% of the enterprises which had an investment limit which was less than only 5 lakhs. Even when the micro enterprise was actually defined by units with an investment limit less than 25 lakhs. So you had a really, in fact, if you're thinking of a new definition, we must actually think of a new definition for this huge number of really micro enterprises, and maybe we should go for one. I do not know whether to call it micro 1, micro 2. I do not know about that, but I think we must definitely rethink the definition of the micro units as they exist in the Indian condition. Next, please. Yeah. And what kind of statistics we have, and that's what I sort of harp on very often in my presentations, because this data on the MSME sector or the SSI sector, as it used to be known till 2006. So we have, if you see the second column in red, so What is this? We have a providential rate of 4.07%. That is the annual growth rate of India's small-scale industries, and that is the official statistics that we had. And we are asked to believe it. I think there is something very seriously wrong, because our data, even on a variable like the number of units, our data is absolutely suspect. And we really do not know the employment figures. And I would really seriously think that the fifth MSME census, which was supposed to be conducted sometime in the late 2015 and 16, probably there is a need to do that. The only other choice we have is probably to go back to the economic census data, which might give us some sense. But then we may not be able to capture all the variables which may be relevant for the MSME sector. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So what kind of official statistics? If I see the 2018-19 MSME annual report, I see, so we have sort of really used the 73rd NSS data on unorganized sector, and that is the figure. We have again been repeating even from the NSS report. So in 2015, you had 63.39 million units. 2018-19, you again have the same number of units. So I think something is, if you are thinking seriously in terms of doing something about this sector, I think we must know that how many units are there, what kind of employment, what kind of products, what kind of markets, what kind of technology, where from they get the finance. I think we really need that information. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. And so this is, as I was mentioning in the beginning, that the claims of export, so we, after 2008, it's very, very difficult to get data by a subsector, by the individual product category, which we used to get earlier. And even if you see the earlier data, which is up to 2007-8, and a sector which we claim that we are doing world-class product, and sort of it accounts for more than 40% of the exports. So we are sort of confined only to 7 broad product groups. There has been very little diversification in terms of the product group that we have. And we are talking about a sector which produces more than 8,000 products. And mind you, that we have hardly sort of invested our energy to make our products available to the global market, especially those products which are sort of coming from the rural areas, using rural skills, local products, or what we may call as the craft or the artisan product. So they do not still figure in our sort of export basket from the MSMEs. Next, please. Next, please. Please change the slide. Yeah. So what have been the persisting concerns facing this sector? As most studies will tell you, that this is a sector which has been very, very heavily studied from 1960s onwards, starting from people like Professor P.M. Dhar, Professor Sandesh Sara, and several other. In fact, the Bombay School has really contributed enough to the study of small-scale industry, and the same issues that they had raised in the 60s are still there. The classic problem relates to the loan finance, the adequacy, and also the timely loan finance to the MSMEs in this country. The second relates to the basic infrastructure or basic business infrastructure, if I may say so. And the third relates to a relatively recent phenomenon called cluster development, which sort of came to us sometime in late 1990s. About that, I'll be taking a little later. And in the very recent times, with liberalization with us for more than 2.5 decades now, our sort of terms with the global production network, or the GPNs. Next, please. Next, please. Because the time is an issue, so I'm going a little fast. Yeah. Next, please. I think there's something. Okay. So very, very quickly, as you can see from the graph, so these are essentially information from the RBI credit data, and essentially suggesting that despite all our claims to support this sector, there has been a definite decline in the share of MSMEs coming from the public sector banks, and that is on the decline. Next, please. Next, please. Next, I think some graphs are not shown. Anyway, so there are, I think some graphs are not shown here. So we have this what is called the Mudra scheme, the micro units development and refinance agency scheme, which was sort of initiated very recently. But however, despite so though this was a very good effort in terms of the idea that it would sort of address the needs of the micro and small enterprises, but then we also know that the information suggests that maybe several of these loans have been sort of reclassified, and actually very limited fresh loans under this scheme actually has been dispersed, and there have been sort of discussions about 59-minute 1 crore MSME loans. I think these initiatives, the ideas behind this are quite laudable, but then we are not looking only for the ideas. We are looking for information, and we wish to know that how much of this money has actually been available to how many units and of what size and in which regions and for which subsectors and which products. That is the information we are looking for, not just what the scheme is telling us. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah. So I'll very quickly, there have been some, we have done a major study in the All India study, sort of in 12 states. That's the largest ever coverage of units ever done in India. We did it for the Ministry of Industries. So one of the major areas of concern was infrastructure, and this is all relating to business infrastructure. The first obviously relates to the access to electricity, kind of a reliable supply of power to the enterprises. The road network was an issue, the cargo facility provision, the port facilities, even water and common effluent treatment plants. So there are several such business-related infrastructure which are yet to be provided. So these are mostly the supply side constraints, and I'll say a little bit about the demand side constraints as well as you move on. Please, and next, please. Next, please. And since 2006, we have a series of very interesting reports. And one of the reports which is very recent, which is not shown here, is Mr. E.K. Sinha report of 2019, sort of RBI report, which really is a kind of path-breaking report in terms of making really interesting suggestions to make finance accessible to micro and small enterprises, and sort of is talking about, very interestingly, talking about insurance to the MSME employees. Sort of it is also talking about a very interesting demand side factor, that to how to sort of make sure that the public procurement of goods from the MSME sector must sort of increase. I think the E.K. Sinha report in 2019, which is not mentioned here, has been quite interesting. But otherwise, the reports that I have mentioned here since 2006, so they are talking about sort of like having an external orientation of the MSME firms, where the quality of the product remains the key, and sort of how to improve competitiveness, and also to sort of enhance the networking with various stakeholders, both within and outside the country. So exports of the external orientation remains the focus of many of these reports that we have. Next, please. Next, please. So I have to, I think we just skip this. Next, please. Please, next. And so in terms of the schemes, very often people sort of vouch by schemes that, okay, you have so many schemes, so there is nothing that that is not there in the Indian so small and medium enterprise schemes. But then many of these schemes, we do not have much information. Suppose, take for instance, a scheme called Spurti. Sort of we really do not know how many rural clusters have been benefited by this scheme. So what kind of finance was available? So I think there are several such schemes about which we do not have year-wise detailed statistics. I think that is where we should sort of figure out whether the scheme actually succeeded, what kind of changes to be made mid-course. So those are the sort of issues to be raised. And as we discuss the MSMEs, we of course kind of miss out on this whole thing about cluster development, or the industrial clusters as they are known as. So very interestingly, in 1997, so when it was a kind of a buzzword across the globe, and it was through the UNIDO's initiative that we had sort of gone for this cluster development. That is one major way of industrial organization by which we would sort of think in terms of promoting the micro, small, and medium enterprise clusters. And but then, despite these claims, we still do not have a cluster development policy in place. We do not know how many clusters actually exist. The data that we have on industrial clusters in both the third and the fourth MSME censuses are all wrong, because it follows a very, very strange definition of sort of defining clusters as registered and unregistered clusters. So there is a serious issue relating to what kind of cluster development ideas we have, what kind of policies we have, and if you are thinking of MSME promotion through cluster development, I think this is one area which really needs extra effort. Next, please. I think I'll very quickly just give you examples from the field reality. I do a lot of field work, by the way, both in rural and urban areas of India. And so I'll quickly show you two of my field work experience. One is from Morbi in Gujarat. This is ceramic tiles clusters. I'm showing this just to give you a sense of what really sort of drives the success of a certain certain group of MSMEs. And this is a sort of sector in which, and this is a cluster which I had studied in way back in 1998 and again in 2018, and there has been remarkable change. And this is a kind of story of a cluster which has really sort of given a tough fight to the huge Chinese imports of the ceramic tiles. And incidentally, this little cluster in India is now the second largest in the world. So, and it's exporting to more than 60 countries. So it is quite possible that by sort of investing in what I may call as kind of a rescaling of space, kind of the local state and the local industry association coming together and keeping an open eye on innovations. So this is very much possible that even within India, even with initially started as a traditional sort of industry, we are able to sort of outperform one of our worst competitors called China. Next, please. So I'll not take much time on this. Next, please. There have been a lot of infrastructure development, which actually the whole the clusters have been linked to the Kandla port, for instance. So the state has actually come up in terms of creating a kind of a special highway which sort of links to the port. So there have been this kind of initiatives. So you don't have to think in terms of only a sectoral approach to MSME development. I think that is the precise program that I'm trying to hint at, that you cannot talk about the MSMEs only as a sectoral issue. So these have to be linked to larger issues of infrastructure, larger issues of linking to other innovative activities, and for looking for newer markets, both within and outside India. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, and they are the products of India. Let's believe it, and we are doing extraordinarily well. And this is one of the globally most competitive industries from India. So it is very much possible. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Next, please. There's not much time, so please. Yeah. And from there, I come to this. I presented in some other sort of presentations as well. This is it's a kind of a small town area. It's essentially a kind of a rural area, you can say, Athani in Karnataka. And this is a footwear cluster. This was sort of essentially sort of focusing on what you may call the Kolhapuri chappals, as you knew it. And there is the presence of the CLRA, the Central Leather Research Institute, has a separate unit at Athani, but then it has hardly contributed in terms of sort of creating newer designs, sort of providing certain kinds of skills to the local artisans, or even helping them in sort of marketing. But at the same time, so there are some non-state agencies which have sort of come together and have really contributed immensely to upgrade both the standards, product and process standards of the goods that are manufactured here. And now they are sort of exporting with their brand name. So it is very much possible, even if you're in a rural area, sort of focusing on a traditional good with certain innovative interventions, it is possible, and which are not necessarily financial intervention. I think we are always mistaking that the MSMEs need only capital. I think that is the major problem that you're talking about. But I think the MSMEs need a variety of other supports which are non-financial in character. Please, next, please. Next, please. Next, please. This is kind of a picture of the cluster. Next, please. Next. So more than 600 designs of footwear coming from the same cluster, which was sort of for about 400 years working on what is known as the standardized Kolhapur chappal. So it is very much possible to innovate both in terms of process and in terms of product. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, next, please. Next. I think because initially I thought I would be speaking for about 45 minutes or it's more. Next, please. So I just want to spend just maybe a few seconds on some of these sort of interventions that we are talking about, MSME policies that we are talking about, how they're so very, very different even in our own neighborhood and in some of the Asian countries. So like things like OVOP and OTOP experiment, that's one village, one product experiment of Japan, or the one Tambon, one product experiment in Thailand, and several parts of Asia, and now it has actually been very, very popular in many of the African countries as well. So there has been a very different approach in terms of how to promote, how to sort of incentivize. So like mainly when you're talking about traditional products, you are talking about local skills and sort of how you can sort of link to the larger markets and what kind of support system the state and the non-state actors could provide them. So that is the kind of, it's a very, this is also an approach of self-reliance and creativity. So you are talking in terms of certain kinds of institutional innovations in policy, which makes your MSME sector much more dynamic, not just in terms of providing jobs here, but also creating newer, better products and also accessing sort of better markets elsewhere. Next, please. Yeah, next, please. Let's go on. Then very quickly, I have to talk in terms of our integration of the global market and claims that we are making world-class products. So we are very much part of the global value chain in some of the subsectors, particularly garments, particularly leather, in pharmaceuticals, in plastics, in sort of auto parts. So several of these subsectors within the MSME, so we are very directly sort of part of this. I mean, what are given is a simple value chain, but then it is essentially in the middle one, that is the processing, assembling, or manufacturing part, or in terms of procuring certain kinds of raw materials that we are sort of joining the global value chains. So these are essentially the low value adding segments or low value adding chains. That's where we are being very, very active. That is, our MSMEs are actually into the low value adding component of the otherwise very rich global value chain. So we are not getting the benefits of the chain. Please, next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Let's just go ahead. Next, please. So just a moment here. So this is the one. Yes. So this is just a small thing which it was part of my work in Institute of Developing Economies in Japan, that and later in Netherlands, that I was working on global standards. And sort of like when we talk in terms of like sort of as you are part of a global value chain or global subcontracting, if you like. So what kind of sort of like contracts that we are entering in, and very often you find that it is the Indian micro and small enterprises who are mostly in the informal domain. So they are the ones who are finally sort of becoming the actual producers or the actual suppliers for the global buyers, but for a variety of reasons. So they are not actually covered under any social security schemes, for instance, or the labor standards, if you like, or the process standards, if you like, in terms of environment, in terms of health. The workers, the enterprises, those who are producing for the global market, they are not being part of it. So I think this is something which again is a policy issue which we must look into, that under what conditions, under what terms that the Indian enterprise, Indian MSME is participating with the global market. So that is something which needs to be rethought. It is not just the finance, how much bank loan is given to an enterprise. That is just one part of a big, big story. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. I think I do not have much time. Next, please. So this is again kind of talking about what is known as it's not just the interface with globalization, but then our new interface with what is known as the Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0, where sort of you are essentially the physical production facilities where actually you required a lot of sort of employees. So that is going to be replaced, maybe large scale automation, which is sort of threatening. So the MSMEs are going to be very directly affected by that, and particularly within the MSMEs, the services segment of the MSMEs. The MSMEs include both manufacturing and services. So we are, it is already known that a huge chunk of the relatively low and IT and ITES based jobs in which we have an advantage, global advantage, that we are going to lose out very much because of this new interface. So that also suggests that in terms of policies, for even this ITES services, maybe to invest in certain kind of newer infrastructure, which will make us maybe a global leader. Next, please. So this is how I'm almost at the end of it. And as we discuss MSMEs, I sort of been talking about persisting constraints. I'm talking about persisting challenges. But then during this pandemic time, as we all know, that the MSME sector has been one of the hardest hit, and it is both the central government and all the state governments. They have recognized that this is the only sector which probably holds much hope in terms of like creating jobs, in terms of creating demand for products, in terms of like sort of energizing both the backward and the forward linkages, and also in terms of maybe earning a certain foreign exchange. And there have been new sort of financial stimulus packages have been offered. But we really would like to know that who all actually received it, because if you go by the media reports, I mean, there have been several entrepreneurs who have sort of come up with, and there have been at least 5 different surveys that I know of, including one conducted by the IIT Madras, and there have been several such studies, one done by RBI. So several, at least 5 different surveys during the pandemic time of the MSMEs sort of suggest that maybe not all entrepreneurs have found it very easy to access the schemes, the benefits of the schemes. And so this is one area which remains a kind of a big concern. And what happens to a large number of workers who were in the informal domain, but they are the producers. They are the sort of the main engine of growth of MSMEs. So because they belong to the informal sector, so their health concerns, their concerns for economic security, I think this should also form one of the major focus of what we need to do for this sector in future. And there is, of course, there is a real policy rethink needed, which I have not really covered very much. I think the Indian Economic Association may be a very good forum to discuss what kind of demand side measures we really need for this sector. We often sort of blame the state that they have failed in several things, but what kind of demand? But I gave you a little hint through the OTOP programs, and those were actually the sort of ways by which it would you could make this sector much more active, and the products will be in great demand. So those are sort of areas where we need what you may call as institutional innovations. And as I sort of end my presentation, so I have a little thought. I thought this is a very, very erudite and a relevant sort of audience, where I may just, this is an idea which has been occurring to me in last few months. I call it ETS. That is the endogenous transformation of space. So that is sort of the kind of one way by which maybe with the engagement of the local, that is local resources, both the human and physical resources, and sort of like in terms of getting ideas from a variety of stakeholders, maybe we can rethink what can actually be done so that the linkages, both the backward and forward linkages, which are at the center of the MSME growth, how that could be addressed. And so that is probably one way which I'm thinking. I'm working on this area, and I still think by mere announcing certain financial packages and giving it some name, that doesn't solve any issues, because this is a sector which has been facing several challenges for several decades. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Das. Something from Agra? Or has Professor Ardigal joined?
No,
Has
no,
Professor
sir.
Raju joined?
No, sir.
No. Okay, so you would like to add something, or you want me to go?
सर ओवर टू आप ही कंक्लूड कर दीजिए सर.
See, because this session is running late, we
Yes,
should
sir.
have started at 2:30 perhaps, and we started after 4:30.
Yes.
But nevertheless, Professor Das has presented in a way the researchers should love to see that what they ought to do. Once upon a time, about a sociologist, Professor Sharan in Lucknow University, it was said that he is original. And his comment was, I am original to the extent that I try to go to the original. So this is how one should do research. Maybe I think there some updation was needed in the presentation which Professor Das has made, but nevertheless the important part one has to understand the metadata, and this is what a real researcher knows, and this is what Das has, Professor Das has attempted. So this is very, very important. For example, at one stage, as employment figure and the number of units figure, they are widely different than they are in the other source. Now, if RBI and CSO could come together and sort out the differences for capital stock in the country, how could different agencies are coming with different numbers? For example, agriculture census gives 14.5 crore, what you call this holdings. And the Prime Minister is distributing only to 9 crore farmers. And whatever is between two villages, isn't it, that will only, if it is reconciled, it will not come down by 33%. So there are issues, and there are issues with MSME also. But that is one part. The important part, as he says, it is not the finance only, or it is not the technology only. For example, cluster, as he talked about, because there was a time, and I am referring to the trade specialist. They said specialize, specialize, and specialize. And the development specialist said diversify, diversify, and diversify. Now the development specialists are looking at the what you call holistic picture, where small places are also microcosm in themselves, rather than there is a one world, isn't it, in different spots, 8,000 products and 8,000 towns, something like that. So millions of products, and you have may not have that many, even the locations. But more importantly, as he said about clusters, and UNODO has updated that figure, and the latest figure, which is also old, pretty old, which says 388 industrial clusters and 16 something rural and artisan clusters, as they call. And hopefully, this Morbi should be coming into that industrial clusters, I believe, but I'm not very sure. But there are clusters, rural artisan clusters, say in Odisha. So they are equally important. And UNODO did, that study as well. I was one of the national experts with UNODO for that kind of work. This, of course, when we started, and Professor Das might have started a little later, when we started out, the classification of this village, cottage, and what you call a small scale, they were get out, isn't it? And we were shifting to SSI. Forget about KVIC, but then the whole shift was, because that was something which we could not do away with, but our focus shifted to SSI. Then at some point of time, and that was the time when labor used to be one standard from the Department of Labor, and the from the industry department, the investment used to be the measure. So we used to have different kind of definitions. We are coming back, isn't it? Now turnover has become more important. As you said, that number of committees and the RBI contributed a lot, and they surveyed around 155 countries and maybe 263 definitions, and then they plotted some kind of how many are one criteria, one criterion, two criteria, three criterion kind, and finally they decided that let us have this investment as well as turnover, which is fine. More inclusive is better, because there was a time large industries were having access and the small industries were also having some access, but the medium ones were nowhere. You didn't know if, even if the definition they are large, I mean no bank or no refinance what you call agency will recognize them anywhere. So now there is clear, I mean this much is for CDB, they should take care of. Good that one window of Mudra was also started out to take care of this micro units. However, one issue which is very, very important, and this is important from the viewpoint of this mortality. Small micro level studies say that mortality is very high. Now, if they are subsidy based and they survive on subsidy, this is a moral hazard that they survive to the extent, I mean, subsidy is there. So they don't want to stand on their own legs. Now, if there are some units, or I don't know how many units will be, and they re-register or come out again, isn't it, with some other name or something, I think this phenomenon has to be understood, and the policy has to be so articulated that they are incentivized to continue to live alone. And they also quote that they are 30 years old, 25 years old, 50 years old, something like that, rather than every time they are new. This is very, very important. Now, if there was a Shishu under Shishu Yojana, as you know, that one classification was done for MSME micro units, that Shishu, Kishore, and Tarun. So they have to incentivize to turn into Tarun, to turn into Kishore and then Tarun. This is very important, rather than having this infant mortality just as your Shishu. So that has to be seen that it gets avoided. And not only, I'm not giving prescription, I will say that let there be several minds, isn't to be put together and to come out with this issue. Now, one issue which is very, very important, once upon a time, we all remember that these development finance institutions, which were sort of supporting large industry, heavy industry. And whenever heavy industry was in a problem, they used to convert their loan into equity. Even then, they used to fall sick, and there were problems of NPAs and window dressing. As you say, window dressing, here window dressing used to be there. So there used to be a lot of window dressing. Now, some suggestion I read somewhere that National Equity Fund, isn't it? That we become partner. Maybe not the union government, maybe local governments, involve local governments, involve in some kind of a local, what you call this enterprise equity fund, and have at least, I mean, you have 8,000 towns, of which 4,000 are only census ones. And I believe they are census ones because these industries, which could not be located in the main town, they were in the periphery a little away, and they are likely to have become census town. Some of the census towns are, I mean, very odd kind. If I tell you that Noida, with a population of more than 1 million, is a census town. It has not got a local government. It is not a municipality. For 40 years, it has been in existence. So some of the, I mean, this anachronous kind of thing you will find, but most of the time I found if you are having only 5,000 medium industries and 8,000 census towns, how could that be? So this is one possibility I roughly, guess out. So this I think, and the second part, that what district industry centers are doing, I don't know how they can be revamped. Do they do anything very important, or they just keep sitting? Somebody will come, they will issue a certificate, write down on the register. I have not gone into details of working of the district industry center, but I think they have to be enlivened. They have to be made partner. They have to be made accountable. That why this development in your district is not taking place. I mean, good that you have referred to OVOP, one village, one product, or something like one town, one product. Unfortunately, I mean, people were very happy in UP when they learned one district, one product. And because perhaps they had not known much that something else is happening in the rest of the country. So then we kept advising that why not go down at least block level or little a smaller level of some cluster. Even Pura, and the Pura not because of this our APJ Abdul Kalam. Actually, he narrated that Jagadguru Shankaracharya of Kanchi, he was having some rural project, and this rural development project had this idea of Pura. They were developing that connectivity also. So I think such initiatives, that they are working elsewhere. Perhaps they are not getting scaled up, or they are not getting replicated. That will always be difficult, because you will not have that. Why out of 6 lakhs towns you have hardly 60 villages which you can claim Anna Hazare type of Ralegaon Siddhi. So and even the neighborhood, the other village doesn't learn. So there is something within, and as that Taleb says about that black swan, that the real mystery is hidden in the black swan, and there is the real knowledge. Otherwise you keep on seeing the white swans and believe that nothing is beyond that. So I have learned myself a great deal from the lecture which Professor Das has delivered, and I understand that our researcher, economists and researchers, those who are in the audience, and they will perhaps spread it, that how a research has to be conducted. And once we are actually in the grips of the analysis, in the grips of the data, perhaps some solution can come out. It's not very easy. Solutions are not easy. I mean, analysis is far easier. Analysis doesn't give you what you call, it can just project. So the third eye has to come from somewhere. But maybe when your both eyes are open, isn't it, third eye will also come. There is very large likelihood of getting the third eye. But if your eyes are not open, and and most of the time we are half blind, we don't go, we don't try, we don't, so our curiosity, we don't try to understand the nitty gritty, what is actually lying there, why this is coming like this, and then we will find out, isn't it? So one good way of learning is the way Professor Das has done, and I think it is all eye-opening to most of the researchers, and they will take a few, rather than narrating that suddenly in May, June 2020, this definition has been changed. But what was the reason? Why was it changed? Were the other practices elsewhere? So something of that kind, and that doesn't happen. So we start from here. Isn't it? Earlier this was, and now this, rather than narrating as you did, right from 1938, I think that NPC reports were published somewhere in 1949. and good economist K.T. Shah, who was the secretary of the NPC, he did quite a big job even in the that Constituent Assembly. I think somewhere we had a chimera in early 50s that whole thing will become formal. Everything can be in large scale, and in the transition, some small scale can continue, perhaps, and that was never nowhere. But this is the way the development was projected to us, and we believed in it. And I think no country is without informal sector, not US. Eh? They also have, they keep on telling that so many women enterprises are there, and how they define whether majority share of the women or something. So it took so many years, 1972, when this we recognized that there exists something which was existing
Please minimize if possible.
hundreds of years. Eh? So only Ashwini Seth has to tell that in 1972 that there exists a large informal sector. So, but I think insistence of the government to formalize, that is not bad, because that is how you will be able to trace your development, and you will see that you are also developing. And that formalization means you also, rather than hiding yourself in some way, you try to come out, isn't it, open, and do this good job. For example, there used to be touts once upon a time for railway reservation. Now you have given them the agency, isn't it? They are now sitting on a chair rather than a corner somewhere in the near the reservation office. So provide that, make them do it easy. And I think making that what do you call ease of business, so that ease of doing business, ease of doing a small business. You are focusing more on multinationals, that they find that doing business in India is easy. Within India, as I think 1980s, you said that, I think in some other lecture, that 1980 to 1990 was said to be the decade of pro-business liberalization within country, not globalization. So I think this pro-small business atmosphere of doing business, because why are they doing slyly? Why are not they doing it boldly? Because still there is some inspector who is somewhere lurking. If not, some police wala, he will not have mandate to dissuade you, but he does. So I think that has that this formalization may help him a bit. That is what I roughly guess. I am not an expert in the area. I keep on learning from people like Professor Das, and keep on intervening a little here and there. Thank you very much for inviting me, and
Thank
asking
you,
me
Professor.
the lecture to be delivered by Professor Das so elegantly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chauber. And very nicely they have concluded, and they have just conveyed that how the young researchers can learn to do the research by using the basic definitions, state-wise analysis, and they have initiated from the historical background onward. Professor Keshav Das has really presented his deliberation excellently. On the behalf of the Indian Economic Association, we are conducting this 103rd annual conference. We feel privileged to thank the Professor Das as well as Professor P.K. Chobeji, who is the pillar of the Indian Economic Association.
You are
I think in the future also we keep on seeking your advice and lectures on the new areas so that our new young researchers will learn. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I am just handing to Professor C.B. Singh ji. Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Keshav Das, GIDR Ahmedabad, presented a very nice lecture on small enterprises as integral to developing development strategy. He presented a very broad aspects covered in this title. Vital official claims about achievement, contribution of the MSMEs, investment ceiling constants in India, share of MSME by states, and aspects of the growth of SSI and growth of MSME in India. So I all the speakers and other persons covered all the aspects. Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Now, on behalf of Indian Economic Association, we heartily thank Professor Keshav Dasji for delivering this prestigious memorial lecture in the name of Professor P.R. Brahmananda. We all know the stature of P.R. Brahmananda ji, and their blessings are always with us, and their blessings will be alive with these memorial lectures, and we will really be academically being more digestive with these heavy diet, heavy academic diet delivered by the authorities like Professor Keshav Dasji. I, on behalf of all these offline panelists, Professor Rajveer Singh ji and Professor Harveer Singh ji, and my friend Professor Dushyant ji, along with all EC members, all advisory board, I extend the heartiest thank to Professor Keshav Das for accepting our invitation and delivering the Professor P.R. Brahmananda Memorial Lecture. We are really thankful, sir. You have done a wonderful job, a great job, and a heavy diet to all of us, and we will try our best to do justice with your blessings. Thank you, sir. We are really humbled. Thanks a lot, sir. We are really thankful to Professor P.K. Chaubey, sir. We are always thankful and we remain thankful, Professor P.K. Chaubey, sir, for his regular blessings, because these are the blessings only which are just motivating us, inspiring us, and we are trying our best in the interest of the targeted approach. Thank you, sir. With the permission of the chair, Professor P.K. Chaubey ji, I wish to close the session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With the comment and with the commitment that whenever we will be meeting in physical mode, the mementos will be handed over, because the mementos are with us in our mind, they were in our feelings, and those feelings will be handed over to you in physical mode only. There is no other option with us. Excuse me and excuse the associations on that front. Thanks a lot, sir.
Visit
Really
GIDR. Visit GIDR Sabarmati. It's very close to, isn't it?
Sure, sir. Sure,
You
sir.
will have both Sabarmati and Kesab.
Sure, sir. We will do our best to make it possible when we are in future. Thanks a lot, sir. We close the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now,
It was very nice. Thank you, Professor Chobe, sir. I have
wait,
made notes of your suggestions, in fact. Professor Chobe, sir, I have made notes of your very important suggestions.
Okay,
So
please.
I may work on that.
Yeah.
Thank you
I
so
mean,
much.
if they could be of any use to you, I will feel good.
Absolutely. I'll agree.
thank you, sir. To offline mode, it is possible to present the mementos. I request Professor P.K. Agrawal Sahab, Honorable Vice President of Indian Economic Association, to please honor the resource person, Professor C.B. Singh Sahab, Professor Harveer ji, and Professor Rajbir ji, by presenting the mementos to them. Professor P.K. Agrawal Sahab presenting mementos to Professor C.B. Singh Sahab. Professor C.B. Singh, head Department of Economics as well as Dean Faculty of Arts, Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. He is the authority of the subject and the key person of the association. Dr. Harveer Singh ji, the Senior Professor of Department of Economics, Devi Jain College, Saharanpur. He is the key person of the association. We are really thankful, sir. We are thankful. Dr. Rajbir ji, he has all the way come from Bahraich, and we are really thankful to have you here, sir. You are really have done. Thank you, sir. Professor Rajbir ji, we are really thankful, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Now I wish to enter into another session, that is panel discussion. Sir, our key person, the chairperson of the session, Professor S.T. Bagalkoti Sahab. Professor S.T. Bagalkoti is a senior professor of economics, Karnataka University, Dharwad. He is available with us. Professor Amesh Samantariya. Professor Amesh Samantariya as co-chairperson. He is professor and head Department of Economics, Pondicherry University, Kalapet, Pondicherry. He is with us. I welcome Professor Shakti Kumarji, the one of the panelists. He is chairman, Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. I welcome Professor B. Jayama Bhatt from Kevempu University, Shivamogga. I welcome Professor Manveen Kaur from Haryana Institute of Public Administration, Gurgaon. I welcome Madam Professor Nidhi Sharma, Professor of Economics, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. I welcome Professor Pushpa M. Sevadatti from Central University of Karnataka, Kaladbungri. I welcome my dear friend Professor Ravindra Reina. He is a professor of economics, Northwest University, South Africa. I welcome Madam Dr. Hansa Jain. Hansa Jain, Madam, is coming from Sardar Patel Institute of Economics and Social Research, Ahmedabad. Basically, it is a panel discussion, and the discussion will be on the topic technology, innovation, and economic growth in India. Now, not to wasting time, because we are already short of time, I request the chairperson, Professor S.T. Bagalkoti Sahab, to please handle the session, and with a request, if it is possible, it is 5:20, and I request you, how can you close the session by 6:15, 6:20, if it is possible, or maybe 10, 5 minutes plus minus. But sir, if it is possible, because we are running late, now it is over to you, Professor S.T. Bagalkoti ji, please.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening, all the fraternity of economics joined in the offline and online mode from across the country. I feel privileged to chair this particular technical session, which is on a very, very important topic, technology, innovation, and economic growth. When we are talking of 5 trillion economy, it is basically the technology which will drive our achievement to this. And of course, not the India has done considerably well in the recent years in terms of innovation, moving up in the innovation index, and starting schemes like Atal Innovation Mission, etc. And India has also emerged as a hub for startups. Now, because there is a very serious time constraint, as indicated by Dr. Dinesh Kumar, the Honorable Secretary of the Association, and because there are 7 speakers, Professor Shakti Kumar, Professor Jairam Bhatt, Professor Manveen Kaur, Professor Nidhi Sharma, Professor P.M. Saurati, and Professor Ravindra Reina, and Professor Hansa Jain, I would, given the time mandate by Dr. Dinesh Kumar, I would request all of you to restrict yourself to 8 to 10 minutes. So that would, I think, we can cover the time. We can do it by 1 hour or so. So I would be calling, or rather I'll be requesting the experts, as has been mentioned in the agenda. So once again, I request you to please keep up to the timing so that others will get a time to speak, and there will be some time for discussion also. So with this, I now request Professor Shakti Kumar from Center for Economics and Social Policy, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to share his ideas. Professor Shakti Kumar, please.
Respected sir, I feel great fortunate to be part of Indian Economic Association and giving us a limited time to present. Let us start. And respected Professor Balagoti sir, Amresh sir, Bhatt sir, Manveen Kaur ji, Nidhi Sharma ji, Professor Pushpa ji, Rena ji, Dinesh Kumar ji, and Dr. Hansa Jain ji. Let us start, and I will finish within 10 minutes as we are given time. So we all of know what is economy. So economic growth will be termed like delta Y by Y. The basic factors of the economic growth, as the economist has written somewhere, that the factors of the growth basically are land, labor, and the basic factor land, labor, and capital. Here, the factors of economic growth will be labor, capital, and technology and innovation. Why technology and innovation? Because there is no diminishing return in technology and innovation, and technology creates itself the technology, and it increases the productivity of both labor and capital. Let us talk about the account formula as delta T by T plus delta L by L and delta K by K. So this is the percentage change here, delta is living here. So it is the rate of growth of the technology plus weighted rate of growth of the labor and weighted rate of growth of the capital is equal to the economic growth rate. Here some weight is given 0.7 and 0.3. So let us talk. There are 2 things. One side will be economic growth without technology, and economic growth with technology. When there is without technology, in delta T, T stands for technology, and delta T by T, change in technology growth will be 0. So if we are talking about the balanced growth and 1% growth in both the labor and both the and the capital, then the change in the economic growth will be just 1% per annum. So it is written here, when the percentage change in the labor and percentage change in the capital is 1% per annum, then the economic growth will be also 1% per annum. But when we take that 1% everywhere for labor and the capital, as well as in the technology, then the growth will be somewhere like this, because delta T by T will be 1% and remaining 1%. So finally it will be 2. So it says that when the technology is applied, the economic growth just becomes double. So it is the clear effect of the technology on economic growth. Economic growth takes just 1% when there is no technology, and economic growth becomes just double. It is 2% per annum when we apply the technology. Let's talk about the production functions for the technology and I have already told that technology itself creates the technology, and the function of the technology is the proportion of the labor engaged in inventing technology and proportion of the capital engaged in inventing technology, and T stands for a stock of the human capital. It clearly shows that when the technology involves, it is possible that the long-term growth of the technology will improve the economic growth rate. So increased investment in the research will increase the technology. It has been shown there are three types of the country. One is the poor country, one is the middle level of the developed country, or one is the advanced country like USA. Where the technology has been applied, it quite shows that the production level will be high. In this graph, production and the consumption level has been shown. It's clearly shows that the poor country which is not applicable to apply the technology starts exporting very late, and the country which is able to apply the technology is able to increase the export or start the export as soon as possible. So there are the various growth theory, classical, Solo, Romer, and Vernon as well. There are some basic points, differences among the classical, Solo, Romer, and Vernon. And the classical theory where says the saving rate decides the growth, but the Solo said that the technology-based invention decides the growth. But the Romer says the stock of the human capital decides growth, and the Vernal says that the technology progress decides growth. So there are the various factors, and it's the product cycle, and at the maturity level, the technology is transferred. So, and as a Werner has said, how technology and innovation increases growth. So there are basic 4 points as we have learned till it in the present discussion. So it increases both the partial as well as total factor productivity. It increases productivity at comparative advantages and generates long-term economic growth. So economic growth, and it means delta y by y will be equal to delta t by t plus delta l by l plus delta k by k. Let's talk about the empirical study. We have taken 3 countries. One is the advanced one, that is the United States of America. Second, developed Germany, and the poor country, India. The GDP in the trillion, it has been shown, USA, that is almost 10 times of the India. And the per capita income, see, where you $1,877 for India, and for America it is 63,051. And the labor force engagement in agriculture in US is just 1%, and India that is 44%, and in the service sector 80% in the USA and 31% in poor country. Let us focus on the and government expenditure on research and development that will be associated with the technology and invention. So India spends just 0.6% of its budget on the research and development, and USA spends 2.7%, and while Germany 3.09%. So what does it show? If you will you will try to find out the relationship between the expenditure on the research and development and the GDP for 3 different countries. We shall find that in the USA it is positively correlated, and that is 0.5. And in the case of the India, the correlation is the negative. What does it signify? We shall see here. The trend line shows that in the USA, let's say it is positive, and Germany it is also positive, but in the case of the India, it is negative. It clearly shows that the research and development is not able to generate the positive relationship between the GDP and the expenditure on the research and development. The second point, we would like to focus the private final consumption expenditure that is associated with the growth of the economy. So what we'll see is since the 1970 to 2019 data has been shown the USA was spending $2.21 trillion for the private final consumption expenditure in 1970, and in India it is spending today $2.07 trillion. I think India is almost almost 50 years behind the USA. So and today USA is spending $64 trillion and India is just $2.07. So what do you see? Do you see that there is a massive gap between the USA and India because of the technological backwardness? So that needs to be improved. Let me conclude because of time constraint. I won't like to focus much details. So I am concluding here. The economy does not grow. The economy does not grow because we consume more, but we consume more because economy grows through research and development expenditure in technology and invention, where India is lagging behind. So thank you, sir. As given with time constraint, I could not focus much on the each slides. So I am stopping here. Thanks to each one, sir.
Thank you, Professor Shakti Kumar. It was a very neat presentation with a theoretical background, empirical support, and a very valid conclusions, which is very, very useful for researchers. And you have really given a framework for the further speakers to focus upon. So I thank you for that. And I invite the next speaker, Professor Jairam Bhatt from Kuvempu University, Karnataka. Professor Jairam Bhatt, please.
Thank you, Professor. Good evening to all of you. Very good evening to all of you. The topic of panel discussion is technology, innovation and economic growth in India. I would be dealing with the facts which all of us know, but still it will be worth dealing with the topic. To me, as all of us may agree, that technology is a very broader concept. Technology per se is the facilitator because it makes things handy. Technology of high quality should be affordable and accessible to all, because which in turn helps innovation greatly. And consequently, this leads to economic growth. But mere growth is not sufficient, but it should lead to development in general. Thus, I view that technology is one of the facilitators of growth, because growth is a multi-dependent factor, multi-dependent issue. In India, high quality technology was on place for a long time. Our ancestral structures and the development which we have achieved earlier across the country are the proof for the same which that technology we had. Meantime, due to massive invasions, particularly the British and others, foreign influence were imposed forcibly over the indigenous one. The technological strength that we had was sidelined. This had adverse effect on economic growth and development in India. As you all know, innovation may be referred to as something new, which is the outcome of research, thinking out of the box, problem-solving attitude, and others. Technology surely helps innovation. This terminology is also a broader term, broader one. To me, the terminology innovation is also a broader one. The above two, that is, technology and innovation, constitute a major part in the economic growth and development anywhere for that matter. Coming to the Indian context, we rather have partially failed in making use of the technology effectively. High dependence on imported, rather foreign technology may not yield the expected results in the country concerned always. That's what India experienced over the years, which doesn't mean that foreign technology should not be depended on. But what is required is of a culmination, a convergence, not a divergence of the indigenous and the imported technology, along with effective use of innovation outcomes for the greater benefit of larger number of people. I would like to throw some light on the recent thoughts or issues pertinent of the discussion on technology, innovation, and economic growth. An article published in the Economic Times recently says that India's ranking in the sector of technology is 244th position in 2019 in the world, which advanced by 4 positions. Biggest improvement in the technology subsector level, holding first position in telecommunications investment. This data are drawn from IMD World Digital Competitiveness Ranking 2019. It's a matter of pride for the country. Further, Indian ranking second among all middle income countries, and India occupies the 27th position among all countries in innovation quality. It is published in an article in the Financial Express on October 2, 2020, written by Diksha S. Biggs and Surabhi Jain. Research and development statistics for the fiscal year 2020 says that women participation in extramural research and development projects has increased significantly to 24% in 2016-17, which was just 13% in the fiscal year 2001. It's also a matter of great pride because our women are also taking part in the development. The two, it will be not uncontextual to name a few of great Indian innovators ever since. In agriculture, M.S. Swaminathan, Rajiv Bitto, Vishwanath Bodle, Harish Dabale, Sachin Kale, Pramod Gautam, and Salavada Timmaka and others have contributed a lot and innovated new things. In the industrial field, from Sir M. Visvesvaraya, Tatas and Birlas have been innovating a lot for the country's development. Coming to the services and science field, Jagadish Chandra Bose, C.V. Raman, APJ Abdul Kalam, C. Chandrasekhar, Raja Ramanna, C.N.R. Rao, and others have been innovating and contributing to the country for the great development of this country. India has had witnessed varied growth trajectory over time, but of late, as it is the case elsewhere across the globe, the growth rate in India has also slackened owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. Recently, it's a happy news that the economy is picking up, and we hope that it would pick up further. On the whole, I would like to say that we can accept and agree that in order to achieve maximum happiness of maximum number, that is welfare, growth and development should more be based on the result of better technology and dependable innovation, more particularly in the Indian context. Let us all hope for the best and strive for vibrant Bharata. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Chairman. And thanks to all the members and all the delegates, offline and online. Thank you, the Secretary, Mr. Dinesh, Professor Dinesh. Thank you all. And thank you for giving me this great opportunity to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jairam Bhatt. Again, it was a very knowledgeable presentation. You started with Jupyter's framework of technology leading to innovation and further to growth. And you also mentioned about the erosion of local technology due to the invasion by the foreign powers, and local technology is a very vital component in the present move towards Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. And you try to present the recent technological progress. It was a nice addition to the overall discussion. I also thank you for keeping up to the time constraint. Now, I welcome Professor Manveer Kaur from Haryana Institute of Public Administration to make her presentation. And again, I request her to be very, very specific to the point. Madam Manveer Kaur, please. Hello. May I have Dr. Manveer Kaur, please? Dinesh ji? Professor Dinesh?
Just wait, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
मनमीन जी को अनम्यूट कीजिए, मनमीन जी को अनम्यूट कीजिए, मनमीन को अनम्यूट कीजिए, मनमीन को अनम्यूट कीजिए. सर जस्ट वेट.
अच्छा सर, इसमें अनम्यूट ही हो.
मनमीन दिखा दो, मनमीन. Dr. Manveen Kaur, please unmute yourself.
I'm doing that. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
I'm sorry, net is creating some kind of a problems. That's the reason, I'm not able to.
Please continue. All right.
So, can you see my presentation? No.
Visible, madam. It's visible.
Pardon, sir?
Please.
It is visible. Visible.
Okay, then okay. So, good evening, first of all, my esteemed panelist, chairperson.
Dr. Manveen, please be on video mode.
Sir, actually, the net is creating problems, so that is.
It's up to you. All right.
No, okay, because I would love to do that because the net is creating problems, so I am shifted to my phone.
That's better, madam. You just switch off your video and start.
Continue, please. Continue.
So, first, good evening, all my esteemed panelists, my respected chairperson, Shri S.T. Bagal Koti, and Secretary IEA, Professor Dinesh Kumar, President Dinesh Kumar, President IEA. And I am really grateful to all of you for giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform. This is the platform actually which gives an opportunity to listen the renowned and distinguished speakers, experts. Many listening, many learnings, I must say that. So come to the point that it is, like Professor Shakti and Professor Jairam, they have actually given me a, like kind of a base to start with that. And it is widely accepted that the technology is the key driver of economic growth of the countries. And I must say for the regions and the states and the cities as well, technological progress allows us for the more efficient production of more and better goods and services, which is what I believe in prosperity depends upon. So if we look at the recent shift towards the open innovation and focus on the thinking out of the box, which has actually resulted in increased flows of knowledge and new types of cooperation between educational institutions, research organization, and business. It is, I must say that it is evident from the various experiences that top corporate and research and R&D investors worldwide have led the development of many emerging technologies, which actually has regarded as technology as a primary source in economic development and economic growth for the various technological changes. It has actually contributed significantly in the development of the underdeveloped countries. I would like to emphasize one thing here, sir, that the level of technology is also important, that determinants of the economic growth. The rapid rate of growth can be achieved through high level of technology only. Schumpeter also observed that innovation or the technological progress is only determinant of economic progress. But if the level of technology becomes constant, the process of the growth also stops. Thus, it is the technological progress which keeps the economy moving. Inventions and innovations have been largely responsible for rapid economic growth in the development countries, which have witnessed by the various best practices and experiences and innovations taken up by the various countries. If we the economic indicators, I will not be going to the nitty gritty of the each slide because time is running short.
Okay.
So
Right. Okay.
and the economic development includes economic growth, but it is not limited to it. Some of the other indicators on the basis of which we evaluate the economic development, that is the Human Development Index, including high standards of education and healthcare, etc. Gini coefficient, which is all of us know is a popular statistical measure to gauge the rich-poor income or the wealth divide. If it that income if it is it has an increasing trend, it indicates that the income inequality is rising and the policies are not inclusive. Then rule of law, then competitive markets, quality of life, environmental protection and preservation, we need to evaluate, and on these bases we like we examine, and then we can say the economy is on the progressive steps or not. So technology, which is a important tool for the economic development, and I must say that technological advancement and economic growth are the truly related to each other. It actually helps the use of economic resources as a way to produce goods and services, which increases efficiency innovatively, and which will also facilitate the ease of doing business and will help the improving governance, and finally, ultimately, will improve the service delivery mechanism at the lower level, and thereby the improvement at the in the economy of the rural and the urban areas as well. So technological progress is essential to the economic growth and development. The more advanced the technology available, the more quickly the local and the global economy can improve. This is what I believe in. If we like if we except if we apply the technology in each and every area. So why technology is so important for the economic development? So the time is the money. Actually, it saves time, it enhances efficiency, And technology has also led to an increase in the division of labor and specialization of job within the business. Further, it has contributing the efficiency and as business is able to run. Then natural resources, the efficient use of natural resources has also the huge effect on the technology on the ability of the business and government to access natural resources. Then the industrial expansion has also been possible because of the technological advancement. Over the years, research has also proved that better technology has led the further research into nearly every sector of business, science, meaning business can benefit from all sorts of technological advancement. So and finally, the internet and the international trade technology is the single most important element in the success and growth of international trade and job market growth. So why do we why do we talk about why do we focus on the innovations? Why do we talk about the thinking out of the box? So because in innovations and technology can lead to a higher productivity, meaning that same inputs generates a greater output. As productivity rises, more goods and services are produced. In otherwise, our economy grows. Innovation usually start on a small scale when new technology is first applied in the company where it has been developed, or in any organization, in any government institutions which has been developed. However, for the full benefit of the innovation to be realized, it is necessary to spread across the economy and equally benefit companies in different sectors and of different sizes. Experts call this process of diffusion of innovation actually. So now I would like to, because I'm not going, the time is running short, so I would, highlight one or two best practices. So which has actually, established the fact that innovation and innovations and technology has really helped us in our economy. So the better tax compliance using digital IDs, the first one best practices I would like to add. India's Aadhaar digital ID program has now registered approximately 1.2 billion Indian, covering 99% of the adult population. And it is being used, we all of us know, that to deliver the government subsidies, benefits, and services. On the back of this national ID program, India is improving governance to the other areas such as tax enforcement and compliances. The another area which is improving, the GST network is also linked with the national ID system, which is in turn linked to the individual's bank account. Unlinked account are to be frozen. The mandatory electronic tax filing minimizes taxpayers' physical interaction with tax officials, has already broadened the tax-based sustainability. And just 6 months, the Indian government added 3.4 million new indirect taxpayer to its rules. This is all the credit goes to this digital ID. And the success of India's national ID system has spurred interest in putting the place similar system in other countries in Asia. As of today, if we look at the other countries example, then the large-scale digital ID initiatives in the region include Indonesia, EKTP, Malaysia's MyCAD, and Pakistani's Nadra system. So they have adopted, they have developed their system on the basis of this digital ID. The second, I would say, because I was talking about the Human Development Index in the first of my slide. So according to a study by Transparency International, which is a renowned organization, and they have estimated that the $700 million is being paid to the bribes at the land registration administrators across the India. The government of Andhra Pradesh state is utilizing blockchain technology to address issues of fraud and corruption. Jitna blockchain cover hoga, utna these things would be covered, and which would make land ownership data records encrypted and thus incorruptible and transparent. Last but not the least, I would, the third best practices I would like to cover, leveraging social media for monitoring and crowdsourcing. Workers with better fundamental skills, which include not only the basic reading, writing, numeracy, but also social and emotional skills and digital literacy, are better placed to learn new skills and adopt the new working areas of the new technologies. So quality formal education is the foundation of skills development. For instance, leveraging the widespread use of social media in the Philippines, the Check My School initiative is a community monitoring tool that uses crowdsourcing technology to improve the quality of public education. Developed in partnership with the Department of Education, this CMS also monitors and produces reports on various aspects of public education services, from specific government education program to the quality of education. I would like to add here that the Education and Economic Growth Department, EA, like Stanford University CA, has also done one research, and they have come out with the effect of the educational quality on the economic growth is significantly positive, albeit relatively low at 9% in the closed economy, but increased to 2.5% in the open economy. Both secondary and tertiary education present a positive and a significant association with economic growth, according to the obtained result. A 10% of the increase in secondary education leads to 1.5% increase in economic growth, while an increase of 10% of the tertiary education economic growth by 9%, which has been recorded by their research in the University of Stanford, and which was also done one study in the University of Munich, Germany. So similarly, the Thailand has also pursuing ambitious plan in the healthcare delivery, spurred by its desire to become Asia's healthcare hub. The government created a Ministry of Digital Economy and Society in 2016, which has developed a national digital economy master plan with the fourth phase of 20 years of schedule. So here they, this thought of that will integrate Thai public health system with the personal health records, allowing with both professional and patients to access to the information of their monitoring to progress, seek advice, and make doctor appointments online. This PHR system will issue some smart health ID numbers to the access of the all healthcare. So I would like to here also mention that if the health services are improved and the digitized and the economy and the innovative ways, then the better health services increases health workforce productivity by reducing incapacity, disability, and number of days lost to sick leave, reduces to the opportunity of an individual has obtaining better and the paid work. Further, good health helps to forge improved levels of education by increasing levels of schooling and scholastic performance, and it affects the casualty, and it also increase the supply of the labor. So I would like to end here by saying that if we develop these, if we apply this technology, and because as I mentioned, this is a true relationship is found between the technology and the economic growth. And if we look at the experiences, if we look at the best practices, we found that there are links between the education, research, and economic development, innovations, and economic activity that are part of the processes we aim to cover. And moreover, it will lead to the ease of doing business, and it will improve the service delivery mechanism at the lower rung of the people. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Once again, I am thankful to my all esteemed colleague panelists, Madam Chairperson, Professor S.G. Bagalkoti, Professor Amrish, Professor Shakti Kumar, Professor Jairam, Madam Mrs. Nidhi Sharma, Professor Pushpa, Professor Ravinder, and Dr. Hansa Jain. And at the same time, I'm really grateful to the IIT for giving me this opportunity to come up this platform to share my experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. Coming from public administration background, you have really shown how technology can be leveraged to ensure better delivery of services and improve the overall governance. From a macro perspective, you came down to the micro programs that are implemented in our country, especially the digital ID program, the use of blockchain technology by the Andhra Pradesh government to reduce the corruption in land registration, and more significantly leveraging social media for getting the crowdfunding, etc. More significantly, your conclusions that improvement in skills by through quality education and improving the health, which could be achieved by through the advanced technology can bring about higher growth is really well taken. Thanks for the ideas. It was a very clear presentation. Now I invite Professor Nidhi Sharma from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi to make her presentation. Madam, please keep your presentation within time. So, Professor Nidhi Sharma.
Hello. Nidhi madam, just unmute yourself. Nidhi madam, please unmute yourself.
Now I am
Okay. Yes, it's audible.
Yeah, good evening to all. Good evening to chairperson, co-chairperson, my co-panelist and IA members, and special thanks to Professor Dinesh Kumar ji, who has given me this opportunity to present my ideas in this panel discussion. Actually, I have taken the topic of that is need of technological learning and catch up. And in fact, in this presentation, I'm going to make an international comparison how technology has given the developed nations a plus point, and where India and other emerging economies need to learn technology and to reduce the gap between the developed and the emerging economies. So with this note, I'm going to start my presentation. That is need of technological learning and catch up, because time is too short. So that is why I'm coming to my next slide. Yes. The question arises, why do some nations grow faster while some catch up faster and some nations lag behind or stuck in middle income trap? What are the key determinants of successful learning? The average changing global economic, social, and political scenario of 21st century has made technological learning, assimilation, and catch up relatively complicated, especially for the nations which have started industrialization and structural transformation process quite late. Following events have resulted in immense complexities for countries which are trying to catch up in the 21st century. That the economic slowdown after 2008 global financial meltdown, the hyperglobalization of world economy, the increasing trend towards protectionism and regionalism and trade conflict. That is after, especially in 2000, in this century, the accelerated speed of technological advancement and innovation and impact of environmental change, that is disproportionate impact upon developing and emerging economies. Historically, industrial policy was a vehicle for structural transformation and a core strategy behind the successful catch-up of countries in East Asia. However, some countries like Malaysia, Thailand, and India have remained stuck in middle income trap, and countries of Africa are stuck in low income trap. Successful catch-up is neither automatic nor inevitable. It very much depends upon the technology learning capability and industrial policies of nation. Every country has her own geographical, political, historical, demographic, and socio-economic characteristics. Initial economic conditions and international economic environment influence the appropriateness of policies at different points of time. Actually, it is people and firms who learn, but 21st century's catch-up speed requires that states, that is governments, should also learn. Role of a state should be as a learner, that is policy learning and facilitator of technology learning by private sector. That is catch-up. If I say there is some data for this catch-up, a World Bank study 2013 finds that out of 101 countries, which in 1960 fell within middle income country, only 13 had become high income countries in 2008, almost after 50 years. Of these, 4 are peripheral Western Europe, that is Ireland, Portugal, Spain, and Greece. 4 are miscellaneous, that is Equatorial Guinea, Israel, Mauritius, and Puerto Rico. And 5 are Southeast Asian nations, that is Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong, South Korea, and Singapore, became high income countries. It means they took 50 years. All have small population except Japan. all the 12 countries had small population except Japan. Question again arises, how many non-Western nations have become developed in past two centuries? China seems, sorry, where is this? Where have I come? Yeah. China seems to enter this group within a few decades. China's Made in India, Made in China program calls for a global leadership by 2025 in sectors including artificial intelligence, 5G telecoms. We used to say 2G, 3G, 4G. Now this is 5G telecoms, the Internet of Things, self-driving cars and battery technology, etc. China's progress in value-added ladder has relied heavily upon foreign technology and intellectual technology, particularly American. Trump government had to wage a trade war with China so as to slow down its ability to compete with US companies, the whole US-China war. So as to slow down its ability to compete with US companies in high-tech sectors, although China remains a poor country, that is 76th rank as compared to US, that is 11th rank. Global growth pattern in 2000 has been quite slow. Emerging and developing economies of Asia such as China, Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa began to grow faster enough to converge upwards towards the income levels of developed nations. BRICS economies are said to be the locomotives of New World Order. It is first time in past 2 centuries that world growth centers has shifted from Western Europe, North America, and Japan. High dependence on capital goods imports and on high monopolized patentable knowledge. EDs, that is emerging and developing economies, depend highly or heavily on imported capital goods, showing low domestic technological innovation capacity. As my earlier panelists have also discussed a lot about it, this dependence has intensified since 1980s with ICT revolution. Unlike mechanical engineering technologies of past Second World War, ICT technology is difficult to be copied. As a result, world technological frontier has moved far away from the reach of developing nations. Modern capitalism is more knowledge intensive and is better protected through patents, WTO and TRIPS provisions. According to Pegno, 2014, knowledge is a non-rivalrous good. It implies that increase in number of its users does not reduce its availability to others, unlike physical inputs. So the marginal cost of using knowledge that is produced somewhere else in developing nations must be close to zero. So it should promote developing nations to catch up using easily available knowledge combined with cheaper and other inputs, But the paradox of modern capitalism is that strong intellectual property rights in developed nations have enabled wholesale privatization of knowledge and the creation of monopolies of knowledge in the hands of big Western-based MNCs, multinational corporations. Here is the crux. So private property in knowledge has worldwide effects because it prevents others to use that knowledge in other parts of the world where the property rights can be enforced. So knowledge monopolies are driving intense concentration of power and wealth. Developed nations have become closed knowledge economies, even though they are highly integrated into global trade, finance, and investment. Science has also moved from open to closed, that is closed behind patents and copyrights. Some data is there that the share of intangible assets dominates tangible assets in corporate balance sheets. In 1982, tangible assets of S&P 500 firms were 62% and intangible assets, that is patents, trademarks, and copyrights, were 38%, while in 1999, intangible assets percentage increased to 82% and tangible assets percentage decreased to 18%. Distribution of the global total of Patents in each of several sectors is very unequal between countries. In 5 key growth sectors, that is electrical engineering, chemistry, pharmaceuticals, mechanical engineering, instruments and process engineering. In 1980, the coefficient of distribution of patents varied between 0.82 and 0.85, and in 2015, it rose to 0.95. So companies headquartered in a tiny number of countries hold just about all the patents in these key sectors for economic development. Google, Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Microsoft together applied for 52,000 patents between 2009 and 2017 for different diversified sectors. Global profits in each of many sectors are highly concentrated in a tiny number of countries. In 2013, US companies had the biggest share of global profits in 18 sectors. 72% of the total, and their profit share increases mostly in sectors technologically most sophisticated. Finance-driven globalization. Current era is also known as finance-driven globalization. Western financial system is even more powerful than 2008 pre-era. After 2008 crisis, banking system has become more consolidated through mergers. They know that they would be bailed out, unlike 2008. Dominance of finance causes the management of profit companies to give priority to short-term success targets such as profits, dividend, and share prices. International financial markets are highly organized. New York and London are top financial markets. US dollar enjoys great privilege as compared to other currencies. Just a minute. Yeah. So high interest rate, low capital accumulation, low growth, the volatility of capital flows and exchange rates, the highly volatile exchange rates make the economic growth of southern economies subject to high levels of external vulnerability. Now question arises how India can catch up with the rest of developed nations and EDs. Here lies the role of a state to administer and initiate policies in multidimensional levels. As unlike above mentioned developed nations and EDEs, India bears a huge population of 138 crore in a vibrant democracy, unlike China. Sometimes we begin to compare China and India, but that is a vibrant democracy, unlike China. So innovative practices and policies are needed to be implemented to speed up the growth momentum in India. Above mentioned monopolistic tendencies of knowledge and technology driven economies clearly indicate that there is urgent need to harness the latent potential of Indian entrepreneurs, capitalists, bankers, financial markets, education system, manufacturing sector, and certain potential growth sectors. Development of technology, technology transfer, and its adoption in private sector as well as public-private partnership sectors is urgent. The way different countries are investing in research and development, technology, automation, and artificial intelligence, India will also have to follow the same. In other words, smooth and strong financial system, stable exchange rate, low country risk, efficient taxation system, etc. are urgently required. Recently, several measures have been taken by the central government at multidimensional levels, that is known as the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So policy initiatives in India in the direction of Atmanirbhar Bharat have been taken, that is portability of government schemes. What is new? This is an innovative practice that the government is thinking about the national portability of government schemes. GST is also a step in this direction. Health sector may Ayushman Bharat, opening of core and strategic sectors earlier reserved for public sector enterprises to private sector, both domestic and FDI, defense, railways, minerals, power generation, airports, etc. Strengthening of financial system through merger of banks, promotion of innovations, that is Make in India, Startup India, Stand Up India, widespread digitalization, as earlier Madam has focused upon it, steps in attracting foreign direct investment and participation in global value chain, promotion to innovate entrepreneurship, role of a state as an active player, that is supervisor and administrator, quick policy decision, which is very much unnatural for India, but it should be there, quick policy decision, infrastructure development, that is railways, highways, waterways, ports, harbor, etc. It means all the areas which I am talking here, all these are being harnessed with the help of the technology, rural development initiatives through several schemes, that is DBT, Skill India, Mudra schemes, Ujjwala schemes. If India wants to take maximum advantage from the international trade and want to become an important player in global value chain and world supply chain, then there is urgent need of technological intervention in above mentioned policy initiatives. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Professor Bagalkoti. Professor S.T. Bagalkoti, sir. Okay, thank you, Madam Professor Nidhi Sharma ji.
Yes, sir. I'm available.
Okay,
In fact, I had muted
okay, sir. I'm sorry. Please,
Yeah.
it's over to
Madam,
you.
thank you very much. It was a nice presentation. You in fact gave a roadmap for a technology policy, asking why countries are locked down or how they have caught up, and why technology learning is important. And you have thrown upon a very interesting aspect that the developed countries have privatized the knowledge through strong IPR laws, mandated by W2, etc. It was really an interesting addition to the issues that have been deliberating. I thank you personally, madam. It was nice listening to you. Now I request Professor Pushpa Saudati from Central University of Kalburgi, Karnataka, to take over the mic. Professor Pushpa Saudati. I think Professor Pushpa Saudati has not joined. So I just go to the next speaker on the line, Professor Ravindra Reina, who is from Northwest University of South Africa. We are, sir, privileged to have you, person from the other country. And I request you to take over mic. And again, I have to very curtly say about the time. Please maintain the time, sir. Please, Professor Ravindra Reina.
Good evening, colleagues from different parts of India and also from different parts of the world. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of this 103rd Indian Economic Association Annual Conference. And I must thank the organizers of the Indian Economic Association, especially our colleague and friend, brother, Professor Dinesh Kumar, and all other office bearers, which I'm not going to talk about. I also would like to thank Bagal Koti-ji, the chairperson of this session, and also Amrit-ji, the co-chairperson, and the other fellow speakers and panelists from different corners of the country. Indeed, because of the interest of time, I got a very limited time. I would like to state that there is a saying that a man, because of his career growth, he keeps on changing the jobs. But ultimately, he ends up with one boss, that is his wife. So with that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say we've been talking about innovation, we're talking about technology, we're talking about science, we're talking about engineering and FDIs, and whatever we talk about, business management, everything that we talk about, we end up with one thing, that is economic growth. So with that note, I would like to mention here that India has been probably taking a huge strides in terms of development for the past 73 years down the line. Although we are the first in establishing first university, Takshashila, we are the #1 people who contributed a lot for the science and technology of this world with zero Aryabhata's invention. We also probably the first people to develop the chess game. We are the people who developed the maybe shampoo, the hair shampoo that we use, and the list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. So with that, India, once we've been a technologically dependent country, we used to borrow the technology from different corners of the world, especially from the West. But now we are technologically independent in many aspects. So we are the country that we remain number 5 in the space technology. In terms of ICT technology, India is one of the leading countries in the whole world. We used to be the largest economy in the world with about 40% once upon a time. We moved down to 27.6% sometime in 1700. And further, gradually, we come down to 1800 and 1913. Before we have the World War I, we were remain with about 16% of the total GDP of this world. Now, we remain in 1950 when India got probably the Republic on 26th of January to 1950. Our economic contribution, Indian economic contribution to the global economy was remain with about 4.5%. Now, according to the latest statistics of 2020, we further moved down to less than 3%. So this is how gradually it's a transformation from the richest economy in the whole world. India lost its position and now we move to 5th position in the world. We are talking about on every single day, we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, we talk about Make in India, Made in India, and so on and so forth. But the challenge here is that we are targeting $5 trillion economy in the coming 2025. In the coming 4 to 5 years period, we are aiming for the 5th, probably $5 trillion economy. Our economy remains with about $2.8 trillion. And now a country like Germany, which is probably equal to the state of Rajasthan, and Rajasthan state, Germany, became the 4th largest economy, whereas we are the 7th largest country in the whole world. We are remain as 5th largest economy. So these are some of the dynamics I would like to touch upon here. Now, I also would like to touch upon, in terms of science and technology, they are the two sides of the same coin, where the technology innovation will contribute immensely for the economic growth. But ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention one point here, that as some of the speakers from the morning till now we've been talking about, India has got so much diversity, so much economic strength, so much potentiality in economics or in economic strength. But nonetheless, we are leaving the people out. We are talking about the economics. We are talking about the economic growth. So you must remember that economic growth doesn't make any sense when we leave the people out. So a common man must benefit from the economic growth of this nation. We've been achieving for the past 30, 40 years down the line, we've been achieving so much economic growth rate from 5% to 8%, 9% sometime. And according to 2018 statistics, IMF says that India is the fastest growing economy in the world. But doesn't mean anything to us, because of the fact that our people, probably 24 to 25% of the people are still remain below poverty line. And 25% of the global poverty is coming from only India. So we need to think about that. So with that, although we have achieved a lot, and a lot of our technocrats, the Google is headed by our person, Sundar Pichai, Microsoft is headed by Satyam Nadella. We got so much manpower, which are world renowned, but nonetheless, our people, our country's economy remains one of the bottom level countries, particularly in terms of per capita income, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of per capita income, we remain with just little more than $2,000, whereas our counterparts like China, it has got 3 times more than what our per capita income is all about. So in terms of per capita income, whereas China is remain with more than $9,000, India remains with less than $2,000. South Africa remains with more than $6,000 per capita. So we remain 142nd country in the whole world in terms of the per capita. Of course, we all know that economics, population, we are the 2nd largest populated country. That is why the per capita income is also low, obviously because of the population factor. And India has achieved, particularly in terms of ICT technologies, in terms of blockchain, in terms of virtual reality, in terms of the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. We moved ahead, we achieved a lot, and we are also one of the leading nations in the world that we're going to have that 5G technologies very soon. And we are the people who contributed having the robotic teachers in cities like Bangalore and cities like probably Delhi and other places. We are the people who are using robotic teachers. We are the people who are using in our restaurants robots as our servants and as our probably service providers. So in terms of those changes, though we have got significant achievements one way or the other way, but we still remain with numerous challenges where somebody is drinking a cup of tea which is worth of more than 5 lakh rupees, and yet other people, a common man who could not able to earn 5 lakh rupees per annum. So this is the kind of huge disparities that we are sitting with, we are living with. We also got millionaires. India is the only country in the world which has got millionaires. India is the only country which has got more than 100 billionaires in this world. So we got so much, but nonetheless, our people, as I mentioned to you, that they are also contributing to immense poverty rates. They're also contributing to immense illiteracy. Probably more than 350 million people in our country are still illiterate. So these are some of the challenges we need to address upon that. And economists, probably this is the better pool of economists. They are all knowledgeable people. They're all stalwarts in our own fields. We need to do a lot of research. We need to make our policymakers listen to us and address the key challenges. Otherwise, we've been talking all the same problems of poverty, unemployment, destitution for the past 70, 75 years down the line, but we still remain with those problems. Ladies and gentlemen, I think in the interest of time, I don't know, Chairperson, how much time do I have? A couple of minutes to conclude, or should I conclude?
Please conclude,
Yes,
sir.
yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, so I just would like to mention that India has got a lot of potentiality. India has got a lot of talented manpower. The amount of money that we invest for the education sector is also one of the, it's a noteworthy thing. And we spend probably, we got more than 220 million students across our country. So we need to exert our efforts in the science and technology, in engineering, and also in economics, in econometric areas, where we can try to statistics, mathematics, and so on and so forth. And we need to imbibe, we need to also develop those technocrats in those fields, and we must make India probably in the coming 30 years down the line. We hope that although the current forecast says that India could be the second largest economy in the world, but we must try harder, extra harder, so that we can regain our power, that we were the first largest economy in the world once upon a time. We will get back to that position with all, probably economic policies and our probably manpower and the natural resource base together. So with this few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the Indian Economic Association and also the chairpersons and other fellow panelists. And thank you very much for that.
Thanks for your optimistic note, Professor Ravindra Reina. You underlined the need for adopting an inclusive technology for a humane growth. In fact, you mentioned the challenges of inequality, exclusion, disparities, which are still persisting. But you are very optimistic in saying that there are opportunities also, especially if we increase investment in education, nothing like that. So thanks for that, and thanks for maintaining the time also. On behalf of IEA, I thank you. Now it is time to call the last speaker in the row, Dr. Hansa Jain from Sardar Patel Institute of Economic and Social Research, Ahmedabad. Professor Hansa Jain, please.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. First of all, I'm grateful to the organizers for giving me the chance to present my views on technology, innovation, and economic growth in India. A very important topic in the present day, particularly when technology is embedded in all our types of activities. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to request the organizers to request the technical person to allow me to share my slides. Is it visible?
Yeah, visible, ma'am. It's visible.
Okay.
visible. Please be a little faster.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, I am as during the previous session and my co-panelists have already discussed a lot on the relationship between technology, innovation, and economic growth. I will not go directly to the relationship. Rather, I will present my views on digital access and rural economy, reflections on emerging digital inequalities. In this, I will try to show the relationship between the relationship between how digital access leads to digital inequalities, particularly when the digital literacy is not up to the threshold level. And I will give some evidences from my field visit, which was conducted in the rural area of Gujarat. Regarding the introduction, I would like to say that recognizing the need for digital access for the development of the economy, particularly when information access is very essential to allow the people to participate fully in the economic activities, particularly for making the informed decisions and generating innovative ideas. The government has tried a lot to provide the broadband facilities to the rural area, in which Digital India is very popular, in which the government is trying to provide the broadband facility to 2.5 lakh gram panchayats. Apart from that, information kiosks are there. There are several apps to provide information for weather conditions, inputs, improved farm practices, agricultural commodity prices, and helping the remotely located firm access to wider market and link them with the supply chain. It is assumed that if these rural people will get proper access to information through broadband facilities, it will help them to remove the rural-urban gaps and also to remove gender-based differences and social level hierarchies. And a lot of private agencies are there to provide the internet facility with attractive packages. And since in case internet penetration always had network effects, that means when more people get access to information, there will be more flow of information, more people will be able to get the benefit. So regarding some statistics on digital access, we all know that internet penetration has increased, and currently more than 52% of the population is having access to internet. And as already discussed in various issues, that the growth rate of internet access in rural areas is now greater than that of the urban area. Then if we look at the figures for the mobile networks, it is nowadays majority of the people in the rural area are using the 4G networks, and a lot of apps have been downloaded nowadays. But it is very much clear that internet penetration increases the flow of information and hence greater opportunities for development. But the problem arises when digital access penetrates among the people belonging to different economic groups, because as we know that first technology goes in the hands of the elite classes, and as it moves to the other socio-economic groups, there are differences in the use of technology as per the differences in their socio-economic status. And this is most likely to give rise to, we can say, digital inequalities among the digital users. And this digital inequalities mostly aggravates the inequalities at the socio-economic level. Now the question arises, to what extent access to digital technology solves the problem of rural economy. Major problem in rural economy are rural poverty, rural unemployment, and distress migration. And since majority of the people, because of a lack of remunerative employment opportunities, they migrate to the urban areas. So a lot of demographic, we can say, demographic conditions become unfavorable in urban area as well as in rural area. For example, in urban area, the decadal growth rate of population increases, there is adverse sex ratio, there are insufficient basic facilities, development of slum areas, urban poverty and crime, etc. In the rural area, we have observed that there is decrease in population density, sex ratio becomes adverse as there are more number of females, aging problem is there because the left behind are the old people, feminization of agricultural, additional responsibilities on females and elderly, and loss of security, and many more. Now coming to the point of digital profile, of demographic profile of the digital users. majority of the population that is having the digital access, they belong to the young age group, in the age group of 33, 34, 33 or 36 year in rural, urban, and total among the population. And if we look at the aggregate figures, the majority of the people below the age of 36 year is using the digital technology, and it decreases as the age group of population increases. Apart from that, the most important thing which is observed in this first diagram is that if we look at the heights of the figure for the rural and urban areas, below the age of 20 to 29 years, the rural population having digital access is greater as compared to the urban population. And when we go beyond the 20 to 29 years, the situation becomes reverse. Regarding the sex-wise distribution of internet users, very much clear that because of various patriarchal norms, females have less access to digital technologies. But we can say that with the penetration of digital technologies and decrease in the cost of access to information, now the population, female population is also they are also getting access to technology, and it may happen that in the near future, this digital gap will decrease. Regarding the frequency of internet access per day, we can say that males are using this internet technology for 3 to 4 times or 4 to 5 times. Frequency is very high among the males and less among the females. Regarding the duration of internet access per day, again, very much clear that females get less time. So males are the heavy users of internet access, and they are using for more number of time. Then regarding the most popular smartphone activities, very much clear that social networking sites, and these chatting apps and entertainment, about 84% of the digital users are using. Entertainment also includes gaming. Apart from that, email, less, about 31% in urban area and 16% in rural area. News and information search, 37% in urban area and 29% in rural area, and so on. So it is, we can say that from this it appears that the texting is the problem for the rural population, particularly when the population above the secondary and population educated above the secondary level and above is only 16% in the in total in the rural area, and in 38% in urban area. So we can say that, as discussed by Professor Mittal in the inaugural address, that people are not having the digital literacy up to the threshold level to use the technology in a productive manner. So this is visible from this. This is general, sorry, this is already discussed. Now regarding, as I said, that I will discuss some of my field experience in this. And the field survey was conducted in Gujarat, and we have selected these 5 districts: Gandhinagar, Kutch, Porbandar, Rajkot, and Surat. And this is the population size. In each village, we have considered 20 males and 5 females, and total sample size was 500. The parameters that we have tried to measure is change in agriculture income, change in dairy income, change in non-agriculture income, change in employment, and change in consumption expenditure. Reference period was 2014 and 15, and the results were calculated for the last 5 years. This is the demographic profile. I will not go into the detail of demographic profile. Rather, I will say that we can see from this table that about the very adverse decadal growth rate of population in few villages and very high decadal growth rate population in some other villages. This is mainly because of distress migration, especially this Tunda village, as it is visible, 933 decadal growth rate of population. This village is having very high development of industrial sector, and so a lot of population is migrating to this area. And since these are mainly the male migrants, so sex ratio is 107. About similar population is observed, similar situation is observed in some other villages. We can see the situation of Surat here. So this demographic situation becomes very unfavorable when there is distress migration from rural to urban area. Regarding the socioeconomic profile, again, we can see that the areas which are able to attract large number of workforce, they are having very high work participation rate, and they have very low participation in agriculture, because these are the industrial sectors which attract people from the rural area for the purpose of work. Similarly, some observations are observed for this Dhoraji sub-district, in which we can say very high population in agriculture sector, because this particular area is having very less developed industrial sector. Basic amenities, I will not go into the detail, but I will say that there are few villages where the secondary schools are not available. And regarding the access to digital technology and taking the benefits from the digital technology, it is necessary that population should at least have some threshold level of education. And since in our employment sector, we consider 10th standard to be the basic requirement, and as the secondary schools are not available in the village, it will be a problem to take the benefits. I will not go to the detail of profile of the sample because the time is short. Now, use of internet-based applications by the sample respondents. I have taken the information from the farmers and the non-farmers, and we can say that for the agriculture, business, employment related this thing, information, only 15% are using the internet. For the rest of the activities, the percentage, particularly for social media, it is very high. And for the other activities, it is low. For entertainment and games, it is 68%. So we can say that most of the population is using the internet for unproductive purpose. Now, regarding the respondents using IT for finding opportunities, we can observe, I will go directly to the total, only 8.6% are using it for finding employment, and 29.8% are using for business expansion, and 3.6% are using for marketing of products. These are the percentages taken from the population who are using the internet for product purpose, and that is only 16% in our field area. Regarding type of information access by the farmers, these are the figures from the 16% who are using for productive purpose, and we can observe that out of that 16%, 27% are accessing the information for animal husbandry, and 9% for sale of agricultural produce, only 6% for agricultural credit and related information. For crop related information, 29%, for agriculture and market, 29%, for weather only 6%, and for new technology of farming 32%. Some very surprising figures are observed for use of IT for agriculture related information, and we have found that the population who is accessing the information from mobile phone, smartphone, that is from digital technology, it is only 3.4%, and from any other sources it is 13.6%. This any other sources basically refers to the face-to-face contact, that means their relatives or the shopkeepers who are supplying them the inputs, they are more interested in taking the information from these types of people. And for the non-farm activity, out of that 16%, we have observed that about 32% are using for development of new ideas, 27% for skill development, then 44% for knowledge expansion, then purchase of raw materials 23%, and marketing of the produce 7% approximately. So this is the situation. Then we have tried to find the correlates of access to information for males and females, and we have found that lack of knowledge or poor education level is negatively and significantly associated for digital access to information. Then ownership of IT device, if the person is having its own IT device, it will have a positive relationship. Because in most of the cases, generally the females or the population from the lower status, they don't have the ownership of their own digital technology. And autonomy in use of information, basically this is the significant information found for females, because most of the females in the rural area, they are not having autonomy for using the smartphone as their own way. Then strength of network connectivity. This is also one of the problem in rural area, because the network connectivity is not there. Males have more mobility, and they can go to some other places where the digital connectivity is there, and it is strong.
Can you please conclude, madam?
Yeah, last part of my this thing. I will just give the figures that during the last 5 years, when digital access was there, the agriculture income has changed by, it has increased by 9.9%. Dairy activity has income from dairy activities has increased by 21.4%. Then non-farm sector income has increased by 16%. And regarding the employment generation, we have calculated the monetary value, and we have found around, we can say 15 lakh for this change. And the overall change was observed to be 34%. And regarding the consumption expenditure, we have found 25% increase and saving has increased by 42%. Then we have tried to calculate the estimation results, and I will just give a brief of these results that we have found. We have observed that as a whole, we have observed that digital technology has the potential to shift the population from agriculture to non-agricultural sector, but these are mainly the elites and the educated population who are moving to the non-agriculture sector and using the innovative ideas for their business expansion. And regarding the agriculture sector, the population which is left behind in the agriculture sector are generally the females, or they are the population from the marginal groups who have less digital access, or we can say they are not having the proper, we can say proper education level to access the digital technology for taking the benefits. Apart from that, basic services were also found to be negative impact. Social backwardness is found to be have positive impact on in agriculture. I'm just concluding my part. Use of digital technology is not appreciable in rural areas. There are imperfections in access to information, which is reflected from the low level of education and existence of gender-based disparities in the use of internet-enabled devices. The inability to access information and lack of employment opportunities in the villages drives the less educated and unemployed people to use internet for non-productive purposes. This creates inequality among the internet users, which aggravates the existing socio-economic inequalities. The study concludes that digitalization has a potential to transform rural communities, both economically and socially. In order to harness the potential of digitalization of rural development, there is a need to increase the capabilities of rural population to access information and utilize it for well-being. The overall development of the village and generation of employment opportunities will motivate young people to use internet for income earning opportunities. So I'm grateful to the organizers and the audience for listening me patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. It was really a wonderful research work that's carried out. You gave very interesting insights through the micro level evidence that you collected from your study. I'm sorry for being harsh about time, but anyway, you gave a very worthy conclusion to issues raised by Professor Shakti Kumar in his initial address, wherein he spoke about the theoretical framework. And of course, the same concerns were raised by all the speakers, and you gave an empirical touch to all the issues that were taken up. I thank personally all the panelists for taking pain in mobilizing ideas and putting them in a presentable form and presenting them in a very convincing manner. And really, it was a wonderful opportunity for me to listen to all of you. I take this opportunity to thank the IEA for thinking of such a panel discussion from such very, very learned researchers. Professor Dinesh Kumar, should we go in for some questions or should we wind up?
Basically, sir, we are
yes, sir.
Very short of time. It is 6:50.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Again, as per your instruction, an online mode, I request all the participants, the session is open. If there is any observation, then they can raise their hand and we can discuss the issue for a short while. If there is any issue, if any point, we can discuss.
Or let them type in the chat box. We'll pass it on to the concerned persons, and if there is email ID, it will be conveyed to them.
It's over to you. It's over to you.
Yeah. So if you have any questions, please type in the chat box with your email ID. That will be directed to the concerned speakers. It is only because of time constraint. We are not we were not willing to discuss the issues, but because of time constraint, we are making settlement. So please type your question in the chat box and direct to a particular person, and it will be addressed to. So I will not talk much because a lot of issues have been spoken, and I will not reduce the mithas of those ideas. So now I will request Professor Amaresh Sumantaraya, the co-chair, to come to the dais and say a few words. Professor Amaresh,
are you available? Professor Amaresh Sumantaraya from Pondicherry.
Okay, sir, maybe he's not there. So once again, I thank the IEA for all its efforts in bringing together these experts and put their ideas on technology, innovation, and economic growth, wherein a lot of issues are called from theoretical to policy to empirical evidences. And that was really a learning opportunity for all of us. And in fact, many of the speakers also highlighted how a research paper needs to be organized and how ideas needs to be put across to the audience in a very, very clear and precise manner. So I thank all of them personally. I thank the IEA family for giving me this opportunity. And with this particular note, I hand over the mic to Professor Dinesh Kumar, the Secretary of the Association. Sir.
Okay, sir. Professor S.T. Bagalkoti, sir, the Honorable Chairperson of the session. Basically, the panel discussion on the topic technology, innovation, and economic growth in India. Professor S.T. Bagalkoti is a senior professor of economics from Karnataka University, Dharwad, and he is the executive committee member of Indian Economic Association. The contribution made by Professor Bagalkoti is not only a significant contribution, but that has very, very real meanings for all of us, for the association. We are working as a team with a set target, and the speed, process, and the momentum what we have achieved will definitely be moving forward in the coming near future. Thank you, Professor S.T. Bagalkoti, sir, for accepting our invitation and performing as the chairperson. I would like to thank Professor Shakti Kumarji. Professor Shakti Kumar is a good friend of mine. He is a chairperson of Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. The lecture delivered by Professor Shakti Kumar, no doubt, was having a number of insights and inputs, valuable inputs were there. Professor Jairam Bhatt, there were a lot of discussion about Professor Jairam Bhatt with Professor K.N. Bhatt last night. He shared a number of memories with Professor Jairam Bhatt. Thank you, sir, Professor Jairam. You are coming from Umbu University, Shivamoga.
Yes.
Thanks a lot, sir, for accepting our invitation, as well as bless us. And we will be requiring your blessings in the near future also. We are really thankful, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Madam Professor Manveen Kaur from Haryana Institute of Public Administration, Gurgaon. Madam, whatever you have discussed, you have deliberated.
So Dinesh Kumar, you are muted. You are muted. Please unmute yourself, Professor Dinesh Kumar. You unmute yourself. Professor Dinesh Kumar, you are on mute. Professor Dinesh Kumar, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself, Professor Dinesh Kumar.
Hello.
Yeah, now audible.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. These are the problems caused not only because of me, but because of technology, on which we were discussing since last 1.5 hours or maybe 2 hours. This is a technology, and there is a direct linkages backward as well as forward. Technological linkages with economic growth. Therefore, we are discussing all the discussion. I'm sorry for that, sir. By the way, I was thanking Madam Professor Manveen Kaur for the valuable inputs. Thanks a lot, Madam. I would like to thank Madam Professor Nidhi Sharma ji. Madam Professor Nidhi Sharma is coming from the Department of Economics, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. I am, as a Secretary of Association, I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to Madam Nidhi Sharma ji for accepting our invitation and deliberating the lecture, motivating lecture on the technology, innovation, and economic growth in India. We are really thankful, ma'am. Professor Ravindra Rena, my good friend, I would like to thank, a big thanks to you. You have made this association an international association basically. You are speaking from Northwest University, South Africa. We are very thankful you, sir. You are in South Africa, you are Indian, and this is Indian Economic Association. We are working in the direction. Thank you, sir. Madam Dr. Hansa Jain, we, the association, is really really extend hearty thanks to you. Madam Hansa Jain is coming from Sardar Patel Institute of Economics and Social Research, Ahmedabad. We are really thankful, ma'am, that you have made this presentation in this form, as well as your deliberation, your discussion was having what we observe, what I observed, that this was a planned, this was a systematic deliberation, what you deliberated. We are really thankful to have you here as a part of the association. Thanks a lot to the panel, including Professor S.T. Bagalkoti ji. I wish to commit that all of us, Professor Bagalkoti, Professor Shakti ji, Professor Jayram Bhatt, Professor Manveen ji, Professor Nidhi Sharma, Professor Ravindra Rena, Professor Hansa Jain, including Professor Amesh Samantariya and Professor Pushpa M. Sevadatti. I commit whenever we will be meeting in physical mode, your mentors are with us and they are with proper safety and security. And we will be happy enough in meeting the physical mode, and we will be planning that after that the crisis of COVID will over very soon, and we will be meeting in physical mode. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot from this side, from Indian Economic Association, for making the conference successful. I wish to extend my hearty thanks to all the participants who are who joined early, 10:45 in the morning, and at 7 they are well connected. Professor Pradeep Kumar Nath, I am extending my heartiest thanks to PK Nath Saab. We are missing you, sir. Hoping to see you soon. Hello. I extend my heartiest thanks to all the participants who are connected here. Thanks to all from this side. All right. Thank you very much. I am closing the session with the permission of the chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you for the first day's proceedings.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks to all. Thanks to all the participants. Thanks to Madam Dr. Reena ji and all the name which I am not able to see in here for the Ganga Padhyay ji. And I would like to say Ashok ji, Harshit Chaudhary Saab, then Dr. Deepak Popat Sabled and Dipti Singh, Dr. Neena ji. And I would like to name I'm trying Dr. Aparna Gautam, Dr. Krishna Bajpayee, Dr. Anju Agrawal, Dr. Kunal DC, Dr. Pooja, Dr. Monica Yadav, Madam Dr. Rupesh Tyagi, Kumari Sonika, Dr. Vaishali Acharya, Madam from Gujarat, Dr. Paramananda, Dr. Deepak Gupta, Dr. Naman Garg, Dr. Harshit Dwivedi, Dr. Monica, Dr. Rashmi Gulati, Dr. Paramananda, and a number of other participants online, offline, on YouTube, on Zoom. We are very much thankful. It's from this side. Thanks to all. You are all invited to enjoy the cultural evening today just after 10 minutes. Thank you, sir.
लेके ये वाला उसमें चेक करो ना रिकॉर्डिंग में हेलो 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 माय टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 माय टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 माय टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 चेक चेक हेलो अब सुनो हेलो नहीं नहीं कुछ जाना चाहिए हमारा दोनों चीज चेक करना है ना हेलो चेक चेक आ रही है चेक रिपीट किया अच्छा कार्ड फॉर्मेट करो पहले हेलो कार्ड फॉर्मेट करो हेलो हेलो चेक चेक वन उस पे लाइट पड़ रही है ना साइड बंद 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 कर दो अपनी वाली बंद कर दो ना वही तो मैं चालू कर रहा हूं साउंड बंद कर दो इनका सिस्टम चल रहा है तो फिर ये इसके आवाज कैसे है वो अपनी वाली से तो आ रही है हमें तो इससे मिलेगी तो हमारा कैमरा रिकॉर्ड करेगा कोई भी देगा आप टेंशन ले रहे हो इनकी वाली बंद कर दो हो रहा है अपनी वाली सब ऑफ हाँ अपनी वाली ऑफ करो देखो हमारी आवाज जा रही है इसी के थ्रू जा रही है हेलो अब होगी सभी को हेलो चेक चेक वही परेशान 1 2 3 चेक 1 2 3 चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक 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 हेलो आ रही है हेलो माय टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 माय टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 अभी टाइम 7:20 हो रहे हैं हेलो 7:20 आई हाँ अभी टाइम 7:20 आवाज आई 20 सेकंड का वो रहता है डिले ये सामान जिसने भी तय करा ना केवल उसी पे अभी नहीं करा अभी करी किया चित्र वो नहीं होता अलग है ये पीछे सामान बचा था ना ये टोपी गोपी ये सब हाँ वो जब ही चला गया उसके बाद तो वो बैठा ही नहीं कौन ले गया हाँ तो वो ऐसा है कि वो पीछे तय हुए ना उनकी फाइल वगैरह टोपी वगैरह वो सब
नमस्कार शुभ संध्या की शुभ विदाई है
तो ये वहाँ ले जाओगे
और
ये ले गए
कुछ ही क्षणों में हमारे सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ होने जा रहे हैं।
टैग करके रखो इसको
आशा करता हूँ जो अपेक्षित आगंतुक हैं वो सभी लोग आ जाएंगे अतिथिगण यहाँ और जैसे ही वो उपस्थित होते हैं हम अपना सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ कर देंगे। धन्यवाद। हेलो 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 चेक 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 चेक
मुझे क्या आ गया इस पे
हेलो हेलो नमस्कार हेलो हेलो हेलो
चलो आवाज सही आ रहा है
शास्त्रीय पक्ष को ज्यादा पसंद नहीं करते, इसलिए हम शास्त्रीय पक्ष के अलावा जो सबसे ज्यादा लोकप्रिय है उस विधान को आपके समक्ष ला रहे हैं। मथुरा से पधारे आज हमारे मध्य शुभम यादव। इन्होंने बहुत सारे कार्यक्रम किए देश के अलग अलग जगहों पर, बिल्कुल ऐसे लगेंगे आपको साधारण से हैं, अभी स्टूडेंट भी हैं, लेकिन अपनी विधा में वो मंच का दर्शन करते हैं देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों में। उनका साथ देने के लिए मैंने ललित कला संस्थान के हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के जो सीख रहे बच्चों को कहा कि आप उनका साथ दीजिए, तो वो लोग भी होंगे, पारस, अभिषेक, शुभम साथ हैं। ढोलक में संगति दे रहे हैं इस क्षेत्र के एक लोकप्रिय कलाकार जीतू भाई के नाम से वो जाने जाते हैं। हारमोनियम पे स्वयं शुभम यादव रहेंगे और उनका साथ दे रहे हैं ललित कला संस्थान के छात्र। तो मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं श्री शुभम यादव को कि वो मंच पे आए और एक प्रस्तुति दें। इसके पश्चात एक और लोक गायिका कुमारी पूजा तोमर जी भी हमारे मध्य आज उपस्थित हैं, जो एक बहुत ही सुंदर रचना आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करने जा रहे हैं। ब्रज संस्कृति में बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। नृत्य की श्रृंखला की बात करें तो उसमें भी अनेक विविधताएं हैं। होली के ऊपर विभिन्न प्रकार के नृत्य हैं और मयूर नृत्य बहुत पॉपुलर है, बहुत लोकप्रिय है मयूर नृत्य। तो वो सारी चीजें आपके समक्ष होंगी। होली नृत्य भी है, मयूर नृत्य भी है, गायन वाला नृत्य सभी आपके समक्ष आज यहाँ इस मंच से प्रस्तुत किए जाएंगे। तो शुभम जी आपसे अनुरोध है कि एक ऐसी रचना की प्रस्तुत करिए जो ब्रज की होली से संबंधित हो। समय कम है और कई कलाकारों को हमने यहाँ आमंत्रित किया है, तो सबसे पहले हमारा प्रयास है कि वो सभी कलाकार अपनी अपनी प्रस्तुति दे चुकने के बाद यदि समय और सब कुछ हमें अलाउ करते हैं तो हम फिर हम उसको आगे भी कंटिन्यू करना चाहेंगे।
Continue. We have a lot of time.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Sufficient time.
आज देश में सभी विभिन्न जगहों में डीजे का प्रचलन बहुत बढ़ गया है। लाइव परफॉर्मेंस बहुत कम हो गई है। बहुत अच्छे कलाकारों को सुनने को ही नहीं मिलता। तो विश्वविद्यालय का ये प्रयास था और इसमें हमारे परम आदरणीय कुलपति महोदय जी की विशेष प्रेरणा और प्रोफेसर सारस्वत, प्रोफेसर रावत सर का निर्देशन था कि ये कार्यक्रम जो है वो 10 संस्कृत हो, उसी रूप में आज के लिए कार्यक्रम की प्रस्तुति आपके समक्ष।
जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, राधे राधे। जय श्री राम।
फाल्गुन का महीना आ ही रहा है और मौसम भी बन रहा है धीरे धीरे। हमारा देश त्योहारों का है और ईश्वर की विशेष कृपा है, परमात्मा की, कि जहां बाहर के देशों में कोविड-19 जो प्रॉब्लम था वो बहुत ज्यादा बृहद स्तर पे देखा जा रहा है, लेकिन हमारे देश में आम लोगों का उत्साह ही इतना है क्योंकि ये त्योहारों का देश है। तो दिवाली भी ऐसी मनी और मुझे लगता है कि होली भी हम लोग खूब मनाएंगे। तो आइए होली की इस गायन श्रृंखला में एक और कड़ी को जोड़ते हैं। हमारे मध्य हैं बहुत लोकप्रिय गायिका पूजा तोमर। लोक गायिका के रूप में मैं उनका इस मंच पे हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। कुमारी पूजा तोमर, जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत करें।
हेलो हेलो बह जाएगी वो बह जाएगी कजरे की धार नामों पे रंग डालो। वो बह जाएगी कजरे की धार नामों पे रंग
पूजा भी मेरी एक सिस्टर है, बहुत प्यारी बच्ची है, शुभम यादव भी मेरे स्मार्ट हैं। तो ये अच्छा आज ये देश के बहुत विभिन्न मंचों पर अपना कार्य प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। मेरे गुरुजनों ने जो मुझे सिखाया शास्त्रीय संगीत, उसी के आधार पे इनकी ग्रूमिंग हुई म्यूजिक में, और आज इस मंच से ये लोग खिला रहे हैं। बहुत आशीर्वाद दीजिए ये लोग और नाम करें और देश तो पूजा मैं चाहूंगा एक और कुछ इसी तरह का क्योंकि आपको ऐसा लग गया एक और चलिए बिल्कुल कुछ बात या पूरा कुछ नया शास्त्रीय संगीत के साथ साथ ये भी जरूरी है कि हम अपनी लोक रचनाओं को लोक कलाओं को भी जानें। मैं हमेशा उत्सव में प्रेरित करता हूँ, मेरी मातृभाषा बांग्ला है, मैं हिंदी में भी गाता हूँ, लिखता हूँ और विश्व में शामिल हूँ। तो यही प्रयास है मेरा कि बच्चे सभी कुछ सीखें वर्ष पहले। लोकगीतों में दो विशेषताएं हैं, बांग्ला जो अभी खिंता में रूप में बदला धातीना 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 धातीना, इसकी दोनों है 1 2 3 स्टार्ट। बोल भी है हमारे ऐसे ही और लोकप्रिय ताल है कहने वालों आठ मात्रा में, ये देखो 3 4 5 6 मात्रा आठ मात्रा की ताल है। ये सब सातवें ताले हैं जो कि लोक कलाओं में हम लोग प्रयोग करते हैं। तो थोड़ा कहने वाला एक बार बता दीजिएगा 1 2 3 4 5 6 7
मैं आप सबके सामने एक किताब ला रही हूँ जो शायद बहुत ही कम गाया जाता है। ये जब गाया जाता है जब हमसे उम्र में भी छोटे होते हैं, हमें जब टीका लगाते हैं तो जिस तरह ईद पे हम कुछ पैसे देते हैं भेंट करो, उस तरह से हम फाग देते हैं तो उसको बोलते हैं फगुआ। तो कृष्ण की कई तरह के
आप लोग के स्नेह आशीर्वाद का बहुत बहुत स्वागत हृदय से। और पुनः हम लोग लौट जाते हैं नृत्य की ओर। इसके पश्चात एक विशेष प्रस्तुति जिन कलाकारों को आप यहाँ नृत्य प्रस्तुति देते हुए देख रहे हैं, उनकी नृत्य निर्देशिका को मैंने अनुरोध किया था कि आपका भी एक नृत्य प्रस्तुति होना चाहिए। ब्रज क्षेत्र जो है कथक नृत्य के लिए भी प्रसिद्ध है। वैसे तो कथक नृत्य शैली मूल रूप से लगभग उत्तर प्रदेश में ही माना जाता है। राजस्थान जो है कथक की शैली का उत्तर प्रदेश। ब्रज क्षेत्र में रसिया और रासलीला में इसका प्रयोग बखूबी किया गया है। तो एक शास्त्रीय पक्ष भी है जो बहुत सुंदर है, बहुत मनमोहक है। तो आइए जयपुर घराने से ताल्लुक रखते हैं कथक नृत्य वाला श्रीमती निधि गुप्ता जी आज हमारे मध्य अपनी शिष्यों के साथ आए हैं। हम उनका इस मान से हार्दिक अभिवादन करते हैं और उनसे अनुरोध करते हैं कि वो एक प्रस्तुति इस मंच को दे। तो मैं प्रार्थना करता हूँ श्रीमती निधि गुप्ता जी से वो कृपया मंच पर बताने और एक सुंदर कथक नृत्य जो शास्त्रीय पक्ष है उसका उसकी प्रस्तुति वो भी देखने लायक है कि हाँ एक तरफ लोक संगीत है और एक तरफ शास्त्रीय संगीत। तो ये सभी विधायक संस्कृति में है जो देखने योग्य है, क्योंकि हमारे जो है प्राण स्वर जैसे कहते हैं सरल होता है साफ, ऐसे ही हमारे प्राणों के देवता प्राणों के प्यारे जो है आइए इतने सुंदर नृत्य के पश्चात फिर हम लोग लौट चले लोक नृत्य की ओर। मयूर नृत्य ब्रज क्षेत्र की विशेष पहचान है। विश्व में जहां भी ब्रज संस्कृति की बात आती है वहां मयूर नृत्य की प्रस्तुति की मांग जरूर होती है, इसकी मांग होती है। तो एक सुंदर मयूर नृत्य के लिए मैं आमंत्रण दे रहा हूँ अंतरा मुखर्जी, अधीश, आराधना सिंह, बॉबी कुमार, उजाला कुमारी और जय कुमार, इन सभी कलाकारों को आप जोरदार करकर ध्वनि से स्वागत करें। धन्यवाद। ब्रज की सुंदर छटा देखते ही बनती है। वर्षा काल है, मयूर किस तरह से महाविभोरों के नृत्य कर रहे हैं, ये भी एक विशेष लीला है भगवान श्री कृष्ण की। तो आइए आनंद लें मयूर नृत्य। हमारे प्यारे प्यारे से लोक कलाकार इतनी सुंदर प्रस्तुतियां देते हैं ये लोग। इस कार्यक्रम के संयोजक के रूप में जब परम आदरणीय कुलपति जी ने आदेशित किया तो मेरा प्रयास यही था कि आपके समक्ष अच्छी से अच्छी प्रस्तुतियों को मैं ला सकूं और आप लोगों ने पसंद किया है, पसंद कर रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इसके पश्चात एक और बहुत ही सुंदर नृत्य के लिए मैं यहाँ आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा। उप शास्त्रीय नृत्य है ये, शास्त्रीय भी देखा आपने, लोक संगीत का भी नृत्य देखा, और उप शास्त्रीय नृत्य के लिए कुमारी आरती तोमर को मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ कि वो मंच पे आए। कुमारी आरती तोमर। 2 मिनट हम आपसे चाहेंगे क्योंकि फूल की पत्तियां यहाँ पर बिखरी हुई हैं, तो उनको समेट लें। मैं विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा प्रोफेसर ब्रिजेश रावत सर एवं प्रोफेसर डीके सारस्वत सर का कि उन्होंने विश्वविद्यालय के इस आवासीय संस्थान पर विश्वास रखा और हम इन कलाकारों को इस मंच तक लाने में सफल हुए। ललित कला संस्थान की ओर से भी मैं हृदय से आदरणीय कुलपति महोदय एवं दोनों विशेष आदरणीय प्रोफेसर का जैसे आभार और आभार व्यक्त करने की बात नहीं है क्योंकि हम एक ही संस्थान से हैं, लेकिन ये एक विशेष उपलब्धि होती है जब हमारे अपने संस्थान अपने लोगों के द्वारा कोई सुंदर सा कार्यक्रम प्रस्तुत किया जा सकता है। उप शास्त्रीय नृत्य के लिए अब आपके समक्ष है कुमारी आरती तोमर। जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें। धन्यवाद।
जा जा
आइए नृत्य की इस बहती धारा में एक और लहर को आमंत्रित करते हैं। मैं अब यहाँ बुलाना चाहूंगा अंतरा मुखर्जी से पूर्व उस शास्त्रीय संगीत में तो आपने देखा ब्रज संस्कृति का प्रभाव हमारे फिल्मी दुनिया में भी बहुत पड़ा है। तो ऐसे ही एक बहुत ही सुंदर जो नृत्य है जो हम लोग जिनको महाराज कह के बुलाते हैं बेजू महाराज जी, उनके निर्देशन में, उसके लिए मैं यहाँ आमंत्रित करता हूँ मोहे रंगोला या काहे छेड़ छेड़ मोहे, इन दोनों में निधि से कहूँगा किसी एक गीत पर यहाँ नृत्य की प्रस्तुति। आर्णव मेहता, आकृति सक्सेना, शिवांगी कुमार और आर्य शर्मा के द्वारा। धन्यवाद। ब्रिज की होली बहुत मशहूर है, बहुत लोकप्रिय है और हम काइंड ऑफ इसी से करना चाहेंगे। तो आप लोग यहाँ बने रहे, यही प्रार्थना। धन्यवाद।
She
और उत्साह से ये कार्यक्रम 1 घंटे का तय था, लेकिन 1.5 घंटा होने को चल रहा है। और जैसे कि आदेशित है, कार्यक्रम के अंतिम प्रस्तुति के रूप में हम आमंत्रित करते हैं उन कलाकारों को जिन्होंने मयूर नृत्य किया था अंतिम प्रस्तुति के लिए। जो विशेष आकर्षण का विषय है वो है ब्रज की होली। तो होली अभी फाग के महीने में ब्रज में बरसाने की होली आप जानते हैं। होली फाग में पूरे ब्रज क्षेत्र में जो 84 कोस का माना जाता है और उसके बाहर भी सब हर जगह मनाया जाता रहा है। तो इस रूप में बरसाने की होली का अपना एक महत्व है और ब्रज की एक संपूर्ण होली है, उसका अपना एक अलग आकर्षण है। तो दोनों को सम्मिलित रूप से एक ही नृत्य प्रस्तुति में हम देखेंगे। तो मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ अंतरा मुखर्जी, आदेश, आराधना सिंह, बॉबी कुमार, उजाला कुमारी और जय कुमार को कि वो आए और प्रस्तुत करें होली नृत्य। जोरदार तालियों से इस अद्भुत प्रस्तुति को स्वागत करें। धन्यवाद। ब्रज की लठमार होली और फूलों की होली दोनों का सम्मिलित स्वरूप के दर्शन करिए। रुकना आवश्यक है और समय हमें इजाजत नहीं दे रहा है। तो जैसे कि मुझे आदेश मिला है, मैं इस मंच पर आदरणीय प्रोफेसर वीके सारस्वत सर को आमंत्रित करता हूं।
सारस्वत जी को बुलाओ। आप ब्रजेश श्रीवास।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देवाशीष डाकोली साहब। कार्यक्रम में पूरी एसोसिएशन की कन्वीनर डॉक्टर मनु राठौर साहब, हमारे दोनों ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी प्रोफेसर रावत साहब, सारस्वत साहब, आपसे अनुरोध है कि
और मेरी कामना है, हम सबों की कामना है कि आप संगीत को इसी तरह सजाते रहें, इससे हम लोगों को कृत करते रहें। ये जो आर्थिक संघ होता है, इसके जो अधिवेशन होते हैं दिन भर के, पूरे दिन भर के मंथन के बाद जो हम लोगों का दिमाग बोझिल हो जाता है, उसके बाद इससे बेहतर और कोई विकल्प नहीं हो सकता है। उन तमाम समस्याओं को दूर कर हम लोग एक बार फिर अपने को आनंदित करते हैं। और मैं पुनः एक बार आप सबों को, देवाशीष गांगुली जी को, ललित कला विभाग को, इन तमाम लोगों को अपने आर्थिक इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन की ओर से, उनके सभी सदस्यों की ओर से, उनके पदाधिकारियों की ओर से आपको धन्यवाद करता हूं। आप इसी तरह फलते फूलते रहे, इसी कामना के साथ
कल का भी गजल का प्रोग्राम है शाम का, भजन संध्या का। उसमें सलाह ये आपसे लेनी है, या हॉल में आप सुनना चाहेंगे या कैंप फायर करा के बाहर कराएंगे? कैंप फायर अगर हो जाए तो ज्यादा बेहतर। तो कल कैंप फायर कराएंगे। कल का प्रोग्राम को बना के साथ लीजिए। कल का एकेडमिक प्रोग्राम भी सुबह 10 बजे शुरू होगा और शाम को 7 बजे तक ही चलेगा। आप धन्यवाद। कैंप फायर में जाएंगे।
कल गीत, गजल, भजन सभी का आनंद आप लोग ले पाएंगे। मैं प्रोफेसर रावत सर को पुनः यहाँ से कहना चाहूँगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद गांगुली जी, प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार जी, सदस्यों के प्रति हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। जो विश्वविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से जो प्रस्तुतियां यहाँ दी गई हैं, उनसे आपको अच्छा लगा, इसके लिए हम आपका धन्यवाद देते हैं। और देवाशीष गांगुली जी और जितने भी कलाकार हमारे ललित कला संस्थान के छात्र और जो भी कलाकारों ने यहाँ अपनी प्रतिभा का यहाँ प्रदर्शन किया है, उन सबके प्रति अपना बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। आप सभी को आने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।